Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement en chambre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36-8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to 7 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair, seconded by Ms. Kara, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Defense Act and other acts. This motion is deemed adopted.
By Madam Kara moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Kawartha, Haliburton, Kawartha, Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand here and present 3 e-petitions, all coordinated by a member of my riding, Mr. Brian Kerr. It is e-petition 4605, E3827, and E4274, all 3 totaling over 45,000 signatures that Brian has spearheaded amongst himself and others, calling for the federal government to look at a form of recall election which is not present here in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member from Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present today. The first one comes from Canadians across the country who are concerned about Bill 21. This bill targets law-abiding firearms owners. The petitioners state that hunting and firearm ownership plays an important role in Canadian society and history. The petitioners are concerned that the government's intent to ban several hunting rifles and shotguns, including bolt-action rifles. The petitioners ask the government to leave their guns alone and to vote against C-21 to protect property rights of Canadian hunters. The next petition I have from
a point of order being raised by un rappel au règlement.
L'interprète nous signale qu'il y a du grésillement sur la ligne et impossible d'interpréter.
Ah bon, alors est-ce qu'on peut juste commencer
There may be, I would just remind members.
Works. Est-ce qu'on peut commencer encore une fois?
Can we just start over and please don't shake your papers? I would just remind members.
On my second petition today, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. The petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms, and they are concerned about the impacts to hearing loss caused by the damaging noise level of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that's criminally prohibited here in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries recognize the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, including their use for hunting, sport shooting, and reducing noise pollution. In many countries in the EU, for example, these things are actually mandated rather than criminalized. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow for legal firearm owners the options to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the folks that are showing up in pornographic material, and they want the Government of Canada to pass C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, which will be up for debate tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Ottawa West Nepean. Kingston and the Islands.
The petitioners are calling on November 26 to be named as National Economic Abuse Awareness Day. The petitioners note that economic abuse is a pervasive but often overlooked form of abuse that impacts 95% of women who face intimate partner violence, but it can also happen alone. The petitioners note that economic abuse undermines women's financial independence and amplifies structural barriers, especially for marginalized, gender diverse, and vulnerable communities. The petitioners call for funding, collection of disaggregated data, and a national day to raise awareness about economic abuse. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to present today. One is on behalf of members of the Queen's University community and residents of Kingston and the Islands that are calling upon the Minister of Finance, Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to prioritize funding for a national school food program through Budget 2024 for implementation in schools by the fall of 2024. And they do indicate that Canada is the only G7 country without a national school food program and highlight the importance of it. The second petition that I have, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians who are concerned about the Environmental Panel on Climate Change's report that has warned us repeatedly that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation and extreme weather. The undersigned residents of Kingston and the Islands call upon the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the targets that Canada has set to achieve by 2030. And the final petition that I have today, Mr. Speaker, actually the majority of signatories are from the riding to the north of me, Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. These are farmers, beef farmers in particular, Mr. Speaker, who are concerned about the fact that the abattoir at Joyceville Federal Institution has been closed for almost 2 years now. These beef farmers have indicated that they've been waiting 6 to 9 months and in many cases up to a year to have their cattle processed at provincial facilities. The abattoir located at Joyceville Institution is on Highway 15 in Ontario and, as I indicated, closed in September of 22. They have indicated the negative impacts that the closure has had, both economically and to businesses and restaurants that rely on their products, and therefore they are calling on the Government of Canada to explore all options to ensure that the abattoir located at Joyceville Institution is reopened to address the issues noted above. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Lakeland.
I guess he's not quite ready. On behalf of constituents of Skeena-Bulkey Valley, a petition that calls out the Liberals' nonsensical attempt to ban law-abiding firearms and sport shooters. Those citizens call on the government, say that whereas the government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians, the targeting of farmers and hunters does not fight crime, and Mr. Speaker, and the government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Canada to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. And I sure do know that Common Sense Conservative Ellis Ross would love to join the House of Commons to help axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, Mr. Speaker.
Glad the honourable member caught herself there. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to stand and present a petition on behalf of Canadians who have signed it, and a cross-partisan awareness to bring awareness to the fact that 71% of volunteer firefighters in Canada are volunteers, and these petitioners, in particular, while highlighting a number of aspects of the great work that our volunteer departments, including many of which are in Battle River Crowfoot, do in keeping our communities safe. The spoke specifically are calling on the Government of Canada to increase the amount of tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000, acknowledging the hard work that so many of these hardworking women and men do across our country, and specifically in rural and remote areas. It's an honor to table this petition today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No other petitions? Questions inscrites au feuilleton. L'honorable.
Questions on the order paper.
Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Je reconnais le député de La Prairie qui.
The honourable member for La Prairie on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add my comments to the question of privilege raised yesterday by the member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. On Monday, at the end of the debate on the NDP opposition motion, the government tabled an amendment only in English so that the House had to debate it without any French translation of the amendment being made available to Francophone members. The Bloc Québécois shortly afterward informed the chair, through my colleague for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, that it would be impossible for the Bloc Québécois to continue debate or to take a position since the amendment was not available in a French version. But that only became available 40 minutes later. We believe this is a case of violation of parliamentary privilege, and I would ask the chair to refer the matter to the PROC committee.
J'apprécie l'avis du.
I appreciate the remarks of the member for La Prairie. On the same question of privilege, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it fascinating that the Bloc Québécois is complaining now because the Bloc Québécois allowed the vote to go forward and voted for a unilingual English motion. So if they're really serious about protecting the French language, they should have acted otherwise. I think this is becoming debate rather than information on the question of privilege. As I was saying for the member to La Prairie, I appreciate his remarks, and the chair will take them under consideration. And I will get back to you on that as soon as possible.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on carbon tax election standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Aujourd'hui étant le dernier jour.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending March 26, 2024, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now?
D'accord.
Agreed.
Appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Schmale, moves that the House declare non-confidence in the Prime Minister and his costly government for increasing the carbon tax 23% on April 1st. As part of his plan to quadruple the tax, while Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, and house themselves, and call for the House to be dissolved so Canadians can vote in a carbon tax election. The Honourable Member for Carleton. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Thornhill, Mr. Speaker. Today, as members, we will decide if we stand with the Canadian people, including the Quebec people, or if we stand with this Prime Minister who is punishing people with taxes, debt, and inflation. Today is an important moment where the Bloc Québécois will decide who it stands for, whether for Quebec workers and families or whether it stands for the Prime Minister. The Bloc Québécois has already approved all of this Prime Minister's discretionary spending by voting for the estimates. This is not for transfers for seniors, for provinces. It's just for the bureaucracy and all of the contractors, including the Arrive scam contractors. The Bloc Québécois has voted on all of those expenses. It has voted for all of the policies on freeing criminals. It has voted in favor of forbidding hunting weapons for people in rural regions. It has voted for the centralizing policies that have led to a doubling in the cost of housing, including a doubling in the cost of rent in Quebec. And now, after having repeatedly wailed and bemoaned the policies of the Liberal government, well, it's up to them to decide whether we're going to sack this government. A government which has destroyed our immigration system, doubled the cost of housing, released criminals, and caused auto theft to increase, among others. It's caused a drug crisis and a homelessness crisis, which has caused tens of thousands of Quebecers to go to food banks. And we will see if the Bloc Québécois will be supporting this government, but I think it will. I think the Bloc Québécois has spent enough time in Ottawa that it's decided to adopt these centralizing policies. They will vote for the Liberals, although in their ridings they say exactly the opposite. There is a symbiotic relationship between the Bloc Québécois and the centralizing Liberals. They agree on all of their policies. In fact, the lefties in the Plateau in Montreal are the ones who are setting policy for these parties. They want to plunge Canadians into debt, free criminals, ban hunting weapons. And now, the Bloc Québécois is saying that it wants an increase of 17 cents per litre on fuel and diesel, while supporting an environment minister who wants to shut down the forestry sector and kill jobs for all workers who depend on that sector in order to put bread on the table. Fortunately, we, the common sense conservatives, will force accountability, and we will do something about this Prime Minister who is not worth the cost.
Not worth the cost of corruption and criminality. We have to defeat this government, and that is the reason for which we have put forth before the House of Commons a no-confidence motion. We need a government, a conservative government, a common-sense conservative government that will cut taxes, that will build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And it is only the Conservative Party that can do so. So if you're a Quebecer who wants to defeat this costly and extremist government, you have one choice, and one choice alone, the Conservative Party. And know that voting for the Bloc is to vote for the Liberals, because they're the same, they agree on everything, apart from where their country's capital should be. Apart from that, they agree on everything else. If you want true change, if you want common sense change, that will allow you to keep more of your pay, that will make work paying, that will make our streets safer, that respects our regions, that will respect truck drivers, hunters, for example. Only we, the Conservatives, can do this.
Now in English, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, it is clear that this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. But never would we have imagined how bad would things get. Today, I look at the newspaper headlines. Even the media is noticing how bad things are. A headline in the National Post, and I quote, "Secret RCMP report warns Canadians may revolt once they realize how broke they are." The RCMP has produced a report saying that Canadians are so poor, desperate, and miserable that it may lead to political instability and other turbulence that you could not even have imagined would occur in a first world country 8 years ago. I now turn my attention to the Globe and Mail. Remember, this is the same Globe and Mail that criticized me for using the term gatekeeper to describe how homes could not get built. Well, here's their headline today. Homeownership is turning into a gated community that renters can't join. So years after saying that it was very dangerous for us to talk about gatekeepers, the Globe and Mail has now awakened to the fact that the Prime Minister in 8 years has turned homeownership into a gated community, shutting people outside of the gates. A small privileged group gets richer and richer as a growing mass of working class youth and seniors renting apartments can no longer afford any place to live. I used to warn that there were 35-year-olds living in their parents' basements. Now, that's the least of our concerns. Now we're worried that those 35-year-olds and their parents might not be able to make their mortgage payments at all. Defaults are rising rapidly. We have 35 homeless encampments in Halifax and similar encampments now in every major centre in Canada. We have 2 million people lined up at food banks in scenes that are reminiscent of the Great Depression. 35% of charities now say they're turning away people because they no longer have the resources, and food bank shelves are emptying out. Then you have people who are eating out of garbage cans. 8,000 people now having joined something called the Dumpster Divers Network, a Facebook group where they share tips on how you can climb into a garbage can and pull a meal out because there's nothing you can afford at the grocery store and nothing left at the food bank. This year, groceries are going to cost $700 more than they did last year for the average family. And in the middle of all of this, what does the NDP and this Prime Minister choose? To raise taxes. Raise taxes on food and fuel, on heat and homes. Raise taxes on all the materials that go into building a home, which will raise taxes on all who buy the home. Raise taxes on heating that home. Raise taxes on the gas and diesel needed to get to work to earn a paycheck to make payments on that home. And raise taxes on the farmers who make the food, the truckers who ship the food, the grocers who sell the food, and therefore all who buy the food, as if the desperation were not bad enough. And this in light of all the evidence that has come out that now 60% of Canadians are paying more in carbon tax than they get back in rebates. A fact that I have read into this record time and time again, a fact that the Prime Minister continues to attempt to hide from, a fact that the Parliamentary Budget Officer just testified to, and a fact that we did not need all of those accurate calculations to know, because every single person who's opening their empty fridge to wonder how they're going to feed their kids already knew that fact was real. Madam Speaker, we cannot in good conscience stand by while this Prime Minister imposes more misery and suffering on the Canadian people. Canadians are good, they are decent, they are hardworking. They do not have to give up on the things they used to take for granted: affordable food and homes, just for the incompetence of ego of one man. He is not worth the cost. He is not worth the crime. He is not worth the corruption. He is not worth giving up the country that we knew and still love. We, as common sense Conservatives, are ready to restore hope in this country, but it starts with change. We rise today to vote non-confidence in this NDP Liberal government and to restore the great country that we love based on the common sense of the common people united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Question. Order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I noticed that the Leader of the Opposition was bringing up headlines from the Globe and Mail, so I'd like to bring up another headline that was in today's Globe and Mail, and that is the Leader of the Opposition's campaign manager established a second lobbying firm working with the same office. The article goes on to say clients who book meetings on this new company's website were redirected to the booking system of Jenny Burns and Associates. That function was removed, as was Ms. Burns' headshot from the website after the Globe inquiries about the connection of the two firms. I'm wondering, you know, now that we see that the Leader of the Opposition's campaign manager has trying to hide behind a second company in order to continue her lobbying practices, when will the Leader of the Opposition tell his campaign manager to stop lobbying and to start actually working for him?
Here, here. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Everything the member said across the way is completely false, 100% false. And this from a government, by the way, who has presided over a 100% increase in lobbying activities. Why? Because lobbyists have come to know that you don't get, in business today, you don't get rich by having the best product. You get rich by having the best lobbyists. You don't get ahead by pleasing customers, but by pleasing politicians. This big government has left for poor people. What we want is precisely the opposite. We will slash the consultants and the lobbying sector, and we will unleash the productive forces of our working class people, our factories, our farms, our forestry, our fisheries, the people who do the real work in this country. And it starts by axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have another event of I'm going to huff, I'm going to puff, and then I'm going to go off and have a fundraiser and some mojitos at Storway while the poor backbenchers dutifully follow through. So do you remember when he said that he was going to speak until the budget fell? And that was about 3 hours that he left. And remember when we had to vote all the way to Christmas? And the only time we ever saw him in the House was to vote against Ukraine. So we had 9 confidence votes on Monday. He was hiding behind the screen. Tonight we will have votes. So here's the question. At Dairy Queen, I don't know what got him fired, but if you work for a living, you have to show up. So will he show up tonight, or will he be off fundraising with his lobbyist friends and leaving his poor schleps on the backbench to do the heavy lifting of bringing down the government and forcing an election? Show up for work.
So this has been happening in the previous question and in the previous answer as well. So I just want to remind members, if they are not recognized, they shouldn't be speaking, and it is very disrespectful to do so. I know that a while ago there was a question asked, and the person who asked the question was trying to intervene again, even though he hadn't been recognized, and others were trying to answer questions when someone was trying to pose a question. So I would just remind members to please be respectful in the House. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Order, order.
Showing up for work means showing up for the people you work for. And I have to say, I've been more in his riding in the last 2 years than he has. I've been on the ground in Timmins, and they say in Timmins, they say he should be in the witness protection program. He doesn't live in his riding. He's never in his riding. He's forgotten about the miners and the forestry workers and the farmers. He's voted to raise their taxes, to raise tax on their home heating, so that the people in cold Northern Ontario have to suffer in the cold and pay higher taxes, and now he's going to vote for his master, the Prime Minister of Canada, rather than the people in Timmins. I will fight for the people of Timmins, here, everywhere, and always.
Order. I want to remind members, if they've had an opportunity to... Order. I want to remind members again, they've had an opportunity to ask a question. They should take the opportunity to listen to the answer. If they have other questions and comments, they need to wait till the appropriate time. Order. There's still some disrespect, not only to the House here, like not only to the members who were speaking, but as well as to the chair. So I would just want to remind members to please be respectful. I have a point of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition said that everything I said was not true. I'm wondering if he would step outside where he doesn't have parliamentary privilege.
I'm sorry, this is a point of debate. Alors, on a le temps pour...
We have time for another question, a brief one.
There are people, there are members of Parliament here that are very experienced and know the rules of the House. I just wish that they would be respectful and follow those rules. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. A very brief question. It's going to be difficult to have a quick question. Madam Speaker, I would like to understand how the Leader of the Opposition will manage to charm Quebecers through rhetoric that one can only be seen as very negative against Quebec's mayors. Will he have more positive things to say with regards to Quebec mayors? Because otherwise he's going to have trouble in Quebec. Madam Speaker, I work for Canadians, not politicians. So when there are incompetent mayors from Toronto, from Vancouver, from Quebec, wherever they might come from, Montreal, wherever they may come from, if they are incompetent, I will say that they are incompetent. Incompetent politicians from the Bloc and the Liberals doubled the cost of housing. That's not good for Canadians. We're working for those who can't pay their bills anymore. And if that might hurt someone's feelings, that's life. My priority is common sense.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
After 8 long years, this Liberal government and its war on the Canadian middle class is finally being realized. Inflation is up, house prices are up, the debt is up, bankruptcies are up. Canadians are visiting food banks in record numbers. 300,000 of them went in a single month in Toronto. 1 million more Canadians will visit a food bank next year than this year. They are joining Facebook groups to learn how to dumpster dive so they can feed their families. What's happening today is a far cry from the Canada that we used to know, from the Canada that many of us were promised. Canadians are asking why. Why does food cost more and more every single time you visit the grocery store? Why does gas cost $2 a litre? Why is it harder and harder to pay the bills at the end of every month? Well, at the root of this complex problem is a simple explanation, in just 2 words, in fact. These words are the carbon tax. The Prime Minister's carbon tax is adding more to the cost of nearly every basic necessity that anyone in this country buys anywhere. It's not complicated for Canadians. When you tax the farmer that grows the food and you tax the trucker that brings the food, you end up taxing the family that eats the food. Every single family, everywhere in the country. It is, however, a difficult concept for Liberals and their NDP masters to comprehend. It's because they don't talk to people anymore. You see, the MPs who are being forced to defend the indefensible over there are just about pulling their hair out right now. If you listen to them, they'll jump down your throat and huff and puff and spout misinformation about rebates and money that you're getting back. But, Mr. Speaker, they're using Liberal math. It's Liberal math that says an Ontario family that pays $1,674 gets back $1,047. And they'd say they're better off. It's Liberal math that says the Albertan who pays $2,943 and gets back $2,032 is better off. It's Liberal math, like some bizarre fantasy telling Canadians that less is more and they are somehow better off. This is the same Liberal math that tells Canadians that budgets will balance themselves, that monetary policy isn't important, and that $60 million for ArriveScan is some kind of accounting error. Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't live in Liberal land. They live in the real world. They look at their empty fridges at home. They look at the price of gas at the pumps. They don't do Liberal math. They do real math. The real math is getting harder and harder every day as budgets and bank accounts and borrowing are stretched to the limit. For everyone, everywhere. They used to talk about the environment until the caucus revolt from his East Coast MPs, the Prime Minister's East Coast MPs, that forced him to admit that his tax was a tax and that it was too much, and then he backed down from his signature fake environmental policy. And he gave them what they wanted until, of course, the next election. The radical Minister of the Environment had a different takeaway yesterday. He told Canadians that we can't put climate change on hold. And I agree with him. Which is why it is so infuriating to see this carbon tax used under the guise of somehow improving Canada's environmental performance. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, we rank 62nd out of 67 countries when it comes to climate performance. The Environment Minister could have scaled more floors on the side of a tower than 62 by now. The only emissions target we ever met was during COVID, when the government shut everything down in this country. Our taxes are up, our costs are up, and our emissions are going up. So if the carbon tax doesn't give Canadians more money and it doesn't help the environment, then what are they doing here? Well, we know, and Canadians are finding out too, it makes the Prime Minister richer. More money flowing into the pockets of his Liberal coffers. There it could be funneled to insiders and his well-connected friends. Those are the only people in this country that are better off after 8 years. It means more money to spend on high-priced consultants, more money to spend on trips around the world, and yes, more money to somehow make an $80,000 app $60 million. Madam Speaker, we all know this, the true cost, the true impact, and yes, the true intention of the carbon tax. It really seems like a sick joke that this Prime Minister would choose to raise it once again. And it's not just by a little. It's by a whopping 23% on all Canadian families, on farmers, on First Nations, in less than 2 weeks. And it's not just because the tax is being raised, it's because it costs so much to achieve so little, and that's the story of this government. And it's because it comes probably at the worst time for Canadians in a long, long time, probably since we had a Prime Minister with the same last name as this one. 51% of Canadians are less than $200 away from bankruptcy, and a 23% increase means they're even closer, probably $200 more every year for the average family. More money flowing out of the wallet and not back into it. It's even more money at the pump, at the grocery store, and at the bills at the end of every month. It's a kick to Canadians that are already down, and it's no surprise that 70% of Canadians and 70% of premiers, including Liberal premiers, and even more opposition parties across the country oppose this increase. It's because they all know what we know. This tax isn't worth the cost, and neither is this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister says that these Canadians and these premiers just don't have principles. But he's got it all wrong. They have something that he has never understood. They have bills to pay, they have mouths to feed, and they have to get to work every day. I have some advice for the Prime Minister through you, Madam Speaker, and I say this to everyone else saying that things are wrong. Maybe it's time for him to finally look in the mirror instead of blaming everyone and everything else. We have been here for nearly 2 years. Conservatives have tried everything to force this government to listen to Canadians, but they just don't care. The Canadian people are tired of being taxed to death. They are tired of runaway inflation and runaway spending, and they are tired of being told it's all their fault. They deserve a say in this 23% tax increase. So today, this motion of non-confidence in this Prime Minister will allow every Canadian to go to the polls in a carbon tax election and have their say. It is the only right thing to do when Canadians have been pushed so far to the limit after 8 years of this Prime Minister. It is only is the only right thing to do when the increase literally means the difference between solvency and bankruptcy for so many. And this Liberal government, if they're so confident in their carbon tax and so confident that that everybody else is wrong, then they shouldn't be afraid to let Canadians have their say. Let Canadians weigh in. And if the Liberal NDP members from Atlantic Canada, rural Canada, and frankly any part of Canada truly represent their constituents, then they would have the guts to stand up and vote against their boss today. It is long past time to axe the tax. And time is absolutely running out for Canadians right across the country, no matter where you live. But, Mr. Speaker, there is hope. There's hope on the horizon for a government led by the Leader of the Opposition. And Canadians will finally get their say in a carbon tax election. If not, if they choose to vote with the Prime Minister today, we will eventually have a carbon tax election in this country, and Canadians will have a choice. They will have a choice between a Liberal government that divides to conquer and taxes to spend, bolstered by an even more reckless NDP that only exists to say yes to everything that the Prime Minister demands. Or they can have a party that will finally axe the tax and build the homes and fix the budget and stop the crime. I'll support this motion because we should let Canadians decide.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there are fundamental flaws in terms of what it is that people have just heard from the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party. And that is that it spreads a lot of myths that are out there. For example, Madam Speaker, the member is trying to give the false impression. The reality is over 80% of Canadians will receive more back in the form of a rebate than they are actually paying for a carbon tax. She knows that. Those are real dollar figures, disposable income going up. Why does the Conservative Party want to continue to intentionally mislead Canadians? Do they really think they're that stupid?
Great question.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, you know when you're yelling at the top of your lungs about mistruths that you're not winning the argument. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, if you're explaining, you're losing. But here's the facts from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Nova Scotia family, fiscal and economic cost, the gross cost of it, $1,500. The rebate that they get back, $963. That's the difference of $573. Now, we know that the Liberals don't understand that $1,500 is bigger than $963. But do they understand that when a family gets $573 less money that they are worse off?
Yeah. Exactly. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunaviki. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. But I'd like to specify something. The Conservatives are saying that people are lining up at food banks and that riots are breaking out when food is distributed because of the carbon tax, which doesn't apply in Quebec, by the way. But perhaps instead they should say to the oil and gas companies, rather, that they should get involved in the green transition.
Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, to suggest here that the carbon tax doesn't apply in Quebec, there is a second carbon tax in Quebec that raises the price of gas by 17 cents a litre. That's going to raise the cost of everything that gas transports, from the farm to the grocery store to the table. To suggest that doesn't have an effect, to suggest that the member believes that people eating at food banks has nothing to do with the carbon tax, well, I don't know. I don't think I can help her.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Well, it is an extraordinary thing to say we are going to force an election that will cost $630 million. And I do agree with my honourable colleague. He says about a leader needing the guts to stand up. Now, on Monday night, the leader of the Conservative Party voted 9 times in a confidence motion to support the government, but he did it hiding behind the curtain on a night when we had the historic vote on peace in the Middle East and Gaza. He has a tendency to be missing in action when it means time to stand up. So I'm going to ask my honourable colleague, I couldn't get an answer from the member for Dairy Queen, but tonight, if he's willing to take the government down, will he actually stand up and be in the House, or will he be off with his lobbyist chief of staff and her lobbyist friends drinking canapes and getting backhanders?
Got a point of order. The
Madam Speaker, I think the member hasn't been here long. I guess I haven't been here long. But I don't think that you can really keep repeatedly referring to the presence or lack of presence of a member in the House.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Twice, he's referring to the presence or lack of presence of a member in the House, and we're not allowed to do that, right?
So I just want to remind members to please be respectful in the House when they're referring to members of Parliament. Every member of Parliament is an honourable member of Parliament. Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, I wasn't saying he wasn't in the House. I was asking if he's going to show up. There's a substantive difference, but since it's about an election, he better...
Again, I just want to remind members that they're not to say who is or who isn't in the House. So the honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, the member is actually incapable of being respectful to this institution. And soon, if he ever shows up in his riding, like the Leader of the Opposition pointed out just earlier, to take a step into his...
Of order, the honourable member for the honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, a fundamental principle of this chamber is that every member is treated with honour and is considered to be honourable. To say that the member is not even capable of having any respect completely goes against that tradition and that rule that we have. I would ask through you that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition apologize and retract that comment.
I want to remind the honourable member she had an opportunity to ask her to raise her point of order without being interrupted, and I would ask her to afford the same to other members who do that. But also, I do want to remind members to please be respectful towards each other here in the House. We are all honourable members, and we see that when that is not done in the proper fashion, then we have issues where the House is seeing some disorder, and we're having to rule on that, and unfortunately we shouldn't have to. So the honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, it is always in order to talk about the competency or the incompetency of members of this House, and particularly that member for Timmins. And if he bothered to show up in his riding, he would know what the people in his riding are saying. But he doesn't do that. He doesn't go there. He doesn't listen to anyone. The only person that he listens to is his boss, the Prime Minister.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Employment and Workforce Development.
Madam Speaker, when the Conservatives were in power, my community in Windsor had an unemployment rate of 11.2% unemployment. Under the Conservatives, Canada lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Can the honourable colleague speak to the incompetence of the Conservatives in terms of job creation? Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill, a brief answer.
Madam Speaker, if that member had the courage to vote with his constituency, then he would hear them loud and clear talk about the incompetency of his own Prime Minister.
Order. There were still some interruptions being had when the honourable member was answering the question. Again, whether someone is answering a question or someone is asking a question, I please urge both sides to be respectful and to allow those questions to be heard so that everyone, even those at home, can hear the questions and the answers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to this particular nonsense motion, Madam Speaker. I will obviously be voting against it, and I would like to think that if there was any common sense on the other side of the House, they would recognize just how foolish this motion actually is when they incorporate the fact that the price on pollution is something in which the Conservative Party campaigned on in the last federal election in itself, Madam Speaker. But instead of trying to reflect the reality of real life today in Canada, concerns about issues such as affordability and our environment, they choose to play this game in an attempt to participate in things like character assassination of the Prime Minister or spreading false, literally misinformation to Canadians coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker. I would like to put a few things on the record and to try to highlight to the degree in which the Conservative Party of Canada is misleading Canadians. And let there be no doubt of that, Madam Speaker. When they say, for example, they're going to axe the tax, what they're really doing is they're also ruining the rebate, Madam Speaker. They are going to axe the rebate. And for a vast majority of Canadians, if the Conservative Party were successful at axing the tax, the literal disposable income of 80% of Canadians or more will actually go down. It will go down because we know for a fact, Madam Speaker, that Canadians, a vast majority of Canadians, receive more money through the rebate than they pay for in the carbon tax. The member from Kingston and the Isles used his own example, personal example. And for Canadians that are going to be following the debate today, you're going to hear a lot of misinformation coming from the Conservative Party. There's going to be a lot of it. And I would recommend that you do something like taking a look at the carbon tax that you pay on the consumption of gas on an annual basis. Take a look at the carbon tax that you pay in terms of heating your home. And then take a look at the carbon rebate. And for 80% plus, Madam Speaker, you will find that the rebate numbers, the dollars, is higher than the tax that you are actually paying. And by participating, Madam Speaker, in this program, for the 8 provinces that do, that means you're also contributing to a better, healthier environment, Madam Speaker. That's something in which the Conservative Party, progressive Conservative Party, used to believe. Now, some might say, well, I'm a little bit biased because I'm in the Liberal benches and maybe I'm being a little harsh on the Conservatives. Everyone knows the names of Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister, Joe Clark, former Prime Minister, Kim Campbell, former Prime Minister. And what I'd like to do, because the leader of the official opposition started off by talking about quotes, let me provide a few quotes from those former prime ministers. Now, the caveat that I would put on it is you have to realize that today's Conservative Party, that MAGA right party that we have today, is not the same party of those prime ministers that I just listed off. Hear, hear. And let me clearly demonstrate why that is the case. The leader of the Conservative Party started off by talking about quotes. I have a quote for him. It was actually, I believe, in the Toronto Star. And here's the actual quote. This is coming from Kim Campbell, Canada's first and only female Prime Minister, progressive Conservative Prime Minister. And I quote the headline. He is a, well, I can't say that word. He is a blank.
I want to remind the honourable member of South Shore St. Margaret's that there will be an opportunity for questions and comments later, not right now. And again, I want to remind members to please respect the rules of the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure of this, but the quote itself, the headline quote that's in the paper is, he's a liar and a hate monger. And that's coming from the former Prime Minister, Kim Campbell, who slams Pierre Poilievre. Madam Speaker, then if you take a look, it's Ottawa, former Prime Minister Kim Campbell called Conservative leader can't say his name, called the current leader of the Conservative Party a blank, starts with the letter L, and a hate monger. That's what the former progressive Conservative Prime Minister says, right? And suggested that she won't vote for his party in the next federal election. Madam Speaker, that's a former progressive Conservative. Now you say, okay, well, that's only one Prime Minister. Well, You know, there was another quote that I had, and now hopefully I can find it here, Madam Speaker. It was in regards to, oh, here we go. Here's what Joe Clark has to say about the modern mega-right Conservative Party. And I say mega-right only because it is not the same as progressive conservative. Mega-right. Here's what Joe Clark, former Prime Minister, had to say. I think it's a party that does not represent the progressive traditions of the Progressive Conservative Party and consequently does not reflect the country. My party is over. Again, Madam Speaker, this is another Progressive Conservative Prime Minister of Canada. Now, you know, there's some more quotes that are from Kim Campbell that I could cite. Again, coming from Kim Campbell, well, I never joined the Conservative Party of Canada. I think Joe Clark expressed it that he didn't leave the party left him. It is not the Progressive Conservative Party. Madam Speaker, again, I emphasize, and people need to be aware of this, because we are seeing it in the decisions that are being made by the leader of the Conservative Party today when, for example, they made the decision to vote against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. That had more to do with the mega-right and that mega-right movement moving into Canada through the leader of the Conservative Party today, Madam Speaker. That's no conspiracy. That's the reality. That's former Prime Ministers that are recognizing that the Conservative Party today is not progressive, that it's a party that Canadians cannot trust. Madam Speaker.
And I want to remind members there'll be an opportunity to ask questions and comments at the appropriate time. There'll be 10 minutes of it. And so I want to remind members to please hold off on their thoughts and their questions, write them down, and that way that we won't have any interruptions all the time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop there. That's Joe Clark and Kim Campbell. What about Brian Mulroney? You know, there was a poll that just recently came out where individuals across Canada, I believe it was in the mid-80%, that approve of Brian Mulroney and the Progressive Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. Not to be confused by the MAGA Conservative Party of today. What did Brian Mulroney have to actually say, Madam Speaker? And I quote, well, look, I led a progressive conservative government. We were very progressive in areas like international affairs with Mandela and human rights, creation of a francophone and all of those things, and in social policy as well. We were more conservative on issues like Radio Canada, established last night, privatization, deregulation, low inflation, cutting government expenditures. We were more conservative than the Harper government, I guess in some ways, Madam Speaker. I thought that was a good mix. That's the way it should be for the progressive conservative government. But they amputated the progressive part of the name, which is okay, but you shouldn't amputate that part of our heritage. The current Conservative Party has abandoned its heritage, according to Brian Mulroney, Madam Speaker. And the member says,
I want to remind the honourable member, if he doesn't stop, I will be asking him to leave the chamber. Order. The honourable member is challenging the chair now. Again, if he doesn't respect the request that's been asked of him, he will have to leave the chamber. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Quote, Madam Speaker, Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister, saying, and I think that they work better together. He's talking about the progressive nature being tagged into the conservative nature of the party. That it works better together when both are prominent and Canadians feel more comfortable with it, Madam Speaker. Now, let's think about that. You have Brian Mulroney, Kim Campbell, Joe Clark, all coming up with genuine, legitimate concerns in regards to today's mega conservative party, the far-right element that's infiltrated. And then now you take a look at elements of that far right, and what you see, Take a look in the States. The misinformation by using social media on a daily basis. And that's exactly what we are seeing today on the floor of the House, whether it's the leader of the Conservative Party or the deputy leader of the Conservative Party. The leader of the Conservative Party and the deputy leader of the Conservative Party continue to spread misinformation on a vital, progressive piece of legislation and policy, Madam Speaker. A price on pollution is something that is essential to the development of any Western nation, Madam Speaker. We see that firsthand. Take a look at what's happening around the world. The European Union.
Ukraine.
You know, the Ukraine. You can talk about Mexico. People often say, well, it's not in the United States. That's not true. There are a number of states in the U.S. that have a price on pollution. It's not only the federal government. The province of British Columbia and the province of Quebec have it, Madam Speaker. Because it's a progressive way at ensuring that polluters, in particular heavy polluters, pay their fair share, pay for the pollution, Madam Speaker. It is a policy that makes a whole lot of sense. And you know, one only needs to take a look. Interesting enough, I didn't make reference to Stephen Harper, but in the 2008 election platform, Stephen Harper talked about putting a price on pollution. That was a part of their election platform. And do you know that there's 19 Conservatives that are here today that ran on that election platform, supporting a price on pollution then? Not to mention the 100 that are in today's chamber that actually campaigned, knocked on doors, told Canadians. They literally told Canadians in their election platform that they support a price on pollution. All of that has been completely wiped out and forgotten across the way. Instead, they have taken a complete, absolute flip-flop. They've abandoned the progressive nature of the Conservative Party, all in favor of having a bumper sticker. And the bumper sticker is Axe the Tax, Madam Speaker. What do they mean when they say Axe the Tax? They are trying to give the impression, as I said at the very beginning of my comments, they are trying to give Canadians the impression that they are going to, by axing the tax, give economic benefit to Canadians. Nothing could be further from the truth on that, Madam Speaker. That is absolute and totally misleading Canadians. What they don't say is that axing the tax ruins the rebate. They are ruining the carbon rebate. They are destroying a program, a price on pollution policy that makes a whole lot of sense, not only for today, but into the future. I get emails and people in my riding that talk to me about, well, they're going to axe the tax. They don't have any idea in terms of the rebate component of it. So when they say, how many questions have they asked when they say, well, April 1, we're going to get this increase on the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. You know, I think they say like a 23% increase. I think it's like less than a penny a gallon, right? Well, they're talking about that because they want to get Canadians upset. They want them mad. That's what they want, Madam Speaker. So if you take a look at it, they go around and they say that. No, it's right. A penny, less than a penny a gallon. right? So you're talking, no, well, take a look at the math yourself. Madam Speaker, at the end of the...
There's starting to be some cross debate. Again, I want to remind members there will be an appropriate time for questions and comments to please wait until then. In the meantime, I want to remind the member that he has 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. And so I just again want to remind the members that in order for the House to be able to flow properly, if people could respect the rules of the House, that would be much appreciated. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I might have confused a few members across the way when I used the word gallon as opposed to liter, I guess. I used to pump gas by the gallon at 11 years old back in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and I guess that's where I got a little confused. So it is less than a penny a gallon from what I understand, and I think it's about 3 cents a liter, Madam Speaker. But again, the point is that at the end of the day, when they talk about that increase, what they don't say is that the rebate's increasing too. So whenever there's an increase in the carbon tax, there's also an increase in the carbon rebate. So what does that really mean? So when the leader of the official opposition, wannabe someone else someday, says to Canadians, or more specifically to the people that live in Winnipeg North, the area that I represent, what they're saying is that my constituents are actually going to get a higher disposable income if the Conservatives axe the tax. I say bull. And you can fill in the blank on that one, Madam Speaker, because that's just not true. The disposable income for 80% or more of my constituents, contrary to what the leader of the Conservative Party is saying, is actually going to go down if you axe the tax and trash the rebate. And that's what the leader of the Conservative Party is really saying. Because all it is anyone that's in Canada can just take a look at their fuel carbon tax and their gasoline fuel carbon tax and their home heating carbon tax portion, and they will find 80% plus will actually be receiving more than they're actually paying into it, Madam Speaker. At the same time, they're participating in a program that will deliver a healthier environment, Madam Speaker, and ultimately allow Canada as a whole to contribute as many other countries around the world, whether it's the France, the Italy, the England, the parts of the United States, Mexico. There's many. The country of Ukraine has been raised both today and last night on that particular issue. We recognize that it's a sound policy. Why does the Conservative Party want to continue to mislead Canadians on this particular issue? The simple answer is they're hoping to fool Canadians. Yep. That is it, Madam Speaker. It's a bumper sticker that sure sounds good when you say axe the tax. It sounds good. But at the end of the day, I'm banking that when that election time comes, Madam Speaker, that Canadians will be aware of the misinformation that is being espoused by the Conservatives through social media in particular, virtually on a daily basis. I will do my part in ensuring that people understand that the disposable income for a vast majority of Canadians actually goes up, and at the same time they are contributing to a healthier environment. That is the reality. That is the truth. And that's the message that I'm going to be giving to my constituents. So I look forward to when the day comes for us to have that election. And hopefully, Madam Speaker, we will see Canadians, as I believe they will. They will not only be kicking the tires, they'll be looking into what the leader of the official opposition is saying. Look at the environment around us. It's not just the federal government. As I said, the province of British Columbia has its own standalone price on pollution. The province of Quebec has its own price on pollution. Mexico has a price on pollution. Many American states has a price on pollution. The European Union has a price on pollution. The list goes on. England or the United Ireland, they all have a price on pollution. In the House of Commons, the Liberal Party supports it. The Bloc supports it. The NDP supports it. The Green Party supports it. Aaron O'Toole, remember Aaron O'Toole? He was the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, but he was booted out of the Conservative Party leadership. But he did support a price on pollution. Not to mention, as I said, every one of those Conservatives that ran in the last election supported. But they're the ones that did the flip-flop, Madam Speaker. My argument is let's not ruin a sound policy that's being adopted by countries around the world because some modern-day mega conservative leader decides to have a bumper sticker that says, let's axe the tax, hoping to fool Canadians. I think that would be a mistake.
Comments. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start by saying I believe that member knows absolutely nothing about the history of this party. He referred to it quite a bit. I've been a member of this party since I was 17 years old. I knew Brian Mulroney. Brian Mulroney was a friend of mine. He's lying in state and repose, and that member was the most classless statement I've ever seen in this House, while a Prime Minister is lying in repose to try and slag the party that he led to victory, which is my party, which I served in. You know nothing. This member knows nothing about that government from his statement and has no respect for the Prime Minister. So I'll ask him, since that party and my party is the one that has defended Canadians more than any other, why it is that he stands up as a member of Parliament for Manitoba trying to mislead his constituents that paying $1,750 in carbon tax in Manitoba on average is more than the $1,200 they get back. Perhaps he's got that same Liberal math inability. He can't add that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I am so confident in every word that I have said today that I would challenge that member or any member of the Conservative Party that has a seat inside the House to come into Winnipeg North and defend the policy position that the Conservative Party of Canada has adopted. I give my most sincere condolences to the family, Mila, the children and grandchildren, and those, and as I say, there's many Canadians, 80% plus, that think very fondly of Brian Mulroney. It's not out of disrespect for Brian Mulroney. What I'm talking about is the motion that we have today. Brian Mulroney, think about it. Whether it's the acid rain treaty, you could talk about the Ukraine independence, you can talk about trade. The other night, I even complimented...
I've been trying to give the honourable member a notice saying that I have to get down to other questions. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I have to say, though, it feels a little bit like Groundhog Day in here. You know, we have, again, another speech from this member, which is not unusual in this place, but it was just Tuesday that we were having this exact same debate that the Conservatives brought forward. You know, this is starting to look more and more like a stunt when they continually use their opposition days to use that time to do the exact same thing, knowing what the exact same outcome will be. I don't know if they've seen Groundhog. They may want to take some time to look at that. Right now in Alberta, we have an unprecedented drought. The wildfire season has begun in Alberta in February. Wow, right. So, you know, I don't trust this government is doing what needs to be done on climate change, but perhaps he could talk about the fact that they have no climate change plan whatsoever.
Yeah.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member brings up a good point in the sense that I believe when you take a look in the last couple of years, the Conservative Party now has had 20 opposition days, or very close to 20 opposition days on the issue of the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. And the member's right in their assertion. There are many issues that are facing Canada that would be well served by having opposition day discussions or debate. But that's for opposition to ultimately determine what they want in terms of an agenda item, Madam Speaker. They continue to want to choose this issue. Whether we have that debate today or during the next federal election in good time when that takes place, Madam Speaker, I look forward to it. I welcome the debate. I hope that Canadians will really get engaged on the whole issue of a price on pollution and the benefits of the rebates versus the tax, because there is a net gain, I believe, for a vast majority of Canadians.
Comments? The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker and to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I'm thanking my friend from Edmonton Strathcona because put in my mind the notion of Groundhog Day. It really is Groundhog Day when the Conservative Party slogan is lifted word for word, rhyme for rhyme, from the British Columbia New Democratic Party slogan in the 2008 provincial campaign when the BC New Democrats under Carol James ran against the carbon tax. In fact, former Premier Gordon Campbell back in 2008 owed his re-election to the revenue-neutral, well-designed carbon tax brought in British Columbia by the relatively right-wing British Columbia Liberal Party. So my question is, could we ever have a serious discussion in this place about the actual climate crisis, its galloping threat to this country, and how the Liberal government might still, at this late date, put together a real plan?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I always find the leader of the Green Party to be a fountain of knowledge on the environment. She's got a great history. And to my friend across the way, she paid just a wonderful tribute to Brian Mulroney and highlighted how much he was one of Canada's first really powerful, well-spoken environmentalists. But she raises, again, a point that does need to be emphasized, and that is when we think of the environment, there is so much more that we can do, whether it's legislative measures or it's budgetary measures. I like to think that as a government over the last number of years, we have taken lead roles in both of those areas and had a significant movement towards a healthier environment here in Canada and demonstrating leadership around the world by some of the actions that we have taken. And it would be nice to talk more about initiatives, some that we've done and maybe some that we could be doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable from Nepean.
Madam Speaker, the inflation rate in February is 2.8%, way below 3.1% estimated, expected by the private sector economists. The growth and much below the 8.2% that we saw in mid-2022. The grocery rate food inflation is 2.4%, way below 3.4% in January. And well below 11% that we saw in 2022 and 2023. Can the member explain how this lowering inflation rate and the increasing Canada carbon rebate that the low-income families are going to get in this year, how it will help them cope with the rising cost of living?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think the Prime Minister and the government as a whole has been very clear. We want an economy that works for all Canadians. It's supporting Canada's middle class, those aspiring to become a part of it. Nothing has changed in that approach from this government. Day in and day out, we work on economic policies that look at ways in which we can lower inflation, which would include issues of affordability. So we have rebate mechanisms, the carbon rebate actually will help out. In fact, you'll find those 4 payments. Next one's coming out on April the 15th, I believe. Many people actually start budgeting their monthly budgets based on those rebates that are coming out. There's other ways in which financially the government has been there to have the support of Canadians. We still have a lot more work to do, but I can commit that we are committed to doing the hard work that's necessary to get the economy working better for all Canadians.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his speech, the honourable member listed that the cost is going to go up less than a penny a gallon. Now, he did not reference whether that was an American gallon, which is 3.785 litres, or whether it was a Canadian gallon, 4.54. I'll note that the increase translates to 3.3 cents, which is less than either of those two numbers. But in a few moments, he's going to step into his lobby, interrupt his stream of, using his own language, bull, and you can fill in the blank, that he puts into the Hansard, and eat a lunch. That lunch will have been produced by folks on their farms like mine that have taken received fertilizer, inputs, all sorts of it. It's been trucked here, trucked to the distributor, et cetera. Would he please enlighten this chamber as to how much of the carbon tax refund will be accounted for in his lunch?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, it's and I was pumping gas at 11, so it was a Canadian gallon. I believe my numbers are actually fairly accurate, and I appreciate the comment in regards to that. But very quickly, I can assure the member, I had a wonderful breakfast. I'm probably going to be missing the lunch. But having said that, the point is that when you take a look at the price on pollution or the carbon tax, it is actually, you're talking about a fraction. Yes. Of a percentage, a fraction of a percentage that has been attributed, whether it's Canada Stats or the Bank of Canada governor that have made that very, very clear. So, you know, that's a false argument. It's a false
order. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if I would go so far as to say that I'm happy to stand to speak to the carbon tax, but I would like to thank the Conservatives for having given us a bit of a break. Yesterday we didn't talk about the carbon tax, we talked about something else, so we had at least one day off from this debate on the carbon tax. So we see that they're diversifying their intellectual activities and their subjects of debate, so I'd like to thank them for that brief respite. And now we are back to today. It's an unacceptable motion because it is a dishonest one. I'm surprised that this motion was even deemed admissible because not only they say that the carbon tax applies to Quebec, which is not the case. They say that the increase will happen on the 1st of April, when it will actually be spread over several years. It's a dishonest motion, but it's a motion that also rejects Quebec. I would like to ask the Conservatives to repeat after me. Let's do a little class today. The carbon tax does not apply to Quebec. See? Even slowly they don't seem to understand. We can't go more slowly than that. They don't understand, Madam Speaker, and you know, a number of times we voted against. We voted no confidence every time that Quebec's interests were at risk. We voted against in 2015. We voted against emergency measures, voted against budgets, when it was against Quebec's interests. If they wanted a no-confidence motion, they could have found a whole cornucopia of subjects that are unacceptable for Quebec. The $6 billion absence in healthcare transfers. Immigration powers, nothing to defend Quebec, Madam Speaker. A government could topple because of that, but no. Repatriating cultural budgets. Madam Speaker, infrastructure. Quebec allows towns and cities to make their own discussions without being told what to do by the federal government, but that's not what the federal government wants to do. Quebec should be able to implement its own environmental roles. So please explain to me what kind of economic conservatism this is. They just want to get involved at every single turn in Quebec's affairs. That's big government. So there are many things that they could have put in this bill to make Quebec happy so that we could vote no confidence, but they decided once again to reject Quebec. And you know, Madam Speaker, I've said it a number of times, and it continues, the Conservatives are trying to make Quebecers believe that the carbon tax is applicable to Quebec. It doesn't apply directly. We have our own system, our cap-and-trade system. We have regulations that are stricter than the federal ones. I explained it yesterday, and the Conservatives seemed shocked to hear this. They weren't even aware of this. It is applicable to Quebec because the federal effect of the carbon tax is calculated in thousandths of a percentage point when it comes to Quebec. And so now they're saying that if there are variations, the Quebec system that was adopted at the time, and the member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis was part of the Quebec cabinet who adopted the system. On Tuesday, at the Canadian Heritage Committee, we had the member for Lethbridge who, and you know her, in her local newspaper, she says that Quebec Francophone artists were a bunch of failures who would never succeed elsewhere. That's the member for Lethbridge. That's what she had to say. She studied the effect of the carbon tax on Quebec culture. That's apparently of interest to her. She said that that was a very serious matter. The member for Letteville-Binière, who came to save his colleague, and he said the following. He said, I would like to explain the collateral damages of the carbon tax on the arts. I would like to say to the member of Drummond, he understands that Quebec chose their own carbon pricing system that was adopted about 10 years ago. It's because of a Liberal government that this was adopted. It was the Harper government at the time in Ottawa that was implementing regulations on greenhouse gas emissions. The Quebec system adopted by the Liberal under Jean Charest for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis, the number of permits that we exchange are established upstream, determined by decree. And that was determined before the current federal government came into power. We know how many permits would be granted. And now they're trying to make Quebecers believe that the federal carbon tax applies to Quebec. I think they're 18th carbon tax in Quebec. It seems that our economy is only carbon tax. The price of carbon has gone up in Quebec. Yes. They say it's just inflation. That's strange because in Europe, since 2005, the cost of permits have gone from 20 to 100 euros. By 2030, the number of permits will go down by 62%. Is there just inflation in Europe? I would like to remind the honourable member that he should not use the name of the Prime Minister in the House of Commons, so I would just like to remind him. It's the second time that he has used the Prime Minister's first name. The honourable member from Mirabel. For them, it's all carbon tax. When it's time to dupe Quebecers, it's go time. Is it the federal government's fault if carbon pricing has increased in New Zealand? Is it the federal government that increased the price of carbon in Switzerland? That's what they're trying to make people believe. Why? Because for the member for Letteville-Binière, it's all carbon tax all the way down, always has been. Sometimes we try to see causalities and correlations. My colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte mentioned this before, and I'll be sharing my time with him. The Conservatives seem to find correlations and causalities everywhere. Apparently, it's like saying that there's more drownings in the summer because more ice creams have been sold. It's like finding a correlation between the number of films with Scarlett Johansson and global warming. It's the difference between correlation and causality. The price of carbon has increased in Quebec at the same speed as internet speeds. Is that a correlation or is there a causality between the two? One thing, Madam Speaker, what this shows, it shows the Conservatives' attitude to do everything for oil and gas. They want to abandon Quebec, and they don't care about Quebec's economy, and that is why we are sovereignists. Since 2017, the federal government has invested $1.7 billion in superclusters to develop Canada and Quebec's economy. We got the AI1 in Montreal, $1.7 billion for all Canada. A fifth goes to Quebec. At the same time, for oil and gas, $83 billion over the next 10 years will be invested in this. That's 237 Canadian Silicon Valleys that won't be implemented because the money is being put into oil and gas. 237 industrial clusters and superclusters. No national policies for the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean or the north of Quebec. No aerospace investments for Longueuil, Dorval, Mirabel, Madam Speaker. We're still waiting for results. No policy for generic medications. All that was lost to Manitoba because they needed to gain some votes in Manitoba. No Drummondville supercluster for automation, Madam Speaker. Quebec's money is being taken to the tune of $83 billion, and $83 billion of this is then sent to oil and gas. And you know what we're being told then by the federal government? Well, Quebecers, you receive equalization payments, so why complain? The issue is, right now, by duping the House of Commons, the Conservatives are saying they want to go into an election because of a carbon tax. But there is no carbon tax in Quebec. The Parliament is sovereign of its own affairs. It will make its own decision. And the day we will actually trigger an election, when the writ will be dropped and when we will be before our electors and our voters, the Bloc Québécois will be proud to have been the adults in the room every single day, every single second of every single day, even if it's not easy, even if we're faced with misinformation, even if in the field there is institutionalized misinformation proffered by the Conservatives, we will have been proud to have fought against the Conservatives and other parties. We will have been the ones that will have studied actual matters and will always be proud to defend Quebecers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will no doubt reuse the expression that my colleague used. I would like for him to explain me something. The Liberal government has stated that there is a carbon tax in all provinces, and when the carbon tax will be more expensive than the Quebec cap-and-trade system, the Quebec government will have to either increase the cap-and-trade system's cost or implement the federal carbon tax in order to compensate so that Quebec pays as much as other provinces. Quebec has paid more than other provinces with the carbon tax in Quebec, but now parity is being reached, and soon the federal carbon tax will be more expensive than the cap-and-trade system in Quebec, and so Quebec will have to pay compensation for it. So what does my honourable colleague have to say about this? The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, I believe that the member for Lévis-Lotbinière hasn't quite understood what's going on. In Quebec, we have a system that regulates the amount, the greenhouse gas emissions as a whole that will be emitted. And so we have a system that states that in 2035 we have a limit. We have a limit set for 2035, and so we will reach our objectives, whether it please him or no. That is why the federal government hasn't asked Quebec to increase its price, because Quebec doesn't control the price, they control the caps. The member for Lévis-Lotbinière says that California might hear from the federal government of Canada that it should change its carbon pricing system. I think that he needs to realize how crazy that sounds. Questions and comments?
Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated the intervention from my colleague today. He put together his arguments very well, delivered it very passionately, probably a lot of assistance from the university that he attended, the best university in Canada. But in all seriousness, my question for him is that what I hear a lot is misinformation coming from Conservatives that somehow the federal backstop is applied to Quebec, when in reality, Quebec has been so progressive on pricing pollution through the cap and trade model with California, other states in the United States, and what unfortunately Ontario used to be part of but has now gotten out of, that the tax doesn't even apply to Quebec. But yet, day after day after day, Conservatives get up and say that it does. Why does he think that they are doing that? Does he think that they're specifically trying to spread misinformation to Quebecers?
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. What I believe is that the Conservatives are exploiting people's disarray against inflation and a difficult economy. And I also believe that the Conservatives in Quebec simply just bend to their leader's will so they can one day become a minister. This whilst trampling their own wants and needs. We have clean energy in Quebec, and so we have fewer polluting companies, and so we have less need for permits under the cap and trade system. And that is why the cap and trade system has a much weaker effect on Quebecers' purses. So Quebec has decided to use its environmental sovereignty, their environmental sovereignty, to have an effective and functional system that is to the benefit of Quebecers and Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Mirabel for such an impassionate speech. Quick comment, quick question. The member for Lethbridge called me a dictator because I wanted to protect Quebec artists who are at the forefront of our arts, and that should be supported. I will always protect Quebec artists. I'd like to come back to my question. How do we have so much misinformation that we have Conservatives who vote against the treaty with Ukraine by saying that it will increase carbon tax in Ukraine, Madam Speaker? It's completely nonsensical. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I always find it funny, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives say that they are for the free market. They're for capitalism. When it's time to help our media, all of a sudden, there should be a free market, everyone should disappear. But when it's time to promote our culture, to defend our artists, the free market, the American free market, should make our artists disappear. But when it's time to spend billions upon billions upon billions of Quebecers' money to fund a pipeline, all of a sudden, big government intervention. There are Conservatives, we heard it. There are Conservatives who, under Mulroney, participated in the privatization of crown corporations in the Mulroney government, who are here with us today, and who have never publicly gone against tens of billions of dollars in pipelines, Madam Speaker. That is the kind of common sense Conservatives we're seeing. Madam Speaker, we can have perhaps a take-note debate on misinformation, this kind of attitude. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, I would like to say straight away, we have absolutely no confidence in the Liberal government. My colleagues and myself have no problem declaring this before this Parliament. That is the reason for which we voted against this government on votes of confidence, such as budgets and speeches from the throne, on almost every occasion. So today the Conservatives are calling for a vote of no confidence, but they are not content simply to table a motion for Parliament to withdraw its confidence in the government. It's not just a simple question to that effect. It's a motion that links this to a specific question. What is this question? Is the issue that merits this that would lead to the overthrowing of this government? Could it be immigration? No, because the Conservatives are just like the Liberals. Would it be with regards to the billions paid annually to oil and gas, which continue to do as they please with the price at the pump? No, because the Conservatives are the same as the Liberals. Would it be on the nationalisation of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which now costs $34 billion, and most of which will be paid for by taxpayers? No, because Conservatives are just like the Liberals. Could it be that they are challenging Quebec's... No, because the Conservatives are just like the Liberals. Could it be a challenge against Quebec secularism? No, because the Conservatives are just like the Liberals. Would it be on abandoning Quebec's agricultural model? No, because the Conservatives are just like the Liberals. Would it be on First Nations? No, because the Conservatives are just like the Liberals. Would it be on medical assistance in dying? No, because the Conservatives are just like the Liberal. Would it be on the issue of national and constitutional questions? No, because the Conservatives are Liberals on the matter. Here we have the finest in Ottawa coalitions. It's rather ironic to hear the leader of the opposition say that the only difference between the Bloc and the Liberals was that we don't agree on where the capital should be. That's not true, first of all. But it would already be quite a big difference between a capital that we agree with and that we don't agree with. That is a full difference between us and the Liberals. So if it's on none of these issues, what can the Conservative motion actually be about, which they claim would be completely in the interests of Quebecers? I have it here before me on a tax that doesn't even apply to Quebec in the first place.
So the Conservatives' motion proposes to trigger a referendum against the carbon tax in the rest of Canada. What's more, not raising the carbon tax in the rest of Canada could hurt Quebec. If the rest of Canada stops putting a price on pollution, while Quebec continues to do so with its own separate system, the carbon exchange, the cap and trade system, which I would remind you was introduced by the Liberal government of the current member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis, carbon cap and trade system that was welcomed by the current member for Louis Saint Laurent when both were sitting in Quebec City. Quebec households and businesses would be at a disadvantage. It's only logical. So today, the Conservative Party of Canada is proposing a referendum to advocate fiscal and climate injustice to the detriment of Quebec's competitiveness. It was important to make that clear. Eric O'Toole's contract with Quebec, his deal with Quebec, is obviously a thing of the distant past. Now, I can't believe that they don't get this. While people are starving under inflation, the profits of a tiny minority are reaching record levels. And the current leader of the opposition says Quebec is very important, but he doesn't even listen to his own members from Quebec. So there is a scandal when it comes to energy, and it's not the carbon tax. While people are struggling, others are lining their pockets. Inflation is putting a huge burden on ordinary people, but oil and gas have been reaping record profits in recent years. $38 billion over 3 years, half of that in 2022 alone. This is a far cry from the inflationary reality of most people. Since 70% of oil and gas shareholders are foreign, all that profit is going abroad. What's even more scandalous is that the gift to shareholders is twofold. Users pay at the pump, but also as taxpayers, they send their taxes to the ultra-rich so that they can continue to live the good life. It seems to me they don't need any more gifts from Ottawa. I think the subsidies to the oil patch are clearly unnecessary. In the last two budgets, Ottawa announced its plan to introduce 6 tax credits for oil companies. And according to the Finance Department, those tax credits will amount to $83 billion between now and 2035. Is that Ottawa's green transition? The Liberals are the real friends of the Conservatives, not the poor people, or rather the oil patch is the real friends of the Conservatives, not the poor people who have to queue up at food banks and struggle to find housing. The oil and gas companies are the true cronies of the Conservatives. It's not ordinary people who are struggling to feed themselves and pay the rent or even find a home. Madam Speaker, tell them to stop the nonsense. We don't believe them. We never did, and we still don't. If the Conservatives had introduced a non-confidence motion calling into question the massive profits of the oil patch, or to put an end to this great corporate BS at the expense of taxpayers, corporate welfare, rather, at the expense of taxpayers and at the expense of users, we would no doubt have been there. Until then, stop wasting our time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Lévis.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and I'd just like to make sure I get the feeling that once again my colleague will be voting along Liberal lines to support this government that's costing Canadians a fortune, and that's the problem. Can my colleague tell us whether he will once again be voting along with the Liberal government? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Let's take note of the date, Madam Speaker. It's March 21st, and a Conservative is telling me that I wasn't clear enough in my speech. March 21st, 2024. We've seen it all now. I would simply answer that we have no confidence in this government, but this motion, if it were to trigger an election on a single theme, the theme is fraudulent. It goes against Quebec. So in that context, it's very serious. And I said, if the question really affected Quebecers and not in a way that harmed them, we would have voted for it. And I still await the day when the Conservatives criticize the profits of the oil patch, because that's the scandal.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Victoria.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. He talked a lot about the handouts to big oil and gas, and we just heard that the Trans Mountain pipeline is going to cost taxpayers $34 billion. That money could have gone into climate solutions. We had the Environment Commissioner come to the Environment Committee, we had the Environment Minister come to Environment Committee, and I asked him if it was a mistake. He refused to answer. He said that should be for the Finance Minister. And I said, you're at the cabinet table, you make decisions with this government, and yet he still refused to take accountability for this decision. Can you talk a little about the lack of courage from the Liberals when it comes to taking on oil and gas?
I won't talk about that, but I do want to remind the member she's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So through you, I'll answer my colleague here. I would say that this undermines two things. One, the idea of a government, the idea that a government has to govern, it seems to me, and it also undermines the kind of crazy parliamentary system we're in, and that is the principle of ministerial responsibility. So the government is supposed to be accountable to Parliament. So I wasn't aware of that situation, but unfortunately it doesn't surprise me. A representative of the government who goes to a committee to answer to parliamentarians, and they're supposed to be, the minister's supposed to be accountable. And if the minister says that's not my job, even though it is part of his portfolio, it would have been one thing to say, I don't have that information, I don't know, but to say I'm not responsible for getting that information to you, it seems to me that that makes no sense. There's time for a quick question.
Spanish Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I fully agree with my colleague from Victoria that the Trans Mountain pipeline goes against the climate, the interests of the climate. The cost is mind-boggling, over $34 billion for a pipeline that the private sector in the form of Kinder Morgan said there's no business case. And I would ask for further comment from my colleague from the bloc. Quick answer, the honourable member. Well, let's be frank. I think I already said, and I think my colleague knows our position on the specific question of that pipeline. But in a general sense, when we say that fossil fuels are a thing of the past and we need a transition, has to start right away, and you need a plan for that transition. So to say we're right here now, in a few years we want to be there, well, you have to take the logical steps to get there. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to note that I will be splitting my time with the member from Timmins James Bay. Right now, Canadians are struggling. They're struggling with the cost of living, paying for rent, paying for groceries, paying for medication. They're struggling because they are also feeling the profound impacts of the climate crisis. Thousands of people evacuated from their homes in the wildfires last year. Hundreds of people dying in the heat dome that hit British Columbia. Hurricanes, drought, extreme flooding. The climate crisis is here now. But unfortunately, we have on one side of the House a party that denies that climate change is even a crisis. And on the other side, we have a party who makes promises, breaks promises, who talks about climate action, but doesn't take the action necessary that would match the scale and urgency of the crisis that we're in. You know, I've heard from so many people in my home community of Victoria who care about the environment. They want to protect their family. They are choking on smoke during the summers. They're seeing the profound impact that this crisis is having across our country. And they're also very concerned about how they're going to make rent next month or pay for their mortgage. They're very concerned about the skyrocketing costs of food, of gas, of medication, of everything. People are just struggling to get by. And unfortunately, they don't have a government that is looking out for them. Instead, what we see is that there are people at the very, very top, CEOs, the wealthiest corporations, who are making record profits. The oil and gas industry, gouging Canadians at the pump, continuing to rake in billions of dollars, and then getting handouts from this government in carbon capture and storage, in the billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies that this government and consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have been giving for decades. Grocery store CEOs are making millions of dollars, while everyday Canadians are just struggling to afford their bills. And while the Conservatives today have put forward a motion pretending that they care, pretending they want to give Canadians a break, we know that corporate greed is what is driving up inflation. Corporate greed is driving up the cost of groceries. Real estate developers, rich investors are treating our housing market, like a place to get rich. When they look out at the housing market, they see something great that's working for them. When everyday Canadians experience the housing market, it is a crisis. It is scary. It is scary to not know whether you are going to be rent-evicted. It's scary to not know if you lose your home, are you going to be able to find one that you're able to afford? Are you going to be able to pay for your mortgage next month? But the Conservatives, their governing body is made up, 50% of it is made up of lobbyists from these very industries, real estate investors, oil and gas, pharmaceutical companies. It's no wonder they don't want to take on corporate greed. It's no wonder they refuse to put forward solutions that would actually tackle the inequity that exists in our country. But on the other side of the House, while the Liberals talk about climate action, while they talk about affordability, they won't take the actual action needed to take on these big corporations. They refuse to address the climate emergency with the urgency at the scale that is required. And to be honest, if you have an option between climate denial and climate delay, the result is the same. It's climate inaction. It's continuing to see people struggle. And what people in Canada are seeing more and more is that the climate crisis is a pocketbook issue. When crops fail, when there is multi-year droughts, when there are wildfires, impacts communities, the cost of groceries goes up. When we have oil and gas companies and rich CEOs at the head of grocery store chains making record profits and everyday Canadians struggling with the cost of living and the impacts of the climate crisis, you would think we would have a government that would take action. There are solutions. We could implement a windfall profits tax on oil and gas companies, and we could put that money into retrofitting people's homes, into building public transit, into the climate solutions that we know will make a difference, into renewable energy. But instead we have a government that has invested $35 billion into the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And we know that the oil sands have been ramping up production in anticipation of the Trans Mountain Pipeline opening. Imagine, in a climate crisis, ramping up oil and gas production so that you can ship raw bitumen to the coast, threatening our coastal communities, threatening our ecosystems, threatening the very livelihood of coastal communities, threatening Indigenous communities. And it is so disheartening. And I think it makes Canadians cynical when a government declares a climate emergency and the very next day approves the Trans Mountain Pipeline. It makes people cynical when the Prime Minister gets up and says, I believe in climate change, I believe in the climate crisis, but then puts forward an oil and gas cap that is so watered down that it doesn't even meet their own weak climate targets. It doesn't even meet our Paris agreements. This is not climate leadership. Canadians shouldn't have to choose between bad and worse. Canadians shouldn't have to choose between deny and delay. Let's implement a windfall tax on big oil and gas. Let's make sure that all low and middle income Canadians have access to a heat pump. Let's make sure that we're investing in our public transit systems, in reducing our emissions, in ensuring that we invest in renewable energy. There are billions of dollars that this government continues to hand out to wealthy oil and gas CEOs in the form of fossil fuel subsidies that could be going into climate solutions. But you won't hear either of these parties talking about moving the billions of dollars that they hand out to big oil and gas through carbon capture and storage or through the tax breaks to the oil and gas industry. You won't hear them talking about moving that money into supporting communities who are impacted by the climate crisis. We could fund a youth climate corps, employ young people in the industries, the jobs of the future, in responding to climate disasters, in making our communities more climate resilient, in bringing down our greenhouse gas emissions, retrofitting our homes, changing over our infrastructure to green infrastructure, ensuring that we build an economy, a country that is climate safe, that is climate resilient. Every day I hear from Canadians who are worried about their future, but they're also worried about right now. Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. They're struggling seeing the impacts of the climate crisis, and they want a government that will take on the culprits, the people who are fueling this crisis, the people who are gouging Canadians. It's time that we had a government that looked out for everyday Canadians, not just the people at the very, very top, not just those CEOs who are ripping people off. It's time that we took care of Canadians who are seeing their costs go up. We're seeing their communities sometimes devastated by extreme flooding, by continued drought, by wildfires that start, wildfire season starting in February. We now know that Canada has the worst air pollution in North America. Last year we had the best in North America, and now because of wildfires, the top 13 worst polluted cities in North America are here in Canada. I just want to finish by saying Canadians deserve better. Canadians deserve a government and parties. Every party should be fighting the climate crisis like we want to win.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. For months, the Conservatives have been blaming everything on the carbon tax. If things are going badly with culture, then it's the carbon tax fault. If people are going to food banks, if they're asking for medical assistance in dying, it's all the carbon tax's fault. It's like a song about a scapegoat. Well, it's the same thing here. The Conservative agenda is all about scapegoating the carbon tax. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues specifically about food banks. What we're hearing in my region is that it's climate change that's making the costs of food go up. We know that farmers are having trouble because there's either drought or too much rain. I'd like to hear from my colleague about this aspect, the costs of food going up, the effects of climate change, which are still being denied by the Conservatives.
Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member so much for her question, and she has it exactly right. The climate crisis is impacting food costs. We know there are multi-year droughts in British Columbia, in Alberta, that crops are being impacted. Just this week, the province of British Columbia created a fund, water infrastructure fund, $80 million to support farmers because they know what's coming. We have seen the impacts of this multi-year drought on farmers, on our crops. That is felt by consumers at the grocery store. Costs are rising. The experts have communicated this very well. It is not the carbon tax that is making groceries so expensive. It is the climate crisis, but it is also corporate greed. Rich CEOs, the Galen Westons of the world, are making record profits, and they are gouging Canadians, and we need a government who will take this on.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Goldfields.
Speaker and honourable friend from Victoria, I think we agree on many things, but will she agree with me that it's never too late, even after $34 billion has been wasted on building the Trans Mountain Pipeline, to refuse to open it? The use of the Trans Mountain Pipeline will have the effect of increasing greenhouse gases from the oil sands and massively increasing the risk of a dilbit spill in the Salish Sea, which cannot be cleaned up.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank the member for her question, but also for ongoing advocacy on this. The Trans Mountain Pipeline is a complete disaster. It is an economic and environmental boondoggle. We do not want to see the increase in bitumen in our coast, the increase in tanker traffic, the impacts that have on coastal marine ecosystems, on emissions globally. This project is a disaster. It should have never happened.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for highlighting the tremendous risks that the climate crisis presents Canadians, in particular young people. We've heard just recently from young people across the country, from coast to coast, about the need to ensure young people are at the forefront of action in this country. We know that there are solutions to the climate crisis that young people so desperately want to be involved in particular their work in promoting the Youth Climate Corps. Can the members speak about the importance of having youth at the forefront of what will be the devastating consequences of climate change if we do not act?
The honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, but also for his ongoing advocacy for the Youth Climate Corps. We co-hosted a Youth Climate Corps town hall, and we had hundreds of young people join us. There were people in watch parties, in-person watch parties, in 16 communities across Canada who are urgently wanting a government to take action and who want to get involved, who want to actually make a tangible difference. A Youth Climate Corps could employ young people in the climate solutions, train them up in the jobs of the future, give them access to training and education. We know that young people feel the climate crisis acutely. Over 50% of them have said that they are so concerned about climate change that it impacts their daily life. And the vast majority of them are so concerned that it is impacting how they live, how they are able to engage. And so we need to give young people a pathway to make a difference. The Youth Climate Corps is a way that we can do this.
We have to resume debate. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise in Parliament, and on my way over here, I had to almost elbow my way through the big long line of Conservatives with their phones doing these selfie videos that they were here in Parliament today and they were going to huff and they were going to puff and they might blow the House down tonight, but please send us money to our addresses as quickly as you can. $630 million, Madam Speaker. That's the price of a federal election. So if we tell our constituents and the people of Canada that the member for Carleton, the official leader, is going to cost the Canadian taxpayer $630 million in an election because things are so desperate and people need to stand up, then we certainly expect him to be here to do that work, if it's that serious. Exactly. Because it's, just this past Monday, Madam Speaker, we had 9 confidence votes. Now, a confidence vote, for those who watch conservative TikTok, we'll give them a little explanation. A confidence vote causes an election. And yet we saw all the dutiful backbench Conservatives vote to show confidence in the government. And now 3 days later, it is the huff and the puff and they may blow the House down strategy when there's going to be 9 confidence votes tonight. So given the importance of this, given the fact that we will plunge the nation into this election at this time, I really hope to see the member from Stornoway, who lives in Stornoway, standing here leading his troops, because it's one of the concerns I've had. Now, I've been accused of making claims about his background and the fact that he apparently worked for Dairy Queen. And I'm willing to retract that because we actually don't know if he worked at Dairy Queen. I've tried to find what his job resume was before he became a professional, political, whatever he's been his whole life. And there's some say he had a paper route. Others say he worked at Dairy Queen. It doesn't seem that he actually may have done both. But here's the thing. If you worked at Dairy Queen, I'm sure they taught you that you have to show up. Because showing up is a fundamental thing you learn in jobs. When I was younger and I was trying to feed my 2 young daughters then, working on construction sites, I was told if you're not ready to go with all your tools by 7:30 in the morning, don't bother showing up. And I had to pay the rent at the end of the month, so I learned to show up. But I raise this, Madam Speaker, because there's a pattern with the member. Do you remember when he said that he was going to stand in the House and speak until the budget fell? That was extraordinary. And all his, all the little Conservatives who repeat all his talking points, who get the gold stars, they all stood around him and they were going to stay in the House until he brought the House down and caused an election. And then after about 2 hours, he kind of ran out of gas because he ran out of slogans. Because there's only so many times you can read. When your entire electoral platform is a bumper sticker slogan, even the member for Stornoway gets tired. So after 2 hours, he gave up and he went home. Oh, I thought they were going to have an election. And then, do you remember, before Christmas, he said, He was going to keep us in the House until Christmas voting. And we all came and waited, and that never happened. And again, I don't know whether it was off having canapes and mojitos with Jenny Byrne, the lobbyist for Loblaws, and her staff, who apparently are lobbying the federal government through forecheck strategies, but we didn't see him. But all the poor schleps were left here for 2 nights doing the hard lifting of voting against the government. And what did they vote against? They voted against support for Ukraine. And that was actually one time he showed up. He showed up to vote against Ukraine. So he had to be on the record he was going to vote against Ukraine because, you know, Tucker Carlson would have been displeased. But they voted against clean water on reserves. They wanted to get that on the record. You know, they voted against the National Suicide Hotline. They showed up to vote against that because they were going to force an election. And I felt bad for, you know, my colleagues in the Conservatives who dutifully stayed up all night when the member was off having canapes at fundraisers. And so we didn't go to Christmas. But he was going to bring the House down. So on Monday night, historic opportunity to bring the government down. Well, he was voting from behind the curtain. And that was the night that we moved the historic vote for peace in Gaza. A vote that has been recognized around the world and that numerous other jurisdictions are now following Canada's lead because the New Democrats showed up that night. New Democrats showed what it means to come to work every day and work and to find a compromise plan to recognize the need to deal with the horrific death of innocent children in Gaza, while also saying that the people of Israel have a right to live in peace, whilst condemning the terrorist attacks of Hamas, but saying that the Netanyahu government cannot be given any more weapons because of the systemic killing of journalists and aid workers and children. New Democrats showed up because that's historic. Because, again, advice to the member who probably put some ice cream and walnuts on the Dairy Queen banana floats. If you are going to be a leader of this country, you show up and you stand up on these historic moments. You don't get to go off to Stornoway and have canapes and leave the poor schleps on the back bench to do the heavy lifting. So Monday night, that was an opportunity, and he missed it. So today, he comes in again. And he's the bumper sticker slogans, you gotta put 3 or 4 of their bumper stickers side by side now. And this is a moment. He says that they're going to axe the tax and they're going to force an election. Will he be here tonight? It's $630 million. He's saying he's putting on the line. Because I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, in 2021, when the Liberals decided to go to an election, I heard from people who said, get back to work. They wanted us to work in here and get something done. And they said, what are you going to do if you go back to Parliament? And I said, we're going to get national dental care. Because we heard about that at the doors. And we will fight to get national pharmacare. You give us a check to hold the Liberals to account, and we will hold them to account, because that's what we do. We show up for work. It's not a hard concept. You know, Canadians are hardworking people. They show up for work. They understand. But Canadians aren't dummies. And Canadians know that when the member who lives in the 19-room mansion with his own private chef goes on about a carbon tax affecting the price of food, when we know it has been relentless gouging by Loblaws, and we've never, ever heard him speak about Loblaws. Canadians aren't dummies when they find out that, hey, Jenny Byrne, his chief boss, is a lobbyist for Loblaws.
Incredible.
And so last night, a working-class guy who has to drive his truck to get to work, and he drives 50 to 100 kilometers each day to get out to the mine, and he wrote me and he said, hey, what about this carbon tax, you know? Because I've seen that the price of gas in our region went up 20 cents overnight. I said, yeah, you're getting gouged. And so he said, can you break down the carbon price for me? And I said, yeah, it's 3 cents a liter. So he said, well, where'd the other 17 cents go? Well, the other 17 cents went to Rich Kruger, the CEO of Suncor, who told his investors at the height of the most catastrophic climate catastrophe that we've experienced that there was an urgency for them to make even more money. They made $78 billion, the oil industry in Canada last year, and you've never heard the member who lives in Stornoway talk about that. You've never heard a single Alberta Conservative stand up 4 years into a brutal drought where the Old Man River Reservoir is almost empty. Where I was in Edmonton in January and there was like no snow on the ground and it was above zero. You've never heard a single Conservative talk when they are announcing fire season in northern Alberta in February because of the climate catastrophe, because they are climate deniers. And there's a reason they're climate deniers, is because if they admitted that the planet is on fire and children can't go out because of the catastrophic fumes from the oil and gas sector's pumping of CO2 emissions, then they'd have to have a plan. But they don't have a plan because it doesn't fit on a bumper sticker slogan. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to conclude on this simple thing. The member for Stornoway says he's going to lead this country. He's going to force an election. He's going to, bring it home. He's going to axe the yak and do all the other track. He's going to axe all the yakking while he's doing the backtracking all the way to a fundraising event tonight. He should show up.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Madam Speaker, this member knows exactly what's going on with the Conservatives. It's all theater. It's all theatrics. While they're out there wearing their cult jerseys, doing their videos, and talking about what's going on. Let me read what the member from Calgary Shepherd put on Facebook. He said, the NDP Liberal Coalition voted against the Conservative motion to spike the carbon tax hike. It was Trudeau's last chance to provide relief for Canadians. Brace yourselves for impact. Conservatives are now calling on a vote of no confidence, steering us straight to a carbon tax election. This is the theater. This is the theater that's being put on by these jokers in order to raise money. What does a member think of that?
Well, member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Well, I've watched the member who lives in the 19-room mansion in Stornoway brace for impact time and time again as he stands up and announces he's going to huff, he's going to puff, he's going to vote Parliament down. But then he really can't be here because he's got to head off to a fundraiser with Jenny Byrne and the Loblaws lobbyists and Forecheck Strategies and have canapes at Stornoway. So my only concern is the poor schleps here who are left behind. Night after night having to vote, having to stand up to vote against Ukraine, having to stand up and vote against a national suicide crisis while their boss is drinking mojitos. Brace for impact, Conservatives. It'll be one more night where they got to show up. Oh, and wait a minute, weren't we supposed to vote and they were going to huff and puff all weekend long? Then they get, oh, well, it's going to be too long. Can we just go?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Niagara.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his comments, I think. But you know what, Madam Speaker? It must be great being a member of the NDP. The paragons of virtue who come here and criticize members on this side, yet what have they accomplished on their side for Canadians? Madam Speaker, the price of housing is doubled. Mortgage costs have doubled. 2 million people are visiting food banks because of their support of this Liberal government. And when they talk about environmental policies, well, guess what? The carbon tax isn't an environmental policy. Can you tell us, the honourable member, how much have carbon taxes been reduced because of this carbon tax?
As the honourable member knows, I can't answer any question, but the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, imagine the poor Conservatives who've come here for 3 years and jumped up and down and howled at the moon and said that they're going to bring Haley's Comet to strike this place, and then the next they've got something else. Ask New Democrats how to get things done. So I'm more than willing to help school my friend. I can't see his name tag, but what did we do? We showed up and we got a national dental care strategy while they said they'd vote against it. We got coverage for diabetes, which they would take away from people, while the member for Stornoway has all those benefits. And we got peace and Canada stand for Gaza, while they stood back and did nothing except huff. For nothing. You have no more.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague is right. We are losing an entire day, and I don't think we can afford that. This is political theater from the Conservatives, not even good theater. My question: we're going to have votes until midnight on Friday and on Saturday. It's not that I have an issue with sitting on a Saturday, but the fact that it's going to happen during Brian Mulroney's funeral. So I'd like to hear from my colleague. What is his opinion on this?
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
J'ai beaucoup de respect pour la question.
I have a great deal of respect for this question.
Posit, Madam Speaker, that our Conservatives who are demanding they're going to vote till midnight on Saturday, they're going to keep it. I bet they're going to fold like cheap suits because they always do. So I would encourage my friend to probably plan to go home because the leader from the Conservatives is going to be off doing fundraisers and drinking canapes with lobbyists for Loblaws and Jenny Byrne, while the rest of the schleps are going to start to cry and they're going to say, can we please go home? And they're all going to leave. So I'm ready to stay till Saturday night, but I was ready to vote till Christmas, and they all packed up and left. But now I would say if there's going to be a vote against Ukraine on Saturday night, they will all come in to make sure they're there. But if we don't vote against Ukraine, I bet the Conservatives all want to go home.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I'll start by saying that I agree with much of what the member from Timmins, James Bay, just said. You talk about the Conservative hype. This, like I said in my question to him, is just theater. It's theater for Conservatives. It's theater to motivate their base. It's theater to raise money. That's all. That's it. And it's nothing more. They talk about we're bringing in a confidence vote this evening. We have 11 confidence votes this evening. We're voting on the estimates. They're all confidence votes. But they would rather play this up and then put on their cult jerseys that they got the other day at their caucus meeting, go out into the lobby, film their selfie videos, tell the world how they're about to, bring down the government, but you better donate here so that we can get an extra $20 from you to make it happen. And then, of course, it'll fall flat. Nothing will happen, and the leader of the opposition will be at his fundraiser this evening. I found it very interesting, and I listened to his speech today, Madam Speaker. I listened to the leader of the opposition's speech, and I heard what he had to say. I heard him talk about headlines, and there's a couple headlines he forgot to bring up when he was speaking, like this one headline, Madam Speaker, that says, corporate lobbyists are flocking to the leader of the opposition's cash for access fundraisers. Listen to this. They say the Conservative leader took aim, and we will all remember this, at Canada's corporate lobbyists in a speech a week ago to the Vancouver Board of Trade, saying that lobbyists were utterly useless and that under a Conservative government, they would no longer write policy and expect it to be implemented. However, they go on to say, but in the past weeks and months, his party has, in fact, widely opened the doors to them. The leader of the opposition has rubbed shoulders with more than 100 active or recent lobbyists at dozens of fundraising events since he became leader in 2022. The lobbyists are for the oil and natural resource companies, big banks, telecoms, large retailers, and real estate investors, paid for entry to private cash for access fundraisers with the leader of the opposition. So, Madam Speaker, you have an individual who on the one hand will go out to the Vancouver Board of Trade, stand there and say, lobbyists are utterly useless. I will never listen to them. But then you find out through access to information or getting the lists of the donors, the people that are actually going to these fundraisers that he's having are all lobbyists. It's the hypocrisy that comes from him. But there's another headline that he forgot to mention, Madam Speaker, and this is more recent. This one's from this morning in the Globe and Mail. The leader of the opposition's campaign manager, Jenny Byrne, established a second lobbying firm from the same office. Listen to this, Madam Speaker. It says on the Monday after the leader of the opposition's September 10th, 2022 leadership win, the president and senior vice president of Jenny Byrne and Associates incorporated ForeCheck Strategies. Many of the staff who worked for Ms. Byrne's firm also lobby federally for ForeCheck. Clients who book meetings on the new company's website were redirected to the booking system for Jenny Burns and Associates. And of course, that function has been removed, as was Ms. Burns' headshot posted on the website after the Globe's inquiries about the connection between the two firms. Wow. So look what you have here. Not only did we raise the hypocrisy of Jenny Byrne being an active lobbyist a couple months ago, but she knew it and they knew it the day after he became the leader. She went out and set up a new company to be a lobbyist, removed her association from it, or at least tried to. But when people would go on that website, ended up going to the exact same booking information for Jenny Burns and Associates. That tells you not only did they know what they were doing was wrong, but they actively tried to preempt getting caught. But unfortunately, they still did get caught, Madam Speaker, at least unfortunately for them. And that's what you have going on here. This leader of the opposition is no different than Donald Trump in the United States. He will get in front of his rallies, he will grab that microphone, he'll tell the crowd what they want to hear, he'll throw lobbyists under the bus and say that they're the worst human beings ever, but then turn right around, just like Donald Trump would, and open up his hand to receive money from them. So when this leader of the opposition or any member say, oh, we're nothing like the MAGA Republicans in the United States, I call BS. Because that is absolutely not true, Madam Speaker. He is exactly like Donald Trump. He's employing the exact same tactics. He's receiving the exact same money using the exact same way that Donald Trump would do that. You know, I find it fascinating that today's motion, Madam Speaker, is a confidence motion to trigger an election on an issue they ran on. In 2021, they ran on pricing pollution. We literally delivered to them what they wanted, and now they're saying we need to call an election on it because we don't think it was a good idea. This is what we're dealing with over there. It's absolutely ludicrous. It's absolutely insane. They can't even, be consistent on anything. And it's because they deny climate change. As many members have said, the Bloc members, NDP, Liberals, they deny climate change. They deny that it's something that we have to deal with. They deny the reality of it. I found it really interesting, and I felt for him when the member from South Shore St. Margaret said in a passionate question of the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, he got up and he said, no, I am a progressive conservative. I was from the days of progressive conservative. How dare you suggest that I don't belong to that party of past former progressive conservatives? I would say to the member from South Shore St. Margaret, he didn't leave the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party left him. And it's true. You look at people like Flora MacDonald, the last Conservative to be elected from Kingston and the Islands back in 1984. Flora MacDonald, who went on to be the first female to run in a national leadership campaign. Flora MacDonald, who worked side by side with people like Brian Mulroney. These were progressive conservatives who cared about the environment. They brought countries together from around the world and said, listen, we don't care the problem with the ozone layer. We need to fix it. We need to work together. They were not just protecting the Canadian environment, they were leaders on the global front when it came to saving the issue that we had with the ozone layer back in the 90s. Acid rain. George Bush Sr. was against doing anything on acid rain. It was Brian Mulroney who pushed George Bush Sr. and kept asking the Americans and saying, we need to do something about acid rain, that we finally got them to sit down and come to an agreement on how we could control acid rain on this continent. Those are the progressive conservatives. Those are the conservatives that the member from South Shore St. Margaret are hearkening back to. But he, unfortunately, does not belong to a party anymore that resembles any slight comparison to that progressive conservative party. People like Flora MacDonald, people like Kim Campbell, people like Joe Clark, people like Brian Mulroney, these were leaders when it came to the environment. This Conservative Party has absolutely no interest in it. But let's just get out of Canada for a second and look at what's going on globally, Madam Speaker. Globally, we're seeing price on pollution in one form or another throughout the entire world. And the leader of the opposition wants to try to suggest as though this is a uniquely Canadian situation, having a price on pollution. Well, I would say to him that every country has a price on pollution in one form or another. You know, we often hear the United States doesn't have a price on pollution. Yes, they do. Many of the states are part of the cap and trade system. It's called the Western Initiative. Back in the early 2000s, the environment ministers of provinces like Quebec and Ontario went down and negotiated with California and other U.S. states to implement a cap and trade system. Cap and trade is just another form of pricing pollution. And so when conservatives get up and say we're the only country that has, or imply that we're the only country that has a price on pollution, they're absolutely wrong. But, you know, the hypocrisy doesn't even end there, Madam Speaker. You know, there are even conservatives that sit here today that not only ran on pricing pollution, I've already talked about that, but there are conservatives that have implemented pricing pollution in this country. The member from Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge was in the provincial legislature in BC when they brought in pricing pollution. Two members currently sit here today, the member from Louis Saint Laurent and another member who were sitting in the Quebec National Assembly when they unanimously adopted pricing pollution. The member from Louis Saint Laurent, was the leader of his party at the time when they did that. You cannot make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. And now they come back in here and they speak as though it's such a foreign concept that they could never understand how anybody would ever be interested in pricing pollution, given their record. Like, I would be embarrassed to be them to even stand up and ask questions or even vote on issues regarding this when they are 100% doing a 180-degree turn on where they were before. What we know, Madam Speaker, despite the rhetoric, is that pricing pollution works, but more importantly, 8 out of 10 Canadians get more back than they pay into it. Right. This is Groundhog Day, as members from the NDP have said. I remember talking about this just 2 days ago, and I will remind the House what I said 2 days ago. Just before we broke for the 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, in all these discussions about the pricing pollution, I went in Ontario. My home in Ontario is heated by natural gas. I get that natural gas from Enbridge. I went and I looked at all of my bills in 2023, and I added up the price on pollution, the carbon tax that I was paying, and it totaled in my house to $379.93 per year. That's what I'm paying. Now, I drive an electric car, and my wife drives an electric hybrid plug-in, Madam Speaker, so it would be unfair for me to just stop there. So let's assume that I did also drive a fully gas vehicle. Well, the average gas vehicle consumes 1,667 liters of gas per year. In 2023, which is where I'm doing the calculations, that would amount to $238.55 per year that I would have paid on that car. Now, my wife and I both drive a gas car. I added those two plus my heating that I already talked about, and it comes out to $855 that my household would have spent on the two highest contributing factors to what people pay on a price on pollution. I'm getting back, Madam Speaker. I'm not trusting what the government tells me, and I'm not trusting, what is posted on a website. I went and looked at my actual bank statement to look at what was actually deposited into my account. And when I combine those four payments, it came out to $885. Madam Speaker, in my scenario that I laid out to you, I am still ahead given all of that. And so when conservatives say that the vast majority don't get back, they're absolutely wrong. And that is why, Madam Speaker, that 94% of households with incomes below $50,000 receive rebates that exceed their carbon tax costs in 2023. I don't even have to believe anybody. I just know that I benefited. I'm in the net positive, and so therefore, when I read stats that suggest that 94% of households with incomes below $50,000 get more money back, it is extremely easy to believe, given that I've seen what the impact is on me personally. Only about 55% of households with incomes above $250,000 receive more back in payments than they pay. This is because, Madam Speaker, when you consider who those 2 out of 10 are, and if you want to have a question of who those 2 out of 10 are, if you want to have a discussion about that, these are people who live in probably big houses with multiple vehicles, probably toys that consume a lot of gas or a lot of fossil fuels, Madam Speaker. That's who the 2 out of 10 are. But do you think conservatives care about the 8 out of 10? No, they don't. They only care about the 2 out of 10. And that's why they keep fighting this false narrative and driving a false narrative based on misinformation back to people, and in particular the 8 out of 10 people, because they would like to dupe them into believing their claims so that the 2 out of 10 can benefit more. So, Madam Speaker, I will close with a couple quotes that I have here. And one quote I found very interesting, and this was recently on Radio Canada, where it was the interviewer asked the chair of the Economic Sector Management, HEC, Mr. Pierre-Olivier Pinault. He asked, the interviewer asked, when you hear the leader of the opposition say that carbon pricing increases the burden on taxpayers, while this week we also heard the Minister of the Environment retort that 80% of Canadians receive more back than they pay, who is telling the truth? And I can understand why people want to know that. The chair in the energy sector management said this. He said, well, the environment minister is telling the truth and the leader of the opposition is acting in very bad faith when he claims that it adds to the burden. Because in provinces where the federal carbon pricing applies, the federal government sends checks to all households which net benefit the majority of Canadians. So, in fact, the leader of the opposition's plan, if it were implemented, a large number of households would no longer receive these checks, making them poorer on the contrary. So it's really playing on perceptions, because it's true that at the pump there's an extra cost, but in the taxpayers' pockets it's beneficial. These are the experts that are saying this, Madam Speaker. These are the people that are contradicting these conservatives on a daily basis, who are out there trying to inform the public as to what's really going on and what the real reality is in these situations. Conservatives can continue to harp ad nausea about the price on pollution, but in reality, more people get back. So what do conservatives really want to do? What do they really want to axe? Conservatives want to axe the rebate. Conservatives want to axe the measures that we've put in place to help Canadians get through the effects of climate change, to help Canadians deal with the reality that when you price pollution, you are just putting a price on a bad product. I mean, we all pay property taxes to dispose of our garbage that we put at the curb. We all do that without batting an eyelash at it, because we accept the fact that a reality of producing garbage and putting it in a landfill or dealing with it in one way or the other has to be dealt with. The exact same logic applies to carbon that's in the atmosphere. Carbon that is being put into the atmosphere that will stay there for generations and that will have impacts for generations to come. Putting a price on that will do exactly what putting a price on garbage does. It incentivizes people to make different choices, to recycle more, to put less in a garbage bag, to develop strategies and ideas as to what they can do to reduce their impact. And the nice thing is, Madam Speaker, that in the process, when people do start to make those choices and those transitions, they will even end up further ahead as a result when it comes to how much money they're receiving back. Madam Speaker, I certainly will not be voting in favor of the opposition motion today. I am very glad to hear around the room that it appears as though all of my colleagues in the other political parties will not be following suit the same way. It is incredible to work with adults in the room from time to time, because they do exist in here, unlike the Conservatives. You know, I heard a Conservative member question a couple minutes ago. He said, well, what has the NDP done? The NDP's done more in the short time that they've had an agreement with the government than the Conservatives have done in the over 8 years that I've been here. The only thing they ever do is whine and complain about everything. Finally, you have adults in the room. You know, they might be small in number, but the impact that the NDP has far outweighs any of the impact that the Conservatives have. They've actually been able to get things done. They've been able to put forward their initiatives. They understand what it's like to work in a minority parliament. They understand that at the end of the day, our job here is to do things on behalf of Canadians and improve their lives, not just come here and yell and bark at the Prime Minister and accuse him of every possible accusation they can come up with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Je crois savoir que l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
I believe the member for Beauport-Limoilou is rising on a point of order. Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. I'd like to add my comments to the question of privilege raised yesterday by the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes on the subject of the testimony of Kristen Firth at the OGO committee. The Bloc is critical of the fact that during the witness's evidence, the witness declined to answer repeatedly a number of questions. They're not exempted from answering questions just because the RCMP are investigating them. Mr. Firth's questions were not answered, and some of the answers were misleading or false and contradictory with previous evidence given before the same committee. That said, I don't intend to defend the witness's lack of answers at committee. If the House is of the view that there's a prima facie case of contempt of Parliament, and if the question is studied at the Procedure Committee, it would be important to consider the reasons given by the witness for refusing to answer. The witness may not be covered by immunity, and anything the witness said could potentially be used against them in a court case, as the media have reported, both traditional and social media. This question needs an answer, and that would allow committee work not to be slowed down or blocked by witnesses who have concerns about their immunity from prosecution. And it's up to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to consider whether or not there was a prima facie case of a question of privilege or even contempt of Parliament. As the member who raised this question said, witnesses are expected to answer all questions the committee asks. They may object to questions put by a committee member, but if the committee agrees that the question should be asked, that the question is in order, then the witness has to answer. A witness who refuses to answer can be reported back to the House, and according to Bosch and Gagnon, this is the practice. And a witness who declines to answer a question or refuses to give truthful answers can be accused of contempt of Parliament, according to Bosch and Gagnon. Once again, the committee was unanimous in reporting this issue back to the House, and this shows how serious the situation is. According to Bosch and Gagnon, in their third edition, and this is important, refusing to answer a question or to provide information to a committee or to deliberately mislead a committee may constitute contempt of Parliament. Given the witness's immunity and despite the questions raised previously, the Bloc is of the view that the diversion by Mr. Firth in dodging questions was unacceptable, and we are of the view that there is a prima facie case of privilege, breach of privilege, or contempt of Parliament. Thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her contribution to this question, which will be studied by the chair in the days to come.
And comments, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to let everyone know after 8 years, we all know that mortgages have doubled, rent has doubled. The only place in Canada that hasn't seems to be in the member of Kingston the Islands Head, where our leader seems to live free. And I was just kind of interested when I was listening to his speech that a lot of the speech, if it wasn't about our leader, was about himself and how wonderful he seems to be doing. What I hear from residents is the exact opposite. Maybe the member, you know, and a lot of the Liberal elites get away and are doing fantastic. I'm hearing the opposite. I have a bill that came in today, as a matter of fact, from a resident in my riding, a farmer, who has a gas bill here. And just to let you know, the cost of the gas supply was $407.85. The carbon on that was $428.04. That was the carbon price. We are talking about carbon price. We're talking about Canadians. Why are we not focusing on that instead of the leader? Because he's succeeding. And the reality is, you have to realize after a period of time...
Have to give time for the honourable member to answer and to give other members time too.
So my question is, why aren't they speaking to the issue that all Canadians are talking about, and it's the cost of living, and that's why we need this election, so that people have the opportunity to get back to having a Canadian dream. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, we are and have brought in many measures through this House to help people, in particular those that are struggling with those increased costs. For this member to sit there and to challenge this and to ask questions about this and then go ahead and routinely vote against them, like he'll do tonight. Tonight, he will likely be the only member of the only political party here tonight that actually votes against the estimates that we're going to, in case he didn't know, we're voting on the estimates tonight. That's an opportunity for him to show his support to people in Canada to get the supports to them. You know, you can be against the government. You can be critical of the government. You can challenge the government. But you can still support Canadians by voting in favor of very important measures for him. So when he gets up and challenges me on my ability to do my job to support Canadians, we'll see where his votes go tonight when it comes to voting on the estimate items.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was really funny to me listening to my colleague across the way talking about Conservative scandals like they're in competition. The Conservatives aren't even elected yet, and here they have Jenny Burns already caught up in the scandals as a lobbyist. But I want to get back to a really important question because this is a total mockery of the House. So the question is, I know that an ice cream cone from Dairy Queen was brought up. Whether Pierre Poilievre has ever, whether the member for Carleton has ever had a job. I'm not sure he's ever made an ice cream cone. And if he's never actually had a job, does he really understand the struggle that people are having across Canada right now trying to pay the bills when his whole privilege has been paid by taxpayer dollars? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I don't know about working at Dairy Queen. I worked at Famous Players throughout high school, popping popcorn. I'm not sure what the comparison is to, or if that measures up to working at Dairy Queen. But the reality of the situation here is, Madam Speaker, when she started off this conversation, she talked about what the Conservatives are already getting themselves into. And as I indicated today, not only did we all know a couple months ago about Jenny Byrne being a lobbyist, but we're now finding out today that the day after the leader of the opposition became leader, she set up another company without her name on it, but when people would go to book an appointment with that company, they were redirected to Jenny Burns and Associates. So not only were they fully aware, but they were worried about the look that it would give the Conservative Party if their campaign manager was a lobbyist. So they tried to hide it. They proactively tried to hide the fact that Jenny Byrne was a lobbyist because they know she's working with Loblaws to drive prices up by lobbying governments to get out of the way. We won't stand for that, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals boast about doing something about climate change, but just a few days ago or weeks ago, the former minister, Catherine McKenna, said that the oil and gas lobby is getting greater tax credits, to the over $12 billion in tax credits for the energy transition. It's like putting the wolf in charge of the hen house, Madam Speaker. So if they're so proud of their record on transition, well, who's right, them or Catherine McKenna? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Details that the former Environment Minister was speaking to, Madam Speaker, but what I can tell you is this. I don't support subsidizing the oil and gas sector. I know that we've phased out direct subsidies. I also know that there are other things that unfortunately we have to take care of, such as abandoned orphan oil wells. You know, these are wells that I find it amazing that the Premier of Alberta suddenly wants to get people to pay up front for the disposal of solar panels and wind turbines down the road. But for some reason, if you dig an oil well, don't worry about that. Society will deal with that later. Unfortunately, we do have to participate in that because companies gone by didn't have to deal with those, and we will do the right thing for society and the right thing for our environment, Madam Speaker. But to her point about direct subsidies or indirect subsidies or whatever it is, I encourage the Bloc to bring forward an opposition motion on removing any subsidies to the oil and gas sector, because I can tell them that I will personally vote in favor of that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Grove Files.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my friend from Kingston and the Islands for that commitment. I'd like to be able to shift the conversation in this place. My question at the end of question period, there's no real spoiler alert. Most people will be gone by the time I ask it. But I want the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands to know about it and to help me sell this idea in his caucus. We need a serious conversation that's science-based. I'm going to ask in question period, what about convening, when we get back after Easter, a committee of the whole in this place in which we bring in Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, scientific experts, and raise a conversation that doesn't involve rhyming slogans competing with each other, but is actually based on facing the facts of the perilous situation we face and discussing real solutions. Would the honourable member support that?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
No, I think it's an absolutely fabulous idea, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding the fact that I don't know how it will work with the procedural rules of the House, I certainly support the initiative. I would like to see that, and I will definitely participate if we're successful with something like that. I'm not sure if the no-sense Conservatives would be there, but I hope that they participate too. Yeah, I got it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough. Gilwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's comments on Jenny Byrne's proactive non-disclosure. But I wanted him to talk about the short-term memory loss of the Conservative Party. You'll recollect that this time, about this time last year, April, May, June, this entire place, the entire Ottawa, was covered in smoke. There's a clear cause for that. He knows that in Halifax there's been hurricanes, Fort McMurray fires, flooding in British Columbia, all of which has one cause, all of which there's a need to address. The Conservatives seem to have short-term memory loss on all of those issues. I'd be interested in him talking about the point of this.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. And all we're saying is that when you contribute something that is directly impacting climate change, when you produce CO2 and it goes into the atmosphere, it is warming our planet, whether or not the Conservative who's heckling me believes it or not, from Caledon. Whether he believes it or not, I'm sure he's one of the climate deniers. It's a reality. And all we're saying, Madam Speaker, is that we need to put a price on it. Just like we put a price on garbage, just like we put a price on any other pollutant, because we know that in a market-driven system, pricing something changes behavior. It baffles me, Madam Speaker, that the only political party in the Canadian House of Commons that doesn't understand that is the political party that somehow touts themselves to be the smartest in the room when it comes to economic models and economic activity. The party that suggests that they know better than anybody else about how to control cannot even understand a simple practice like pricing pollution.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to say I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of my constituents in Sturgeon River Parkland to declare that we have lost confidence in this Liberal government and this Prime Minister. Now, the member for Kingston and the Islands raised a very interesting point in the Q&A about his government's so-called investments in cleaning up abandoned oil and gas wells. And I'll say that I wrote the Deputy Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, a year ago to beg her to reallocate unspent funds for First Nations in my riding and across Alberta who are begging for the funds to clean up oil wells on First Nations land. And you know what this government did? Absolutely nothing. Couldn't even be bothered to respond. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, members of Treaty 6 First Nation had to go out and publicly call on the government to provide this funding, and they didn't. They don't have a good record on oil and gas cleanup. Now, in the past 8 years, the cost of living crisis has reached new heights thanks to this government's economic mismanagement. And unfortunately, it's working-class Canadians who are expected to pay the price for Liberal incompetence. In fact, the only people who seem to be benefiting under this Liberal government are the high-paid lobbyists that these Liberals seem to have so much trouble about in this House. And it's becoming under this Liberal government, what some have called a self-licking ice cream cone. And I know my colleague from the NDP was talking about ice cream cones earlier, and that's exactly what's happening under this Liberal government, is a self-licking ice cream cone of government insiders who are petitioning and lobbying for more taxpayer money just to keep this whole thing going. That's what this Liberal government's all about. And this April Fool's Day, this Prime Minister will play a cruel joke on Canadians by hiking the carbon tax by a whopping 23%. And this means that everyday essentials like heating, groceries, and gas will cost even more. Now, the Liberals like to talk about their vaunted heat pump program. Well, there's a recent article out of Nova Scotia. 2,500 Nova Scotia families are facing record power bills from Nova Scotia Power. And you know what many of those families had in common?
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, is rising on a point of order.
I think you will find, if you check the record, that claims about self-licking ice cream cones were not made by the New Democrats. We question whether the member for Stornoway actually had ever made an ice cream while he claimed to have worked at Dairy Queen, but we didn't claim that they were self-licking cones.
On a subject that is really not in the scope of this debate. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you for that. You know, under this Liberal government, the cost of everyday essentials is going up. In fact, even when they talk about their much vaunted heating pump program, we have a recent story from Nova Scotia where families are facing power bills, and families are saying we need one job just to live and another job just to pay our heating bills. And you know what many, if not most of these families all had in common? They all had heat pumps. The costs are rising for these families, and it's not just families that are burning oil and gas or natural gas to heat their homes. It's electricity. It's everything that's going up under this Liberal government. In fact, the average family of four will pay $700 more for groceries in 2024 because of this Liberal carbon tax. And it's quite remarkable that after years of such a stark trend that the Liberal and NDP members refuse to acknowledge the terrible impacts of their carbon tax. And with each hike, Canadians are forced to dig deeper into their pockets just to afford to live. This Liberal carbon tax is driving up the cost of everything in this country. The inflation trajectory remains uncertain. And while there is hope that inflation will come down, followed by some interest rate cuts, this Liberal government seems intent on quashing that progress with a 23% tax hike on April 1st. Madam Speaker, when the history of this government is written, it will be a story of how an out-of-touch Prime Minister has become with the challenges of working-class people. The cost of this Prime Minister's annual taxpayer-funded vacations spirals out of control at the same time that prices of essential goods that Canadians need to live are hitting 40,000 feet. It's time for the Prime Minister to admit that he's wrong, to spike his April 1st tax hike and get rid of this inflationary carbon tax for good. Now, if he's confident that Canadians support his carbon tax plan, it's time for him to call an election, give Canadians an opportunity, an electoral referendum, and give them a choice on whether or not they want this Liberal carbon tax. Now, the Prime Minister claims that the carbon tax will help the environment. It will help deal with climate change. But if that were the case, then you'd think we would have hit at least one of our climate targets by now. In fact, the Climate Change Performance Index now ranks Canada 62 out of 67 countries, dropping 4 places from last year. And after 8 years of this Liberal government's failure, it's abundantly clear that their carbon taxes are simply another reason to grab more money from hardworking Canadians. It's not an environment plan, it's a tax plan. Now, the Liberals claim that we need a carbon tax or else Canada will be beset by more floods, more fires, and more hurricanes. It's simply not true. Even the Liberals' own Environment Minister admitted that we may not see an impact from the Liberal carbon tax until, guess, 2060. Maybe by 2060 we'll see an impact from their carbon tax. Well, Madam Speaker, a young man like myself will be drawing on old age security by the time this Liberal government believes that just maybe their carbon tax will have an environmental impact. It's not an environment plan, it's a tax plan. And right now Canadians are losing their homes, they're losing their vehicles, they're skipping on meals today. They can't wait until 2060 to maybe get a result. Now, we're only a quarter of the way through the year, and food banks are already predicting that they will have an additional 1 million visits. That's on top of a record-breaking year last year. Now, this government claims to be evidence-based. These are damning facts. And this Liberal government is blind to the impact that their policies are having on Canadians. Either that or they just don't care. Last year, 36% of charities had to turn people away because the charities are running out of resources. And in some cases, the demand for food has become a public safety issue. Last week in Montreal, we saw police called in to control crowds at a food bank because hundreds of more hungry Canadians showed up than were expected. These are stories reminiscent of the Great Depression, when police were deployed to disperse bread lineups. And while Canadians wait in food lineups, Liberals go out and say, "You don't have it so bad. Other countries would be glad to swap places with us." And some Liberals are even saying that Canada is doing great in comparison to Afghanistan. Well, that's setting the bar far too low for Canadians, and it's cold comfort for hungry Canadians today who are waiting in lineups. Now, it's clear that the carbon tax is not only ineffective, it's deeply unfair. And despite the promises of these rebates, the reality is most Canadian families will end up paying more in taxes than they receive in these so-called rebates. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has been abundantly clear. Canadian families will pay more than what they get back. And the average Alberta family, where I represent, will have to pay $911 in additional taxes than they will receive in rebates. Now, the Prime Minister claimed just yesterday in this House that every penny collected is returned to Canadians. It's simply not true. In fact, the Liberals are holding on to more than $2 billion in carbon taxes that they have refused to give to Canadians. In fact, they broke their promises to small businesses whose carbon tax they collected and refused to give them back the money they raised from small businesses. And that's not to mention the GST, which is charged on top of the carbon tax, a tax on a tax that's raising hundreds of millions of dollars for this Liberal government, and it's not being returned to Canadians. Not only will Canadian families pay more than they get back, but because of this Liberal government's inflationary deficits, our nation's debt has more than doubled, something that the youngest generation of Canadians will have to deal with for decades to come. Also, Canadians who have variable rate mortgages are renewing, and they're finding that their mortgages are even bigger than they were than before they started paying for it, as the cost of their interest piles up faster than their principals being paid down. And that's not just variable rate Canadians. Canadians who are renewing their fixed income mortgages, for example, this fall and next fall, are going to face more than doubling and in some cases tripling of their interest rate costs. Mortgage delinquencies right now are up by 50%, and polls show that 55% of Canadians who currently don't own a home believe they never will own a home. And that's especially true for younger Canadians. And even the average renting price for residential properties was at a record high of $2,192 in January of this year. That's a 10% increase year over year. Canadians can't afford this. They can't afford the doubling of housing costs over the last 8 years. They certainly don't have confidence that this Liberal government that made this problem happen has the solutions to fix them. And if this Liberal government is good at one thing, it's breaking promises. Their carbon tax is higher than what it was ever supposed to be. It's higher than what they ever ran on. It's certainly not revenue neutral, as the PBO has proved, and it's not helping Canadians reach their emissions targets. 70% of Canadians across 70% of the provinces are opposed to raising the carbon tax on April 1st, and the national consensus is clear. Canadians from coast to coast to coast want to spike the hike and axe the tax. Now, Madam Speaker, Canadians are sick and tired of paying absurd amounts for everyday essentials. And my constituents are contacting me every day with examples of their power bills, examples of what they're paying at the pump, and they're outraged at this cost of living crisis. They're especially outraged about the increased costs for groceries, the increased costs for home heating, not to mention the increased costs of their mortgages. And it's not only young families that are struggling, seniors, people on fixed income, those students in school, and those with disabilities are struggling. And this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. Canadians can see that. They want an election. And then when will the Prime Minister realize that Canadians no longer have confidence in his government? They want him to axe his inflationary carbon tax. They want an election. They want a choice. When are they going to give it to them? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Madam Speaker, it is a fact that emissions are starting to decrease, but they would decrease faster if it weren't for the oil and gas sector, the sector that is predominant in the member's province and the sector to which his party is tied to at the hip. But the price, there's no carbon tax, Madam Speaker. It's a price on carbon. And who said that? Well, the Supreme Court said that. To quote the Supreme Court in its ruling on the Greenhouse Gas Pricing Pollution Act, I'll quote directly, Madam Speaker. There is ample evidence that the fuel and excess emissions charges imposed by Parts 1 and Parts 2 of the GGPA have a regulatory purpose. They cannot be characterized as taxes. Rather, they are regulatory charges whose purpose is to advance the GGPPA's regulatory purpose by altering behavior. Why is the member contradicting the Supreme Court of Canada?
River Parkland.
You know, most Canadians don't have a legal background, but I think every Canadian can see through the weasel words between carbon pricing and carbon taxes. Everyone knows that it's a carbon tax. They're paying it at the pumps. They're paying it when they go to the grocery store. They're paying it when they heat their homes. And this carbon tax, what it's meant to do is essentially shrink the economy. And so this government's saying, well, emissions are starting to come down because they're bringing our economy down. It's our resource sector that has powered our dollar, that has powered our GDP, and for the first time in modern history, Canadians' GDP per capita is going down. It's the worst record since the Great Depression, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from Alberta for his speech today. You know, he just talked a little bit about weasel words when he was addressing the Liberal member. And I would say, you know, I would be a little bit cautious for him using that language right now. You know, what we are in the middle of doing right now today in this House is we are having the upteenth, time that the Conservative Party has used their opposition day to bring forward a motion they know very well will not pass. In fact, the leader of the opposition has said time and time again that this is going to be a confidence motion. Would the member... Does he understand, I guess, that opposition day motions, all opposition day motions, regardless of which party brings them forward, are non-binding, that in fact the leader of the opposition doesn't get to claim whether something is confidence or not. So for me, I sit in this place, I watch them do the theatrics, I watch them do their thing, but realistically, what I want to know is for the vast majority of these Conservatives, because I do know that some of them know what they're talking about, but for the vast majority of these Conservatives, are they misguiding Canadians or are they misguided themselves? Because it's one or the other.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's not my job to tell my constituents what to advocate for in this House. It's my job to listen to what my constituents are asking me to do and to bring that to this House and to represent them. And I can tell you my constituents, and I know people from across this country, are devastated to hear that their carbon taxes are going up 23%, and I will never apologize for bringing the issues that Canadians care about into this House to debate them. And I think all Canadians are wondering to themselves, when is this NDP party going to stop being a tiny appendage to the Liberal Party, propping them up through scandal after scandal, through tax hike after tax hike? You know, I'm hoping one day they're going to wake up, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping one day they're going to wake up and they're going to call this government out, they're going to hold them to account, and they're going to bring Canadians the election that they so sorely want so that we can get a change in this country, a change that I know NDP members, even Liberal members, are waiting for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Manning.
I received a note from constituents as when the member from Winnipeg North was speaking this morning, saying he pumped gas in Winnipeg, saying that the carbon tax will go up by 1 cent per liter per gallon, and then next he says will be 3 cents per liter. Is that liberal math or what? So I would like my honourable member to comment on this.
Very brief comment from the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm a big fan of the metric system, and I'm not very well versed in the imperial system, but we do know that on April 1st, barring any collapse in the oil price, we are going to see the price of gasoline go up on the pumps across Canada because of this Liberal NDP carbon tax, and we know that those costs are going to be passed through to Canadians, not only in the gas that they pump in their own vehicles, but in the trucking costs of moving everything, not just food. Everything that travels by a truck is going to become more expensive in this country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
You can't spend your way to prosperity. That's an absolute, very clear maxim. And it's even clearer for governments. And I'll tell you why. Because governments do not have any of their own money. They have two mechanisms in which to acquire money. Number one, they can tax and raise taxes. Number two, they can borrow or print money. Now, unfortunately, after 8 years of this incompetent NDP Liberal government, we have the worst of both of those things. Because what we have now is an incredibly punishing high level of taxes in this country, and Canadians know it because they take home less money than they ever have in their lives. That's a result of the taxation policies of this government, including the carbon tax. Now, if that was it, it would be very bad. But what's worse is this. To fund all of their spending, which has doubled the national debt, all the years it took up to this government coming into power, all the debt accumulated by every prime minister of every stripe of every government, they doubled it since they've been in power. And how did they do it? By borrowing and printing money. And what's the result of all that spending of this money and the borrowing and the printing of money? We have had two of the worst years of rampant inflation this country has ever seen. And inflation is the insidious thing that takes away the prosperity of the middle class. And that's what this government has done. They are taxing them to death, and because of the printing of money and the overspending, we have had an inflationary crisis in this country that has driven the cost of living so high that most Canadians now cannot make ends meet. So we can't fix all of that today. What we can fix, though, is the carbon tax. And what we know about the carbon tax is this. Most Canadians get far less in these fake rebates than they do from the actual cost of the carbon tax. And I'm going to explain this so that Canadians can understand. This Liberal government will say 8 out of 10 Canadians are better. That is from a 2-year-old Parliamentary Budget Officer's report that did not take into account the effect of the carbon tax on the economy. It is a drag on the economy. It makes the economy less efficient, more expensive. Canadians lose jobs. It makes our exports more expensive, so we are able to export less. All of these things create a cost in the economy, and at the end of the day, you factor in those costs. So the Parliamentary Budget Officer put out a new report and came to committee a few weeks ago and said, These are the actual costs of the carbon tax. For example, in Ontario, the carbon tax cost is $1,674 for the average family. Now, when you take out their fake rebates, the average Ontario family is $627 worse off as a result of the carbon tax. Now, what these Liberals do is they stand up here every day. The Prime Minister is the worst offender of this, and he says 8 out of 10 Canadians will be better, when he knows there's a new report that says that is not the case. Right. What they do is they are effectively gaslighting Canadians with this. Yep. They are ignoring the updated report and gaslighting Canadians by saying they're better off. It's not true. And when the carbon tax goes up, again from the PBO, this gap gets worse every single year. The actual net effect of the carbon tax will make Canadian families worse and worse and worse every single year. And Canadians know this. They know how expensive groceries are because when you tax the farmer, food gets more expensive. When you tax the trucker that picks up the food, food gets more expensive. When you tax the processor that processes food, food gets more expensive. When you tax the grocery store for having the audacity to heat the grocery store with a carbon tax, food gets more expensive. And at the end of the day, Canadians can't afford to pay for food. This government has been a disaster for the financial health of Canadians. It is unlike anything you've ever seen before. There's a Facebook group dedicated to people who dumpster dive to find food. Why would they do that? Because they can't afford it. When you look back on the record of this Liberal government, that is the record. Record usage of the food bank. People going into dumpsters to get food. And here's a tidbit from my riding. The Orangeville Food Bank estimates in the next few years, 5,000 to 6,000 families per month will use the food bank. There's 27,000 people that live in my hometown of Orangeville. Look at those numbers. Let it sink in. And what do? What do these Liberals do? They say, stop talking down Canada. It is so outrageous how they say that. They are so out of touch with average Canadians and what they're going through to say to us, stop talking down Canada. We are not talking down Canada. We are bringing to this incompetent, out of touch government what is actually happening to Canadians. I know they're getting the same emails I am, these Liberal members, but they are so whipped by their Prime Minister. They are so whipped into following what he says that they are not listening to their people who voted for them. I get heartbreaking emails every single week. I have to choose between heating my home or eating. I have seniors. Senior food bank usage is up 67% in my riding. This is a result of the carbon tax, the inflationary crisis, all of which is caused by this government. We could talk about housing hell. They have done the impossible. They have double incompetency on housing. If you have a house, you are barely able to afford to pay for it because of all their inflationary spending. Interest rates have skyrocketed. Every single month, more Canadians have to renew their mortgages at these very high interest rates, and it gets harder and harder to make ends meet. So if you have a house and you're lucky enough, you are barely holding on. And I get those emails, and we are seeing a massive rise in mortgage defaults as a result of interest rates, which as a result of the inflation caused by this incompetent government. But if you don't have a house, you can't afford to buy a house. This is the miracle incompetence of this Liberal government. It now takes 25 years to save for a down payment for a house. You have to pay off your house in 25 years. This is the result of 8 years of an incompetent government that doesn't understand basic economics. They don't even understand how their own carbon tax works because they deny the Parliamentary Budget Officer report, which shows most Canadian families are worse off. Now, the final thing we should talk about when we talk about the incompetence of this government is crime. Violent crime in this country is up 39%. as a result of this government. This is from 2015 to now. What happened in 2015? Oh, the Liberal government came in. They brought in catch and release bail. They brought in soft on crime policies. So you commit the crime in the morning, you're out to commit the crime in the afternoon. That's the justice system that this Liberal government has brought in. And if you actually want to know how out of touch with Canadians this government is, how morally bankrupt this government is, all you have to know is that they changed the rules so that a serial killer like Paul Bernardo can actually now go to medium security and enjoy the luxuries of an ice rink and a tennis court. Like, let that sink in. They changed the rules so a mass murderer and a serial killer like Paul Bernardo gets to be in medium security. He can go and play tennis. He can enjoy the ice rink after the disgusting and despicable things they did. And what do you hear from these Liberal members? Are they outraged? Are they calling for changes? No, they don't. Why? Because I guess they think that's okay. But what I'm saying to Canadians is this. It wasn't always like this. Canada wasn't always like this. It's a Liberal government that did all this to Canada. And that will change. There is hope on the horizon because a Conservative government will restore Canadians' faith in Canada. They will make lives better for Canadians. There is hope coming, and today is the start of that hope. We have a non-confidence motion in this incompetent and corrupt Liberal government. I'll be voting yes. Conservatives will be voting yes. But I'll tell you this, they are going to prop up this incompetent Prime Minister and continue the misery for Canadians, and it's a disgrace.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam
Minister
Speaker.
of Intergovernmental.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting the member opposite spoke about public safety and crime and the regulations in place regarding prison transfers. In fact, he made reference to specific language of regulations that are used in prisoner reclassification. He might be interested to know it was actually a Conservative government, the late Brian Mulroney, that introduced the language that is used today. So, in fact, the Conservatives had the highest years on record for transfers of prisoners from maximum to medium security prisons, Madam Speaker. So when the member opposite talks tough, I'm curious how he looks in the mirror at night and tells Canadians that things are going to be different when, in fact, this same language was created under a Conservative government, and in fact, Madam Speaker, more transfers from maximum to medium happen. Does he believe his own words, or is this all speaking notes from his leader's office?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, as the member surely saw, I did not use any notes for my speech, unlike most Liberal members who come in and read PMO speech number 1, PMO speech number 2, or they have their potted plant questions during question period. Prime Minister, you appear to be the best Prime Minister who's ever been Prime Minister. Why are you so awesome? I mean, that's what you get from this Liberal government, this Liberal member. Now, Madam Speaker, on the question that's been asked, she is factually incorrect. And this is just like how they say 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back from the carbon tax. They can make up any facts they want. 8 out of 10 people know that you can do that. So it's patently false. We will fix things like the carbon tax. We will fix things so that you cannot have serial killers sent to medium security where they can enjoy tennis courts and ice rinks. Now, what has she done about it in the months that this has been revealed? Absolutely nothing, because she thinks it's okay.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Madam Speaker, and I reflected on the member's comments about the overspending and printing money, and I just want to remember and remind him and everyone here that in the early months of COVID, we were unified as a House because we had to be. We were facing an emergency created by a pandemic, And because we couldn't physically gather in this place and vote because of the health rules of the City of Ottawa, $80 billion of spending was approved by unanimous consent. I was so proud of all of us for putting partisanship to the side. I don't ask the honourable member, does he now regret that he didn't show up and say no? Because one Conservative could have stopped $80 billion of spending.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, we all know that Canadians needed support during the pandemic, and that's why we, in good faith, would vote for those support. Little did we know that this money would go to well-connected Liberal insiders, hundreds of millions of dollars of contracts. Little did we know that 40% of the COVID spending would have nothing to do with COVID. Little did we know that there'd be boondoggle after boondoggle after boondoggle, billions of dollars given to Liberal connected firms and other things, many of whom did no work. Little did we know that they would have such poor governance that companies that weren't entitled to get things like the wage subsidy got the wage subsidy. So the problem isn't that we wanted to help Canadians, which of course we did. The problem is that this government is absolutely, uncontrollably incompetent and needs to be replaced. I urge that member and all members to vote non-confidence in this government tonight.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobique, Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to rise once again in the People's House and to address my colleagues here on a subject of great importance that, yes, we have discussed many times, but there's a good reason for that being discussed. It's because it's on the minds of Canadians every day. They fill up their cars. Every day they pay their heat bills. Every day they go get groceries. They're looking at soaring cost of living that's affecting their bottom line at the end of every week and every month. The burden that's upon Canadians cannot be and must not be overlooked by their representatives who stand in this House. I can't help but commence my thoughts by reflecting on an ancient writing that I read recently, and there seems to be some resonance with it, is that there was once a nation that got into some trouble. They were into a period of great difficulty. Their people were suffering under all kinds of different circumstances and surrounded by different foes, and threats were emerging from different places. And it said they came to a place called the Valley of Achor, and in the Valley of Achor, there was a promise to place a door of hope. What I like about this is that even in the midst of pain and in the midst of adversity, we still have hope. And hope is that thing that has a way of rising to the top in the times of adversity. And I think Canadians, even though they're frustrated, they're weary, they're overtaxed, and they're burdened, they're looking ahead with hope in this season, saying, we have an opportunity to change course. Their frustration remains is that they just can't get to take advantage of that opportunity fast enough. They want to express how they're feeling. They want to have a say in what's happening in their country. They want to be able to have their voices heard as it relates to the level of taxation they're under. And they're asking, I hear it regularly, how soon can we go to the polls? How soon can we get an election so that we can change direction in this country? And I think it would behoove the members of this House to respond to that cry by voting in favor of our non-confidence motion and heading to the polls to give Canadians an opportunity to make a choice. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are suffering. And 7 out of 10 provinces and 70% of Canadians agree, including our nation's finest in the military that I just witnessed just last week in visiting a local food bank. They're stating very clearly what we're seeing is duress and financial pressure on everyday households of more and more Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet as a result of the carbon tax. This government has led us to record food bank usage. We're seeing tent cities pop up all over our country at levels we've never seen before. Single moms are choosing between heating their homes and feeding their families. Seniors are lying awake at night worrying, how can I meet and pay the bills that are coming when my expenses continue to rise, but my income is fixed. I see it on the face of parents who wonder, how will we ever afford secondary education for our children and post-secondary education when we can't even meet the month-to-month needs of our household, let alone put away savings for our children's education? I see it on the brows of working families and Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast. They're working harder and harder every day and making less and less at the end of the day. The frustration is mounting, the anger is growing, and they are needing an outlet, and they want to express and have their voices heard. And the best way to let them have their voices heard is by allowing them to express the direction they want our country to take as it pertains to this level of taxation at a ballot box. Let's allow them to do that by granting them the election that they so desperately want. Dr. Thomas Sowell, a renowned economist, has stated, the welfare state is the oldest con game in the world. First, you take people's money away quietly, then you give some of it back to them flamboyantly. It's amazing how that is reminiscent of what we're facing right now. They're taking more and more of our money, and yet when they give it back in a portion of what they take, they celebrate it like they're doing some great favor to the Canadian citizen. That's right. It's like you work hard, you get $10 in one hand, and all of a sudden, the Prime Minister comes along and his government, they grab that $10 bill out of your hand that you worked so hard for, run it through the bureaucratic spin cycle machine, do grand announcements, proclaim they're going to roll back the tides and heal the oceans and bring temperatures down, and then at the end of the day, they come back to you and put a $5 bill in your hand and want you to celebrate what a great favor they did for you. You have fallen behind, you've spent money, and you have nothing to show for it but a grandiose virtue signal, big announcements, and less money in your pocket to take care of your family's needs and your family's priorities. It's time Canadians had the opportunity to express what kind of Canada they want in the future and what direction they want to go. I think it's time that we heard what they're saying. The carbon tax is the most expensive virtue signal in the history of our planet as it relates to environmentalism. We're spending more and achieving less. We can't point to results. In fact, recently, not that long ago, we had the Environment Commissioner of Canada. He came and gave a report to the committee. I had the opportunity to be in that committee that day, and I asked the commissioner a question. I said, Mr. Commissioner, can you please tell Canadians how much carbon has been reduced in Canada's atmosphere as a result of the implementation of the carbon tax, which has been in some jurisdictions in this country now for over 15 years? To that, the commissioner replied, Mr. Bragdon, we have no such metric. So the landmark signature piece of legislation towards environment that this government has produced can show no tangible results to average Canadians as to its effectiveness. Madam Speaker, I would challenge this government to reconsider immediately continuing down this road, let alone augmenting that carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. It's a failed strategy and a failed approach and has no means by which we can prove its effectiveness. It's time to change course. And the best way for Canadians to have a say in the direction of this country and the course we want to take is to allow them to choose the approach they want the government that they choose to have. And I think that choice will be very clear for Canadians when that time comes. And hopefully it comes sooner rather than later. These measures aren't working. In fact, if they were, why is it that our ranking among nations in tackling climate change has slipped and fallen from 57th to 63? We're falling behind. It's not working. So if it's not working, it's time to change course. But rather than listening to the Canadian people, the Prime Minister is doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down on this failed policy. The great Winston Churchill, Sir Winston Churchill, once said, "We contend that for the nation to try and tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself up by the handles. It doesn't work. It's a failed strategy. It's a failed approach. And we need to get better at doing things that actually work. And what actually works is continuing down the road of better technology, better extraction practices, better energy development, that Canada has some of the best practices in the world. And we need to stand up for our Canadian producers, our Canadian energy providers, and get on their side and talk about the good news that is Canada's energy, rather than talk it down and punish their citizens for using the things that they need every day. We need to stand on the side of Canadians and say, no, this is enough. We're going to change approach. And we are going to make sure that we get to the other side. And I want to say that, Madam Speaker, before I wrap up my remarks, I am sharing my time with Ms. Rachel Thomas, our member from Lethbridge, Alberta. She will be sharing here in just a moment.
Here, here.
I want to conclude with this. When I visited that food bank just a week ago, me and the member from Peterborough, Kawartha, when the food bank directors looked at us and told us that right now up to 50 military families who are current and active members of the military are utilizing the food bank for services, something hit me, and it hit me hard. That this is unacceptable in a country like Canada, and it needs to change. And what came back to me was what the veteran said to the Prime Minister not that long ago, just a few short years ago, when he said, Mr. Prime Minister, we gave our best for you. We gave our best to this country. We sacrificed so much, and he was a wounded vet. But he said, in our time of need, the government has not been there the way we need them to be. And you know what the Prime Minister's response was? He said, sir, you're asking for us to do more than what we can give right now. Well, you know what? Canadians are telling this Prime Minister and this government, you're asking more from us than what we can give you right now. And they want a break, and they need relief, and they need it now. Let's have this non-confidence vote. And
questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He is a good talker, much like his leader. He talks about hope, Madam Speaker. But 10 years ago, his province of New Brunswick had an unemployment rate of 10%. It's not hope. There's hopelessness in New Brunswick under this Conservative Party, under a Conservative government. In my hometown of Windsor, we had an unemployment rate of 11.2%. Wow. He talks about hope. It was a period of hopelessness under that Conservative government 10 years ago. Right now, we've cut the unemployment rate in half in New Brunswick. And in my hometown, we've got a battery plant being built on the corner of East Hero and Banwell that will provide good jobs for 2,500 Canadians in my community. That's hope. So I ask my honourable colleague, when he talks about hope, can he explain the hopelessness, the unemployment, and the lack of jobs in his province and my hometown when Conservatives were in power?
Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to rise and answer that question. It's quite something for the current federal Liberal government to take credit for the hard sacrifices and tough choices that provincial governments are making right now to make ends meet, like in my home province, where Premier Higgs is making the sacrifices and the necessary decisions to balance the budget and get us in a place where we can actually turn the corner and move towards investing in things like health care and in better infrastructure. It would never happen if we didn't have a fiscally responsible provincial government making the tough choices to position us to prosper. That's what we need at the federal level, not just the provincial level.
It's the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There has been some discussion this morning about Dairy Queen because we do know that the Conservative leader did claim at some point to have worked the summer at Dairy Queen, and it must be very clear. There's people who work at Dairy Queen work hard, but we don't know if the member who lives in Stornoway ever did work hard, whether he got fired. He's never either had a job. And I raise this because he has this bad habit of huffing and puffing and threatening and demanding and then not showing up. So there was 9 confidence votes on Monday night. They could have said they were going to bring the government down. Not a peep. But right now, he's got his backbenchers all jumping up. They're all punching their chests and saying they're going to bring the government down. My simple question is, will the leader who lives in Stornoway actually show up to cause this $630 million election, or will he be with Jenny Byrne, the Loblaws lobbyist, having canapes and mojitos tonight at Stornoway, because he never shows up and he leaves the poor schleps on the back bench to stand and do the voting night after night?
The honourable member for Tobique, Mactaquac.
Wow, I've never ceased to be amazed by the grand eloquence of speech from the honourable member across the way. But I will say this, that as he exits the room after he's dropped his bomb, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, that what we need to recognize is that this party and this leader has stood on the side of hardworking taxpayers, Canadians, from day one. While they have abandoned the principles and they've walked over and formed a coalition that's only heightened the cost of living for Canadians and shut down places of opportunity for employment in the resource sector in his very riding, I think the people of his area, as well as across this country, are going to choose a Prime Minister who stands on the side of everyday Canadians and wants them to get ahead and have more money to make choices with that they've worked hard for.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Luan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the wonderful speech from my colleague. He has a way with words which just makes me want to go to church, Madam Speaker. He's very, very good. But my one question for him is, as the Liberals continuously twist himself into a pretzel, trying to tell Canadians that the rebates match the carbon tax they pay, which we know isn't true, Madam Speaker. So how is it that the members from the Maritimes, the Liberal members, had to fight to get an exemption on home heating oil from the carbon tax if Canadians got as much back in rebates as the Prime Minister continuously falsely says in question period?
The honourable member for Tobique, Mactaquac.
Amen, brother. Hey, as my honourable colleagues and friends from across the way, and I think in particular of the great member from Avalon, would recognize that, there's an expression, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Well, you know what? What's good for Gander, Newfoundland is good for all of Canada. And we need a carbon tax relief for all of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his passionate speech and, of course, his common sense approach to the issue. I was born and raised in southern Alberta. I was born and raised on a small farm. Two hardworking, common sense, conservative parents. I was the middle of 5 children. My dad is a tradesman. He works hard with his hands. He helps build homes, unlike this government. He worked long hours. Most days he was up before the sun was, and he came home after the sun was already gone. My mom was a horse enthusiast. She also was an entrepreneur and had a few side hustles. She also worked long hours, and she loved her family, and she loved to be involved in the community. So from a young age, it was modeled for me that we have to make a positive difference, that we have an opportunity to contribute in a positive way to the world around us. I can remember weekends being spent either going to the soup kitchen and supporting those who didn't have access to a meal, or helping to clean garbage from ditches in order to clean our community, or supporting a neighbor by painting fences or helping to build various entities on their property. My family raised me to know that it was good to give back, that it was good to make a difference, that it was good to be invested in one's community. Things weren't always easy in our home growing up. My parents, I can recall them having numerous conversations around finances and making ends meet. I remember them talking about whether or not they would be able to afford the entire mortgage payment some months. I remember them talking about the types of groceries that we would have to choose between, and those being hard choices. I remember them talking about whether or not they had enough money to be able to send us with a little extra cash for a hot lunch at school. There was tension, there was instability, and there was definitely hardship.
Sorry to interrupt the honourable member. Can we keep it down, please, so we can actually listen to what our colleague is saying? Thank you. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
When I speak to the people of Lethbridge, the area that I represent, they express many of these same challenges that I saw in my household as a child. But there's one significant difference, and that is how prolonged it is and how severe it is. It is worse than it has been in this country for at least 50 years. Canadians are struggling, and we cannot argue that point. To do so would make one look silly, which is what this government unfortunately is trying to do. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canada is broken. And it's the workers, it's the seniors, and it's those who live with a disability that are the most hard hit. There are lineups at food banks longer than they've ever been before. There are more mortgage defaults than we've seen in a very long time. Seniors are faced with having to choose between affording their medication or paying for food on the table. Moms are watering down baby formula in order to stretch it a little further, and students are renting literal closets. This is the state of our nation right now under this government. Canadians are literally losing control of their lives, and they are desperate for hope. And at the center of this problem is this Liberal government. And at the center of this Liberal government is a Prime Minister who is incredibly out of touch and concerned only with himself. He is someone who has not worked a real job in his life. He is someone who was born into wealth and prosperity. He is someone who does not understand what everyday Canadians face as the challenges they do.
I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, the member accused the Prime Minister of never having a real job. We know the member for Stornoway's never had a real job.
Okay, we're not going to start that debate. We are not going to start that debate. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister insists on doubling down on his damaging policies, and of course the carbon tax is central to those. You see, the carbon tax drives up the cost of everything from gas to home heating to household goods. Everything is more expensive. Not to mention the fact that it actually affects low-income households disproportionately because they spend a larger percentage of their income on energy, on food, and on transportation. And so this Prime Minister is not at all for lower or middle-class Canadians, but rather for himself and those in the upper echelons. That is who this Prime Minister is. But now it gets worse, because on April 1st, he intends to play a very cruel joke on Canadians, and that is he will increase the carbon tax by another 23%. 23% is what it will go up by in just a matter of a couple of weeks. Canadians will be hard hit once again when they are already down. Folks in my riding are coming into my office and they're showing me their natural gas bills. And they're showing me the line that reveals the carbon tax. Some of them it's $40, $60, $130. But here's what I find interesting. So many of them, that line that shows the carbon tax is actually more than the cost of the good or the product itself. In other words, they're paying more for the tax than they are for the actual natural gas that they're using. And if that doesn't elicit a bit of compassion in this place, shame on those members. That individuals would be forced to pay a tax that is higher than the actual natural gas that they used in their household. That is wrong. No wonder Canadians are lining up at food banks in droves. No wonder students are having a hard time being able to make ends meet. No wonder seniors are having to make difficult choices between medication and food. This is the state of our nation. Farmers in my region who produce food for this country, and I dare say the world, are paying carbon tax bills upwards of $62,000 or $100,000. That cost then gets transferred onto transportation and then to the grocery store and then ultimately onto the backs of Canadians who buy that food. The carbon tax is having a huge effect on Canadians and their well-being. And the Liberals claim that it's about saving the planet, but they actually haven't met a single climate target that has been set. In fact, when you look at the performance index, they've fallen to 62, number 62 in performance. In other words, there is nothing being accomplished for the planet, but there is everything being done to punish Canadians. This government would also like Canadians to believe that somehow they're better off with the carbon tax because it results in a supposed rebate. Well, let's look at that rebate. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, who functions as an independent entity, looked at it and gave a report. And the report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer shows that actually people pay far more in the tax than they would ever get back. In the province of Alberta, residents are worse off by nearly $1,000 a month. Sorry, $1,000 a year. That's a lot of money for Canadians to lose out on. That's a lot of money for Albertans. You see, the Prime Minister reaches into the left pocket of Canadians and he takes out a wad of cash, and then into the right pocket, he deposits a few coins. And then he expects Canadians to praise him for his charity.
And be so grateful.
That's how this Liberal government functions. That's their policy. It's wrong. In my riding, I'm watching businesses close their doors because the costs are too much. I'm watching, there's a man in his 70s who lives in a vehicle with his dog because he can't afford his rent. A couple that lost their house because they couldn't afford their mortgage and now they're living in an RV. A person with a disability who came into my office recently who is having to skip out on meals because her little bit of money that she gets per month as a person with a disability doesn't stretch the distance it once did. All of this has to do with this government's failed policies, and the carbon tax is at the center of it all. 70% of Canadians and 70% of premiers do not want the tax hike. 70%. Overwhelmingly, Canadians reject this government's policies. They do not want it. And so today, Conservatives are standing on the side of hardworking Canadians, and we are calling for a vote of non-confidence in this Liberal government so that Canadians can vote in a carbon tax election. They will have the opportunity to say what they want. They will have an opportunity to vote for the Canada that they believe should be. They will have an opportunity to defend their own well-being. That is what we are calling for in this place. We are calling for the restoration of affordability. We are calling for a vibrant future for hardworking Canadians because they deserve it. No more punishment from this corrupt Liberal government, but rather a vibrant future for the hardworking, innovative, creative Canadians that we know them to be. So with that, I invite all members in this place to consider the well-being of every single Canadian from coast to coast, and to spike the hike, act the tax, and give back hope to those who live here in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Schofields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my honourable friend from Lethbridge, I want to set aside the comments on what has dominated in this place, carbon pricing, proper solutions to the climate crisis, and ask her if she doesn't agree that the well-being of every single Canadian, as she exhorted in her speech, includes that we face the fact that there's a very worrying fuel load across the country in our forests, that the forest fires of summer 2023 continued to burn underground and under the snow and are called zombie fires, that the oceans have hit temperature increases we've never seen before. And I ask her if she's also committed to finding climate solutions that work.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The Liberals, and I suppose the Green member as well, along with the NDP members, they like to tout this line that somehow the carbon tax is saving the planet. We just don't have any evidence to that. None. Zero. I have in front of me the Climate Change Performance Index. It shows that Canada is performing at number 62. Further to that, the stats show that Canada hasn't met a single one of its carbon targets. Not a single one. So instead, we just have a tax that is punitive in nature, a tax that goes after Canadians for just buying groceries, heating their homes, driving their vehicles. These are daily necessities in Canadian life.
Exactly.
Shame on those members for punishing them just for living.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. There's inflation, there's gas prices, so in addition to the price on carbon, there's also the price at the pump. Talk to the oil companies that are making record profits, and it's a double gift to taxpayers because in addition to paying more for gas, they're also paying in subsidies to the oil patch. Would my colleague agree that we stop sending taxpayer money to the oil patch? The honourable member.
Again, the issue at hand here today is this government and the imposition of a carbon tax. On April 1st, it is going up by 23%. There is zero proof to show that the carbon tax is somehow saving the planet. There is zero proof that any carbon emission targets are being met. In fact, to the contrary, there's proof to show that none of them have been. Furthermore, I have a climate change performance index from 2024 right here in front of me, and it shows that Canada ranks number 62. The carbon tax isn't working, but you know what it is doing? It's punishing Canadians who are working hard, who are heating their homes, who are driving to work, and who are just trying to make ends meet. Shame on this government.
That's right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech just delivered by my colleague from Lethbridge. The one question I would ask of her is, do Liberals not understand that the rebate, they're bending over backwards trying to explain the rebate they're giving to Canadians, is Canadians' money already? They would not have to give a rebate back to all Canadians if they wouldn't take the money in the first place. I do not understand how the Liberals and their NDP stooges don't understand that. If they wouldn't take the money out of the Canadians' pockets, they wouldn't have to bend over backwards with this rebate. And it is not revenue neutral, as the parliamentary budget officer has said. They're keeping $2 billion of the carbon taxes they're collecting and using it on their pet projects. Why can't they just let Canadians keep the money they earned in the first place?
Member for Lethbridge.
My colleague brings up a really good point. The government claims that they're somehow doing Canadians a favor. Again, by taking a whole lot of their cash and then giving a few pennies back. And then somehow the Liberals come to this conclusion that therefore the carbon tax is a good thing and Canadians want it. Well, in fact, actually 70% of Canadians say no, they don't. 70% of premiers say no, they don't. They don't want it. Yep. The fact of the matter is that in the province of Alberta, the folks in my area are $1,000 a year worse off because of the carbon tax. So while they might get a small pittance back, it is nothing in comparison to the amount that they are having to cede over to this government. So this whole false claim that somehow Liberals are benefiting Canadians is absolutely wrong, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it is true that inflation poses a challenge to Canadians. Food inflation poses a challenge to Canadians. But study after study, rigorous analysis after rigorous analysis by competent economists has shown that the contribution of the price on carbon pollution to food inflation is negligible. One figure that I read was that it contributes 0.15% to food inflation, that is, to the increase in the price of food. In fact, an interesting point was brought up at Environment Committee the other day by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment, the member from Milton, when he said that many food bank operators are quite worried about what would happen if the price on carbon were repealed, because the impact would be such that those who come to the food banks would lose the Canada carbon rebate. So they're quite worried, and I haven't heard of any food bank operator, quite frankly, calling for the repeal of the price on carbon. Now, what is impacting food inflation? Something called the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine caused international energy prices to spike. It caused grain prices to spike because, Madam Speaker, do you know what Ukraine is called? It's called the breadbasket of Europe. And the war has constrained its supply of grain, putting upward pressure on food prices. Now, why do the Conservatives never talk about that? I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. They're very sheepish when it comes to Ukraine because they're ashamed. They're ashamed that they didn't support the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Act, an act that would permit Ukraine to enter into the European Union, Mr. Speaker, the Economic Union. Now, Madam Speaker, what the Conservatives also.
The honourable member. I have a point of order from the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
The statement is patently false. You cannot use a free trade agreement with Canada to enter the European Union. Those two things.
I think that's debate, and I'll let the honourable member continue.
Let me rephrase that. The Conservatives voted against the free trade agreement because it mentioned that Canada and Ukraine would work together to promote carbon pricing around the world. Ukraine has a carbon price. It needs a carbon price to get into the European Economic Union. I should have phrased that better, Madam Speaker. And in fact, our own country needs a carbon price to trade internationally into the future because there's something called carbon border adjustments. And Europe is in the process of implementing carbon border adjustments. And I'm sharing my time with the member for Elmwood Transcona. Carbon border price adjustments are adjustments that are put on the imports of goods coming from countries that don't price carbon. So that means that if Canada would not have an output-based carbon pricing system, for example, like it exists in Alberta, Canadian companies would be penalized when they try and trade with the European Economic Union. So by talking about removing output-based pricing, by talking about removing the price on carbon, the Conservatives really are talking about penalizing Canadian companies in international markets as carbon border pricing adjustments start to take effect. So I think Canadians should understand that what the Conservatives are proposing will hurt the Canadian economy in the long run. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member will have, if he wishes, 6 minutes to resume his speech after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Halifax West.
Epilepsy affects over 300,000 Canadians. Today, I want to applaud advocates like Cassidy Megan, who at age 7 was diagnosed and at age 8 in 2008 created the idea of Purple Day, a day that has grown to be internationally recognized to increase epilepsy awareness, dispel myths, and to let those who have seizures know that they are not alone. I applaud my predecessor, the Honourable Jeff Regan, who in 2012 put forward an act in Parliament recognizing March 26th as Purple Day for Epilepsy, and families and caregivers like Zaina Ferris Shwairi, Halifax Purple Day Gala's honorary chair, who continues to share the experience of her daughter Brooklyn, who turned 13 this month and has struggled with epilepsy since 9 months old. I encourage everyone to wear purple on the 26th, learn seizure first aid, help destigmatize epilepsy, and support efforts to find a cure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Provencher. Mr. Speaker, soon Christians around the world will gather to celebrate Easter, the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. 2,000 years ago, Jesus died on the cross, crucified for the sins of humanity, for our sins. Then on the third day, he rose from the dead, defeating sin and death and bringing the gift of eternal life to all who believe. Historical evidence of eyewitness accounts transmitted over thousands of years prove the resurrection. For Christians, it's the most pivotal moment of our faith because the Bible says that without the resurrection, our faith is in vain. The death and resurrection of Jesus Christ offers forgiveness and healing from sin to all who believe. It's the only pathway to true reconciliation with God and humanity, between God and us. But it's up to each one of us by faith to claim and accept this gift. It's the miracle of the empty tomb that prompts the Easter greeting, Christ is risen, and the response from Christians everywhere is Christ is risen indeed. Mr. Speaker, to you and to all Canadians, a happy and a blessed Easter. Happy Easter. The honourable member from Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, the 2024 Arctic Games just wrapped up in Mat-Su Valley in south central Alaska this past weekend. These games, held every 2 years in the Arctic region, include 21 indoor and outdoor sports from hockey and biathlon to volleyball and table tennis, as well as traditional Arctic sports and Denny Games. This year, for the first time, the Denny Games included an open women's category. A long overdue change, and one that will encourage women and girls to keep up their traditional practices. Special congrats to one of the gold medal winners in the Denny Games, my daughter Shauna. With the girls being held in Alaska, the games being held in Alaska, this meant international travel for the very first time for many athletes. A big thank you to the Minister of Citizen Services, Service Canada staff for going above and beyond in making sure everyone had their last-minute passports. Congratulations to all the medal winners. Congratulations to all those who qualified and attended. It was an incredible experience for young athletes who trained very hard to make their teams in represented territories. Message home, Mrs. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Du Québec, nos jeunes de toutes les régions.
Mr. Speaker, our youth are able to compete in many sports during the Quebec Games. There are 18 sports like hockey, speed skating, and cross-country skiing. And this year was especially special. The event took place in Sherbrooke. Our athletes proudly represented our region and won 36 medals. I would like to congratulate all of them on their accomplishments. I would encourage them to persevere and enjoy their discipline. I'd like to congratulate Jérémy Bouchard, who won 4 gold medals and a bronze medal in short track speed skating. I'd also like to congratulate Alexandra Perrault on her 3 gymnastics silver medals. I'd also like to thank the organizing committee and the hundreds of volunteers who made this event possible. Your hard work enabled 2,500 young athletes to have an amazing experience they'll never forget. Thank you. I'd like to apologize to the member for Repentigny. I skipped over her. The Honourable Member, since 1992, we celebrate World Water Day on March 22nd. Canada has 20% of the globe's freshwater supplies, but 2.2 billion people do not have drinking water. Despite the fact that we have a responsibility, given that fact, Canada has not shown good governance of this essential natural resource. It is refusing to do anything about Chalk River and its radioactive risks. It has not ensured that healthy drinking water is provided to all Indigenous nations. It is listening to the industrial interests that are asking for less regulation, and they are ignoring the problems caused by tar sands, toxic substances that are entering the waterways that are part of the daily lives of many Indigenous communities who are now suffering from serious cancers. It is high time for Canada to wake up.
The Honourable Member from Barrie-Innisfil. I rise today to pay tribute to Helen Horodinsky, who passed away March 13th at the age of 100. Helen was born in Sumy area, eastern Ukraine, lived through the Holodomor and Second World War as forced farm labor in Austria. Helen met her husband Walter when they were in the Red Cross DP camps near Salzburg, Austria, and immigrated to Canada in 1949 with Walter and a daughter, and would later have 5 more children in Canada. Like all Ukrainians, Helen had a strong work ethic that she passed on to her children, working well into her 90s at her son Boris's farms in Barrie and Innisfil. In her late 80s, she would weed the onion fields well into the evening and would only leave after she was told to. Helen came to Canada from Ukraine with nothing but determination and the hope of a better life for her family. She was loyal and proud of her hardworking family, loyal and proud to be Canadian, and loyal and proud of her beloved Ukraine. Canada is a better nation because of Helen's contribution to it and the contributions of all Canadians of Ukrainian descent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Vimy. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, this weekend we will be celebrating Greek independence with a very special guest, Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. On March 25th, 1821, after a great deal of struggle and sacrifice, where many people sacrificed their lives, Greece put an end to 400 years of Ottoman occupation.
Time now to also celebrate Greece's recent renaissance after a decade of economic depression compounded by COVID, a period of great sacrifice affecting all 11 million people. But Greece did not shed blood or lose its democracy or the rule of law, and it is still a solid EU member and our valuable NATO ally. Greece has made it back stronger than ever. The Economist has rated Greece as #1 among developed countries on economic performance for both 2022 and 2023. Vive le Canada, long live Greece, zito 25 Martiu 1821.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, International Transgender Day of Visibility is an annual event occurring on March 31st dedicated to celebrating transgender people and raising awareness of the discrimination faced by transgender people worldwide, as well as celebrating their contributions to society. I want to recognize an incredible local artist and activist from the Kingston area, Hill Worth. Hill Worth's most recent art collection was made into posters in partnership with the Kingston School of Art, Queen's University's Education, and Compass Psychotherapy. The posters are proudly and prominently displayed by businesses and organizations on numerous windows and storefronts throughout the city, reminding us that love, acceptance, and respect are fundamental to a healthy society. Using the Instagram handle Slow and Intentional, it is evident that Hill is making a slow and intentional impact on the hearts and minds of everyone in our community and beyond. Thank you, Hill. You are right. Hate has no home here.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
17 months of investigating a Arrive scam, and the Liberals have been forced to face the mess of corruption they've created. First, they said there's nothing to see here and voted against the Auditor General's investigation. Then they said it was a one-off, would never happen again. Yesterday revealed that 3 subcontractors have fraudulently billed 36 government departments $5 million from 2018 to 2022. And this is just the first wave. Without the scrutiny brought on by Conservatives, the Liberals would have happily kept Canadians in the dark. With even more companies being investigated, it is obvious that this is a government-wide issue, and the rot starts at the top. The merry-go-round of incompetent ministers has led to untold millions of stolen taxpayers' dollars. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. It's time for a government that respects Canadians. It's time to call an election.
The honourable député d'Orléans.
The honourable member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that the Minister of National Defence tabled Bill C-66 this morning in order to modernize the military justice system. This bill seeks to implement 9 recommendations from the report by Justices Arbour and Fish. Importantly, we will remove jurisdiction from the military justice system when it comes to sexual offenses committed in Canada. It will also increase the independence of principal stakeholders and create a victim liaisons officer in order to support victims. Mr. Speaker, this is an important step in changing the culture in the Canadian Armed Forces sustainably. I hope this House will recognize the importance of the bill and will help it become law as quickly as possible.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this costly Liberal government, Canadians are suffering. The carbon tax has driven up the cost of everything, forcing millions of people to line up outside food banks, while families have to choose between heating their homes and feeding their families. The Prime Minister's own parliamentary budget officer says the average Alberta family will pay $2,943 in carbon taxes. The rebates only equal to $2,032, and that means that the Prime Minister's carbon tax scheme costs Alberta families $911 per year. 7 premiers and 70% of Canadians are opposed to the Prime Minister's carbon tax hike on April 1st. It's not too late for the Liberal and NDP members in this House to listen to their constituents and join us in telling the Prime Minister his carbon tax does not work. The common sense Conservative promise is straightforward. axe this inflationary carbon tax and bring home lower prices.
Here, here. Well done.
The honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, people are suffering from a cost of living crisis and are fearful of the pending carbon tax hike. I recently met with 2 seniors from my community who told me how difficult it is to buy food, clothing, and shelter. They're on the brink of financial disaster. They must eliminate necessities from their diet. They must shop at dollar and second-hand stores. They can no longer afford the luxuries of going out with a coffee and friend. People like them, seniors, are the biggest group facing homelessness because everything's gotten so much more expensive. As a cruel April Fool's Day joke, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister wants to make things even more expensive by enforcing another carbon tax on British Columbians. The NDP Premier of BC has no choice but to hike this tax because of the Prime Minister's carbon tax obsession. This Prime Minister callously refuses to listen to the reason and spike the hike and axe the tax.
Yeah!
The honourable member from Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the 1-year anniversary of Alpha Discovery Kids' grand opening on Laruma Road. With locations in Mississauga and Oakville, Oakville's Discovery Kids is a staple of early years education in the GTA. With focus on children's development, they offer a unique curriculum based on 4 pillars: language and literacy, STEAM, physical activity and nutrition, and mindful awareness. Alpha Discovery Kids does this while also ensuring affordability for families. That's because they participate in Canada's National Child Care Plan, which lowers overall costs and supports working parents, while helping to develop the next generation of community leaders who will build up our economy. I was pleased to join teachers, parents, and children to celebrate this milestone. Congratulations to Alpha's Discovery Kids. Thank you.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, today is the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, a day marked by the United Nations General Assembly to honor the 69 people killed by apartheid South African police at a peaceful demonstration against apartheid pass laws in 1960. Today, the legacy of colonialism, imperialism, and systemic racism continue to plague the globe, particularly those of African descent. From Sudan to Congo to Somalia, millions of Africans are still bearing the consequences. And here in Canada, Black Canadians continue to experience anti-Black racism, hatred, and discrimination. A coalition of Black and Indigenous federal public service employees have sued this government for rampant systemic racism, pay inequality, and mental suffering. On this important day, Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to move beyond lip service and give our Black federal public service employees what they deserve.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has lost one of its great citizens, and I am mourning a friend. Yves Michaud was born in Saint-Hyacinthe in 1930, and he has now drawn his last breath. He was a journalist, an editorialist, an activist, a politician, a diplomat, CEO of Montreal's Convention Centre, and was also called Robin Hood of the Banks. All of his life, Yves Michaud was a proud and free person with unwavering convictions. He was larger than life, endearing and generous. He was incredibly erudite. He could recite the classics by heart. The French language was his motherland, and Quebec was his country. When I would visit Paris, a city that he loved, I would always call him when I passed by Quebec Place, a project that he had invested a great deal into. I have such memories of his hospitality. He loved food and good wine. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer all my condolences to his family, his loved ones, and all supporters of independence. We will remember you. Thank you.
The honourable member from Haldimand Norfolk.
Our country is at a crossroads. On April 1st, the Liberal government will raise the carbon tax by 23%. This tax increase is opposed by 70% of Canadians and 70% of Canada's premiers. Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. People are choosing between heating their homes and putting gas in their cars. Millions of Canadians are relying on food banks. People are going through garbage dumpsters in search of food. Mothers are diluting their babies' milk to stretch the formula. Canadians need a government that understands the struggles of daily living and commits to making life more affordable. Today, Conservatives are calling for a carbon tax election. It is time that this House join Conservatives, put the people first, vote no confidence, and bring home an election.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, on March 25th, Greeks around the world will celebrate Greek Independence Day to honor the women and men who fought with courage, pride, and determination for the freedom of their people, for future generations of Greeks, and for a liberated Greece.
On March 25th, 1821, the Greek War of Independence started with an insurrection by revolutionary heroes like Theodoros Kolokotronis, Laskarina Mampoulina, and Rigas Feraios, who wrote that it is better to live 1 hour free than 40 years as a slave and prisoner.
It is thanks to their victory in 1821 that Greeks around the world, including Greeks that make up our strong Greek-Canadian community, are able to thrive and contribute so much in the countries in which they live. This year's celebrations will be special because Greeks in Toronto and Montreal will be celebrating the Greek National Day alongside two prime ministers, our very own Prime Minister and the Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Χρόνια πολλά σε όλους τους Έλληνες. Ζήτω η Ελλάδα! Ζήτω! Ζήτω ο Καναδάς! Ζήτω! Ζήτω 25η Μαρτίου! Ζήτω!
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
After 8 years, it's clear this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And it's not just grocery prices that have skyrocketed in the last year. It's Jamaican vacations too, Mr. Speaker. The tab for the Prime Minister's trip this year came in at over $230,000, an increase of 42%. And of course, while Canadians have to pay higher prices themselves, he gets to pass his bill on to taxpayers. And now they have to pay the bill for his high carbon hypocrisy and the 23% tax hike that is coming. He's refused to cancel the hike. Will he at least let Canadians decide for themselves and call a carbon tax election?
Before we continue, just for the very top end of question period, I'm going to ask the member from Timmins James Bay to please keep his comments to himself until the moment that he has the mic to the floor. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party has become the CIO of Canada, the Chief Inaction Officer, Mr. Speaker. What he's advocating on this side of the House is inaction on climate change. It's inaction on clean growth. It's inaction on green jobs, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House and millions of Canadians, we believe in action. Action against climate change. Actions to build the economy of tomorrow. Actions to build the jobs of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. We're going to fight climate change and make sure that we bring more money in the pocket of Canadians. That's our plan.
Again, I'm going to ask members to be very careful about ascribing acronyms or names to other honourable members. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
Action they've taken is forcing Canadians to food banks for the first time in their lives. It's forcing Canadians to turn down thermostats and put food back on the shelf because they can't afford it. Meanwhile, their environment plan has been revealed to just be a tax plan because they've fallen 4 spots in the climate change ranking after raising the carbon tax, and their own environment commissioner has said they've stacked failure on top of failure. But they have succeeded in driving up prices. Will they do the right thing and let Canadians decide for themselves and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our carbon rebate puts more money in the hands of 8 out of 10 Canadians. And just this morning, Mr. Speaker, I had a call from Keith in my riding. He's retired, and he's been keeping track of all his invoices since January the 1st. And he was delighted to tell me that even with adding a little extra, because he might have known the impact on this morning orange, that he is ahead $68 every single climate action rebate check. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
That is just false. Their own budget watchdog, the parliamentary budget officer that they appointed, testified at committee and said the following. Once you factor in the rebate, but also the economic impacts, the majority of households will see a negative impact as a result of the carbon tax. In Newfoundland, hardworking middle-income families will be $377 poorer after the carbon tax and the rebate is factored in. So, will they show the courage and put their plan to quadruple the tax in front of Canadians, and Canadians can have the choice between that and our plan to axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I love to get up to talk about my province of Newfoundland and Labrador and how the carbon rebate is putting more money back into the pockets. With the rural top-up, Mr. Speaker, in April 15th, the average family of four in my riding all throughout Newfoundland and Labrador outside of St. John's will be getting $1,430 a year to offset prices. And, Mr. Speaker, we've got another benefit. Another lady in my riding, Katie, applied for the oil to heat pump program, which is going to save her $800 a year as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister is simply not worth the support he receives from the Bloc Québécois. How can the Bloc Québécois support a Prime Minister who has doubled our national debt? How can the Bloc Québécois support a Prime Minister who has doubled the cost of housing for Quebecers? How can the Bloc Québécois support a Prime Minister who has forced hundreds of thousands of Quebecers to food banks? My question to the Prime Minister, what did he promise to the Bloc to save his career and his government? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, for the thousands of Canadians who are watching us today on TV, it's clear. You hear the party of inaction on the other side, Mr. Speaker. Their strategy is inaction to counter climate change, inaction against economic growth, inaction in order to create jobs. On this side of the House, we believe that people believe in action against climate change, action to create the jobs of tomorrow, and they want economic growth, and that's what we believe, and that's what Canadians believe, and that's what we will do for our country, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The millions of Quebecers who are watching us would have liked to have heard an answer to my question. The question Bloc MPs need to ask themselves today is this. Will they set aside their ideological bickering for once and vote for the Quebecers they allegedly represent and who are fed up with this Prime Minister's arrogance, a Prime Minister who has broken our immigration system, who has increased taxes, who allows dangerous criminals to serve their prison sentences at home? A Prime Minister who interferes in every single area of Quebec's jurisdiction. So I'll ask my question again. What did the Prime Minister promise the Bloc to save his career and his government? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague that during the last election campaign, the Conservative Party of Canada promised Canadians that they would implement a carbon tax. They promised that they would implement a price on pollution system. Not only that, through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the honourable member that he just has to look behind him, who was a minister in the Quebec government who actually adopted such a measure and who fought against climate change. Just ask her what she thinks about it. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we're barely a third of the way through the session, and already the Liberals are breaking records and refusing Quebec's legitimate demands. No to the right to opt out of drug insurance, no to the right to opt out of dental care, no to advanced requests for medical assistance in dying, no to full powers in immigration, no to the $1 billion refund for asylum seekers, no to Bill 21. It's like a competition. They're seeing how often they can say no. But they're going to take a plunge when the time comes to claim their prize. Do they realise that Quebecers aren't going to let themselves be disrespected like this? The Honourable Minister for Transport. Mr. Speaker, we've said yes for childcare, yes for a healthcare agreement, yes for dental care, yes for seniors, yes for youth. Mr. Speaker, we've said yes. They need to learn what yes means. They want yeses. But they've become the best partisans of no. No to collaboration, no to discussion, no to a good agreement. They don't like us to work well with Quebec, because when things are good for Quebecers, things are bad for the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. All their no's add up to a list that's already so long that you could unroll it all the way to the North Shore. Let's continue. No to the transfer of infrastructure and housing budgets. No to the repatriation of culture. No to the single tax return system. No to the abolition of the monarchy. No, 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 Mr. Speaker. It's reminiscent of Gilles Vigneault, who sang, and listen to this: when a strong wind picks up, you better buckle up. Maybe they don't realize it. Do they not realize that by being told no, Quebecers will soon be saying oui? The Honourable Minister for Transport. Mr. Speaker, our we and yes includes the Gaspé, the Eastern Townships, the Mauricie, Montreal, South Shore, North Shore. Our we, our yes, is for everyone. We work with the Outaouais as well. The federal government is working with Quebec for healthcare, for dental care, for our seniors, for our families, for our children, for the environment, Mr. Speaker. When things are good for Quebec, things are bad for the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Let's talk about real facts. The people in Montreal see horrible increases in rent, the highest in 30 years. Families simply cannot find an affordable roof over their heads. I would just like to ask members to relax so that the Speaker can hear the question, who is at the very far end of the House of Commons. I would like to ask the member for New Westminster Burnaby to start from the top. Montrealers have seen horrible rent increases, the highest in 30 years. Families simply cannot find a roof, an affordable roof over their heads. With the Liberals, rents have doubled. For every new housing unit built, 11 affordable ones have been lost. The Conservatives have lost 800,000 affordable housing units per housing unit built. So the crisis is because of the two of them. People need funds to protect them so that rent can remain affordable. The Liberals have to listen. It has to be in the budget. Will they place this in the budget, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development in Quebec. I would like to thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. He knows full well, as I do, that our government has done more for housing than any government before it. We've invested in cooperatives. We've invested in cooperative housing units in Montreal and in the Greater Montreal area. That is one of the best places where we've seen the best results, and we'll continue to strike agreements like we've done with Quebec. Elsewhere, we've just announced $1.9 billion for housing, for affordable housing throughout Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
The median rent in Vancouver is now over $3,000. Finding a place in BC is a full-time job for renters as greedy landlords evict tenants to hike rent even higher. The Liberal government continues to let corporate landlords and greedy housing profiteers off the hook. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader would rather let his real estate executive buddies and developer friends maximize profits off the backs of Canadians. The NDP is proposing a fund to protect renters by keeping affordable homes available. Will the Liberals include this measure in Budget 2024 to make rent affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for the Development of Regional Areas of Quebec.
Thank my colleague for a question. And as she knows, before being a minister, I was PS for housing. I've worked with her on many issues of the housing front, and I know that she, like me, want to make sure that every Canadian has a home, and that's what we're doing as a government, doing accelerated fund, working on the rights of a home, working on homelessness to make sure that people have a roof over their heads, and we'll continue to make every day worthwhile for Canadians to have a home.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Canadians know that this Prime Minister and his carbon tax are not worth the cost. The average Ontario family pays $1,674 every year in Liberal carbon taxes. They get back $1,047. I know that it's very difficult for them to understand, but $1,674 is bigger than $1,047. And the tax goes up by 23% on April 1st. first. So if he won't spike the hike or axe the tax, then why won't he let the people decide and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives need to stop spreading falsehoods. The PBO has been very clear that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. It is true now. It will be true in 2030. The only thing that these folks are going to do by taking away the rebate is to make those on modest incomes poorer. Shame on you for that. While his climate plan is essentially to let the planet burn, the Conservatives essentially have a policy that is both reckless on the environment and reckless on affordability.
I'd like to remind all members, of course, to direct their comments through the chair. The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Just because the minister repeats something over and over again, it doesn't make it true. That liberal math might make sense in fantasy land, but the math that Canadians are doing is painfully real as they try to put food on their table. And those Liberals have the audacity to believe that Canadians want to pay more in taxes, not less. The Conservatives are giving this government the chance to test that audacity and call a carbon tax election. If the Liberal government believes that everyone loves the carbon tax, then why won't they agree to go to the polls? What are they scared of?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would say the Conservatives need to stop spouting falsehoods. The average net benefit to Canadians in Ontario is $255 a year. In Manitoba, $365 a year. In Alberta, $723 a year. In Saskatchewan, $349 a year. What these folks are going to do is make poor people poorer, and they are going to essentially sacrifice the future of our children going forward. Shame on you.
The Honourable Member from Lakeland.
But no matter what the minister yells and flails about, it's clear that the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, because after 8 years, Canadians can hardly afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. Near Lakeland, the Cold Lake Food Bank said last year was their busiest ever. Quote, "We gave out over 6,000 hampers throughout the year. So far this year hasn't slowed down." 6,000, by the way, is 40% of the town's population. And 1 million more Canadians will be forced to go to food banks this year over last. But this Prime Minister, he plans to quadruple his carbon tax anyway. So when will the Prime Minister cancel his April cruel day, spike the hike and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will share with you what is cruel. What's cruel is that the Conservatives would cut the carbon rebate, which, Mr. Speaker, is a price on pollution. 8 out of 10 Albertans receive more money from the Canada carbon rebate than they pay at the end of the year. $700 more in the pockets of Albertans. What do Conservatives want to do? Cut. What will we do as Liberals? We will defend the planet. We will make sure there are good jobs, and we'll make sure that life is more affordable for Albertans and all Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Lakeland.
Except the Liberals' schemes and spin jobs can't cover up the cruel fact that the cost of everything is up, and so are emissions, because the carbon tax is a cash grab and not an environmental plan. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer, he tells the truth. Unlike them, like most Canadians, Albertans will pay almost $1,000 more this year than they get back in fake rebates. So today, Conservatives will vote non-confidence in the costly coalition to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But will this Prime Minister finally listen to the majority of Canadians and premiers, spike the hike today, or call carbon tax election so Canadians can decide and axe it themselves?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, page 6 of the PBO report indicates that at the end of the year, Albertans are $700 better off thanks to a very real Canada carbon rebate. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Edmonton Centre, well over 69% of residents want this government to fight climate change. We couldn't breathe the smoke in the air on September long weekend or May long weekend. These guys want to let the planet burn. We're going to defend the planet, put more money in the pockets of Albertans. They can do what they want to do. We're going to defend Canadians and make sure there's a planet for our kids and our grandkids.
Order. Order. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
This is how desperate and pathetic this Liberal government is, and the ministers that repeat these talking points, they quote a 2-year-old PBO report. 2 years old! The PBO was just at committee 2 weeks ago and debunked everything they have to say because the carbon tax costs Canadians, and we know it. In Orangeville, my hometown, they are now predicting in a few years 5,000 to 6,000 residents will go to the food bank every month in a town of 27,000 people. This is the Liberal carbon tax. Will they spike the hike, axe the tax, or call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this member talks about 2 years ago. Let us go back approximately 2 years in time when the citizens of Dufferin-Caledon saw on their doorsteps a Conservative candidate who was there solemnly promising to put a price on pollution, a price on carbon for the people of Dufferin-Caledon and the people all across Canada. Now this member wants to take the check that's going to be arriving on April 15th with the amount of $280 away from the citizens of Dufferin-Caledon. So he's renouncing his promise in the last campaign, and he's renouncing
the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
He can't even defend what I said because he knows the report he's citing is 2 years old, it's out of date, and it's false. Now, here is Liberal math. The average person in Ontario, including Dufferin-Caledon, will pay $1,674 in carbon tax, and they will get a rebate, a fake rebate of $1,047. Even Liberals can do the math. That costs $674. That has consequences. After 8 years of this anti-Liberal Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost. So they can spike the hike, axe the tax, and call a carbon tax election.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Fact was simple, Mr. Speaker. The people in that member's riding and the people all across Ontario will be receiving a check for $280 on April 15th. These people want to vote against that. What they've also voted against in rural areas of the province of Ontario is a 20% top-up for rural residents in the province of Ontario. They want to take that money away, will disproportionately hurt the lower income people in their riding. This member needs to check his math and vote for the people that he represents.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. If the federal government wants to say no to full immigration powers for Quebec, it will have to say yes to actually doing its job then, especially with regards to asylum seekers. Families are stuck in inhumane situations. Some spend years worrying because the federal government is simply unable to process their application and they don't know whether they will have to leave Canada. Worse still, some are unable to meet their basic needs because they have no right to work, because they don't have a permit from the federal government. So instead of fueling squabbles, when will the minister finally get down to work and do his job? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. I know very well that the member across the way has closely followed the decisions we have made with regards to asylum seekers from Mexico. We've clearly said to Minister Fréchette that we will work with them in partnership. They don't like it when we work with Quebec. All they look is for squabbles with Quebec. We have a lot of work to do, but we will do it with Quebec. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Last Thursday, the Journal de Montréal reported police action in food bank queues. Food insecurity is causing chaos. Community organizations blame the explosion in the number of hungry people on the fact that asylum seekers have to wait 21 months before they can get a work permit. To quote one coordinator, they can't work for 2 years, but they still have families to feed. Recall that these permits are the sole responsibility of this minister. It's his jurisdiction, so instead of just incessant talk, when is he going to actually hand out permits? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. The member obviously isn't looking at the rest of Canada as well. In Toronto, we've accelerated permit grants, and that is what we did to Quebec. We would like to work with you to accelerate access to work permits. We can do more, We hear what people have to say. We can do better, of course. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Langeais. Quebec agriculture is nearing a precipice. We've been saying it for months. Environmental disasters, inflation, and high interest rates are pushing our farmers and producers towards bankruptcy. Their debt level has more than doubled since 2015. Last November, the Quebec government asked the federal government to activate the Agri Recovery Program. 5 months later, radio silence. Still no emergency support from the federal government for farmers and producers in difficulty. Will the minister finally listen to farmers and producers' concerns, listen to Quebec, and finally activate this program?
Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My honourable colleague's question, and being a farmer, I fully understand what devastation farmers go through with the environment. My honourable colleague is well aware what it's under a BRM program and it's agri recovery. The application has been received and it's been assessed. We are continuing to work with the province of Quebec to make sure that the farmers in Quebec receive every remuneration possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
After 8 years, Canadian farmers are at their wits' end, and this Prime Minister's Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition aren't worth the cost. Instead of preparing for a new growing season, farmers are bracing themselves for another carbon tax increase on April 1st. The Agriculture Carbon Alliance surveyed 50 farms and found out they were paying more than $320,000 a month in carbon taxes. That's just 50 farms. There are almost 200,000 farms in Canada. And the punishment is going to get that much worse when the Prime Minister increases his carbon tax 23% on April 1st. Will the Prime Minister give farmers a voice and allow a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. I believe he and I both canvassed the last election indicating we were going to put a price on pollution. We did put a price on pollution. We also put in place a Canada carbon rebate, which my honourable colleague is well aware, 8 out of 10 people in the country receive more than they pay. And in fact, in Alberta, they receive an average family receives $450 quarterly. The question is, why does my honourable colleague and the Conservative Party of Canada want to take $450 every quarterly out of the people's pockets?
The honourable member from Foothills.
Well, I think the minister should talk to his own constituents in Prince Edward Island who are paying $1,600 a year in carbon taxes and getting about $1,000 back in the rebate, meaning it is costing islanders $600 a year in the carbon tax. And that has consequences. Higher carbon taxes are driving Canadians to food banks in unprecedented numbers. As a matter of fact, in his province, the corner food bank is struggling just to keep its doors open as demand for increase gone 70%. 5,500 families it's serving. Will the minister support a carbon tax election and give his islanders a voice?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
My constituents in Prince Edward Island are fully aware that I told them that we would put a price on pollution. And we also indicated we'd put the Canada carbon rebate in place. In fact, my constituents receive $220 every quarterly, and that money is in their pocket. What I cannot understand is why my honourable colleague wants to take that money out of their pocket. Farmers understand there's a problem with the environment. They also understand we have a program in place to address the environment. We have and will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is keeping the Prime Minister in power even though he has broken our immigration system, raised taxes and doubled our national debt. What good is the Bloc Québécois if it doesn't even do its job as opposition? They continually vote with the government to make Canadians poorer and radically increase the carbon tax. Canadians and Quebecers deserve better. What did the Prime Minister promise the Bloc Québécois in order to hold on to power? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. When it comes to promises, if I were the Conservative Party, I'd just be slightly ashamed of mentioning promises because they promised in 2021 the creation of a carbon tax system. The Conservative Party said they would implement standards on clean fuel. What are they doing? Well, they've just changed their minds. They change minds as much as they change underwear. They don't believe in climate change. They have no plan for the economy, no plan for jobs, no plans for affordability. On this side of the House, we will work to fight against climate change, to fight to create jobs and to help Canadians when it comes to affordability.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, you know what's unfair? Canadians are doing everything right, but still struggling to keep up with costs. Meanwhile, big oil and gas CEOs are raking in billions while not paying their fair share. And it's because the Liberals refuse to stand up to their friends in oil and gas, while the lobbyists in the Conservative Party fight to get rich CEOs even more handouts. A windfall tax on the richest oil and gas corporations would bring in $4.2 billion to put back into Canadians' pockets. Why won't the Liberals do it?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is extremely important that all sectors of the economy pay their fair share. It is extremely important that all sectors of the economy make their contribution to the fight against climate change. We certainly are working very closely with the oil and gas sector, as we are with other sectors of the economy, to ensure very much that they do so. We need to see more progress moving forward. As I have been very clear, it is important that we see reductions in absolute emissions as we move forward, and I'm sure that we are going to see that, and we are certainly going to continue to push the sector to accomplish that.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Military civilian workers who support our troops on Canadian military bases are still on strike. They can't get a fair deal. And why? Because the employer is allowing scab workers to replace them. This is shameful. Liberals tell workers they're for anti-scab legislation, and then they look away when scabs are brought in to prevent base workers from fighting for better wages. The Liberals can't have it both ways. Will they stand up for striking civilian military workers, or will they keep turning a blind eye to these unfair labor practices?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
I want to thank the member for the important question. Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services is a trusted partner in the defence enterprise. They provide important services to our members. We've met with both parties, and we are encouraging them to meet again at the bargaining table. CFMWS will continue to work with union representatives to reach agreements and to minimize impacts to CAF members. CAF members and their families are our top priority, in providing the supports that they require remains our priority. Thanks.
The honourable member from Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, we have made considerable progress in modernizing the military justice system and advancing culture change to support victims and survivors in the Canadian Armed Forces. There remains a lot of work to do, primarily because of the inaction of the previous Conservative government. In her report, Justice Arbour recommends a transfer of all criminal code sexual offences to civilian jurisdiction. This approach would be suitable to constituents within the riding of Waterloo, should it be done with the resources to ensure justice for the people involved. Will the Minister of National Defence update this House on the progress we are making to advance culture change?
Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Waterloo for her question, and I couldn't agree with her more. Creating meaningful and lasting cultural change for the Canadian Armed Forces is imperative. I'm pleased to share that this morning I had the opportunity to table Bill C-66, the Military Justice Modernization Act. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, will address 9 of the recommendations from Justice Arbour and Justice Fisher's reports. They will uphold our government's commitment to building a more inclusive, respectful, and professional Canadian Armed Forces. And Mr. Speaker, for every member of the Canadian Armed Forces, I want to advise that we have heard you. We have heard you clearly, and we will do whatever is required to provide you with a safe and inclusive workplace.
The honourable member from Chilliwack Hope.
After 8 years of the NDP Liberal Prime Minister, over 200,000 British Columbians are using the food bank every month. On April Fool's Day, BC NDP Premier David Eby will raise the carbon tax on the people of BC by 23%, as his friend the Prime Minister has made him do. This BC NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition will cost British Columbians billions at a time when they can least afford it. Since none of the 15 Liberal MPs from BC will stand up to spike the hike, will they at least call a carbon tax election so Canadians can vote to axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to stand up for British Columbians on this. British Columbians led the way with a price on pollution. It was Gordon Campbell, a right-wing premier in BC, who actually put in place the first price on pollution, led Canada, was a leader in the world. My goodness, it is a shame to see British Columbians like that who deny the reality of climate change. I agree very much with David Eby when he says we should stop listening to the baloney factory over there.
Order. The Speaker would like to hear the question from the member from Chilliwack Hope and the response that will be offered in answer to that. The Honourable Member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 15 years of that NDP Liberal plan, emissions are up and British Columbians continue to get poorer. The BC NDP budget says that $9 billion will be taken from British Columbians over the next 3 years. They'll only give $3 billion back in rebates, pocketing the extra $6 billion. This carbon tax coalition is making the most expensive place in the country more expensive to live by jacking up the price of gas, groceries, and home heating. So why don't they give Canadians a voice and allow us to vote to spike the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The party is entitled to its opinion.
Order. I'm going to encourage members, especially the member from Kingston the Islands, please, to not have a conversation across the way. That also goes for members on this side and responding. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, the Conservative Party is certainly entitled to its own opinions, but it is not entitled to its own facts. Emissions are down. Canada is growing a clean growth economy for the future. I was in Germany earlier this week, and the German government told me that Canada is a model for the world in the fight against climate change and the work to address the issue that is an existential threat in the global green economy. We signed an agreement on hydrogen that is going to create jobs and economic opportunity in Atlantic Canada because we believe in climate change. We are fighting climate change, and those climate deniers on the other side of the House should be ashamed of themselves.
The Honourable Member. Order. Order. The Honourable Member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
These Liberals think Canadians have never had it so good, but after 8 years, the NDP Liberals, Melody from Nova Scotia, is losing hope because the 23% increase in the carbon tax that's happening on April 1st will put the cost of everything up. Melanie had to sell her dream home because Liberals forced her to choose between food, heating, and having a mortgage. To help Melody, the Liberal leader in Nova Scotia has now joined in the fight against the carbon tax. So for the sake of Melody, if the Liberals won't axe the tax, will they at least spike the hike?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to say it again, but the Canadian carbon rebate puts more money in the hands of 8 or 10 Canadians every single day. What we haven't talked about today, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of not doing action on climate.
Hear, hear.
I know the member opposite, he was impacted by Hurricane Fiona. They've had fires, they've had drought, they've had floods. The conversation we all need to have in this House is what happens to our kids and our grandkids if we do not take action on climate change. We have a plan. I wish the Conservatives did.
The Honourable Member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
That answers cold comfort for the families in my community that have increased the usage of the St. Margaret's Bay Food Bank by 30%. Right. Why? Because the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the average Nova Scotia family pays $1,500 in carbon tax and gets back $963 of their own money. That's less, since you can't add, that's $537 in more taxes than fake rebates. This Prime Minister is not not worth the cost. So if the Prime Minister won't spike the hike or axe the tax, will he at least let the people decide and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, again, the Canadian carbon rebate, the Canada carbon rebate is putting more money in pockets of Nova Scotians. And April the 4th, the average family outside of Halifax is going to get $989. You add to that what we're doing in $10 a day daycare, what we're doing in lowering taxes for everybody, what we're doing in so many things for people, especially the heat to heat pump program. That is saving hundreds and hundreds of dollars every year for Canadians. We are there to help Canadians every day. I wish the Conservatives were.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, Supreme Court Justice Richard Wagner took the government to task on judicial appointments. He said the government's inertia with respect to vacancies and the absence of satisfactory explanations for the delays are disconcerting. Since then, the Liberals have been dragging their feet. Of the 85 vacancies to be filled, 68 remain. In February, the federal court ordered the government to get on with it. Instead, we learned on Monday that the Minister of Justice is challenging that decision in court. When will the minister get serious about the justice system and appoint the necessary judges? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. I'd like to congratulate all Canadian Ismailis who are celebrating Nowruz Mubarak today. To answer the question, what I'd like to say is that I have been working on this for 7 months, and I've already named 74 judges to the bench. The average for the Conservative government was only 60 a year. So I am making my efforts and working twice as fast as the Conservative government did, and I will keep doing so. Then I have the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Twice as fast as zero is still zero. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and the Federal Court are both telling the government that the number of vacancies is preventing the justice system from working properly. The Chief Justice said access to justice and the health of our democratic institutions are at risk. He's not just anyone, and rather than speeding up appointments, the Minister of Justice is challenging the Federal Court's decision and looking for excuses for his inaction. Clogging up the courts with political and partisan cases is not the solution. We need more judges. What's the minister waiting for? More Liberal candidates? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. This is an important question, and what I'd like to tell all Canadians watching right now is that when there's a committee to recommend appointments, we never put a former Liberal on that advisory committee, which is not the case for the previous government. So we have taken steps to avoid partisanship, to appoint high-quality, diverse candidates, bilingual candidates, which is necessary for judges, not just in Quebec, but all across Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Beauce didn't get an answer, so I'll try again. The Bloc is propping up this Prime Minister, even though he has broken our immigration system, raised taxes, and doubled our national debt. A vote for the Bloc will cost you, and it's going to cost even more on April 1st, because this Liberal Bloc government is going to raise taxes by 23%. It's not on. What did the Prime Minister promise the Bloc to keep his government in power? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers watching at home don't understand. This isn't the first time they haven't understood the Conservative Party. What the member just said doesn't apply in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. They're the party of inaction, Mr. Speaker. What Quebecers want is action on climate change, action on economic growth, action to boost green jobs. The Conservatives are voting for inaction. We are voting along with Quebecers to move Canada forward. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, my colleague just said talked about not getting it. Let's talk about not getting it. I'm going to ask again. The food banks are overwhelmed. No one has ever seen the likes of it in this country. People who voted for the Bloc must be sorry. The Bloc has been supporting the Liberals and keeping them in power. I remind you, this Liberal Bloc government is going to impose an additional 23% tax on April 1st, and it's no April Fool's Day joke. A vote for the Bloc will sure cost you. Does this minority government will they reveal the secret deal they have with the Bloc Québécois? The Honourable Minister of Transport. That's not very nice for my colleague to give that kind of spanking to the Bloc. They've already got enough to deal with. The minister talked about inaction. What does inaction lead to? Forest fires, displaced people. And where was he when this happened in Quebec and all across Canada? They've been sitting on their hands, doing sweet nothing, while we've been getting down to work. I would always encourage members to be respectful. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, food bank usage in Edson is up nearly 300%. Now on April 1st, these Liberals want to raise the carbon tax another 23%, making groceries, gas, and heating more expensive for Canadians. They are on track to quadruple the carbon tax. The average family in Alberta will pay nearly $3,000 of carbon tax this year. Will the Liberals finally allow a carbon tax election so Albertans can decide to axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Yellowhead is simply wrong. Albertans in rural Alberta, with the doubling of the rural top-up, will receive $2,160 in rebate in the upcoming year. More money, $700 more, $960 more if you're in rural or remote Alberta, Mr. Speaker. I have one message for Albertans and for Canadians. Stop the Conservatives and don't let them ruin the rebate.
The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis. Mr. Speaker, tourism brings economic growth to communities across the country. In 2022, tourism supported 1.9 million jobs in Canada. No other industry has an economic impact that affects every region of the country. The federal tourism strategy, the tourism growth strategy, recognizes the opportunities involved in attracting more international events, such as conferences and conventions. Can the Minister of Tourism tell us how the government is seizing the opportunity of business tourism? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Lac St. Louis. He and I and this government believe that Canada is a destination of choice for international business events. So there will be a $50 million investment in bringing more than $170 million into the Canadian economy while creating good jobs in places like Calgary, Vancouver, Toronto, and Vancouver, as well as in the regions. So that'll bring over $170 million into the Canadian economy, and I sure hope the Conservatives will support this.
Calgary, Midnapore.
After 8 years, scandal runs rampant in the Liberal NDP government. We all know about ArriveCan, and now we know about another $5 million in fraudulent billing. To make matters worse, the billing is across 36 departments and dates back to 2018, pre-pandemic. This is only the first wave of even more fraudulent billing cases. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So can the Minister answer one simple question? How many millions of dollars in fraudulent billing did ArriveScam cost Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member said, or didn't say, fraudulent billing is totally unacceptable, and that's why it was so important yesterday to release the information that, thanks to better data since pandemic, thanks to better ability to analyze and use those data, we're now able to proceed much more quickly and much more efficiently towards identifying and prosecuting cases of fraudulent overbilling in Canada in 2024.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, reading the newspaper on Tuesday morning, I came across some disturbing news. Apparently, the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert, an assistant deputy speaker of the House, invited to a partisan cocktail party on February 20th the director of two organizations accused of hosting illegal Beijing-controlled police stations in Brossard and Montreal. What's worse, the Ministry of Industry was the guest of honor. Does the Prime Minister support his members defending these organizations, which are under investigation for hosting Beijing-controlled police stations? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, our government is dealing with the issue of foreign interference in a very effective and strong manner. The RCMP has confirmed that the specific questions that my colleague raised are under police investigation, and that is the appropriate way of addressing the issue. Obviously, we won't comment files that are currently being investigated by the police. It's important that everyone exercise some restraint in this area as well.
St. James, Senator Boyer Headingley.
Here. Iran shot down flight PS-752, killing 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. Yet today, 700 IRGC terrorists still operate on Canadian soil, terrorizing Persian and Jewish communities.
Terrible.
5 years after Parliament voted to ban the IRGC, the Prime Minister seems more concerned with punishing our democratic ally Israel and rewarding Hamas terrorists than going after the IRGC in Canada. When will the Prime Minister finally stick up for Canadians and ban the IRGC?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have said for many years now that Iran is one of the most important state sponsors of terrorist activity around the world. Mr. Speaker, our government has put in place a series of very robust sanctions, used immigration legislation to bar many of these people from visiting Canada. The Security Intelligence Service, the Border Services Agency are obviously taking their responsibilities very seriously. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to rely on the advice from security services with respect to listing terrorist entities.
The Honourable Member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, Indigenous stories have been told by others, often inaccurately and insensitively. As we continue our path to reconciliation, we must ensure that Indigenous voices are empowered to share their own stories, and Indigenous cultures and languages are preserved and celebrated. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage provide an update on the work of the Indigenous Screen Office and the unique role it plays in the promotion of Indigenous artists and producers?
The Honourable Minister for Patrimoine Canadien.
I thank my colleague for his question and advocacy. We all have a role to play to advance reconciliation, and this includes cultural reconciliation. Since we supported its creation in 2017, the Indigenous Screen Office has played a pivotal role in revitalizing Indigenous cultures and bringing Indigenous stories to our screens. Last week, I was proud to announce that we made this funding permanent, providing it with $65 million over 5 years and $13 million ongoing. This funding will support and promote the work of Indigenous creators to share their rich and diverse cultures and languages for years to come.
The Honourable Member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sioux.
Mr. Speaker, there's panic amongst community-based health prevention groups who are working to limit the spread of HIV in Canada. On March 31st, the Liberals are letting funding for HIV self-testing kits run out. Self-test kits have quickly become a vital tool in limiting new infections and moving toward the eradication of HIV/AIDS. We know community-based distribution of test kits works. Frontline workers were hoping to see the funding double rather than end. Will the Minister today commit to providing the funding needed to help eliminate HIV?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I want to thank the member opposite for the question and his advocacy on eradicating HIV/AIDS from our communities. And we know that a lot of work has been done to find solutions and to provide care for HIV/AIDS, and our government remains committed to supporting all those endeavors. And the best way to do it is by working with communities. We'll continue to support them. I look forward to continue working with the member so that support is always available for people living with HIV and AIDS. Thank you.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the so-called climate debate taking place in this place is the worst of all worlds. It's unserious and profoundly unfunny. It is a grotesque display of ignorance of the science and rejection of the solutions that are desperately needed. Our children and grandchildren will not forgive us for this display, but we still have a chance. Will this government commit that when we come back after Easter, we convene as a committee of the whole, bring scientific experts to this place to educate all members, take questions, and focus on facts?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We on this side of the House believe in science, believe in science-based policy, believe in ensuring that scientific reality of climate change is something that is acknowledged and incorporated into all of the work that we are doing, whether it is on the environment or on the economy. It is certainly something that we share and agree on with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, and certainly we are interested in finding many, many ways to educate those in this House that continue to deny the reality of climate change.
Question period has now come to an end, and we turn to the regular Thursday question from the opposition House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and it being Thursday, we are in the middle of the carbon tax election debate, this being the Conservative motion for today, where we are urging the government to take this to the Canadian people. They believe that Canadians will prefer their plan to quadruple the tax. We believe Canadians will choose our plan to axe the tax. So, simple question for the government. If this motion passes today, will they do the right thing and dissolve Parliament and call a carbon tax election? And if not, if they don't have the spine, if they don't have the intestinal fortitude to take this to the Canadian people, when we come back after Easter, can the House Leader tell us what business the House will be dealing with?
Great Thursday
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member knows very well that he's about to stand up this evening and remove $376 that will be landing in the bank accounts of all of his constituents on April 16th. He's going to vote against that. And if you go a little further outside his riding into the Great Prairie areas of Saskatchewan, they will get a 20% rural top-up in addition to those $376. So, in fact, we will be very steadfast, Mr. Speaker, in supporting the policies of this government today and every day. And tomorrow, we will resume second reading of debate of C-38 concerning new registration requirements. When we return, and we indeed will, following the constituency weeks, we will call Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nation lands. Tuesday, April 9th shall be an allotted day. And furthermore, as the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance announced earlier this month, the budget will be presented on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024. And pursuant to Standing Order 83, Paragraph 2, I request the designation of an order of the day for the budget presentation at 4:00 p.m. that day. Enfin, Monsieur le Président.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions between the parties, and I think you would find unanimous consent for the following motion: that a take-note debate on softwood lumber be held on Monday, April 8th, 2024, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, and that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, members wishing to speak during the debate may indicate to the Chair that they will be dividing their time with another member. B, the time provided for the debate be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each. And C, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. and a good break week to all of my colleagues. All those who are opposed to what the Honourable Minister has proposed will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who are against it will please say nay. Carried.
Ordre du jour. Oh, excusez-moi, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
I'll make a very brief intervention in response to the Government House Leader Parliamentary Secretary's response to my question of privilege on Bill C-63 and the leak that occurred. The Parliamentary Secretary's 25-minute submission extensively quoted the internet. What it did not do, however, was explain exactly how the sources Travis Danraj and Rachel Aiello spoke to were lucky enough to state precisely which of the options the government consulted on would actually make it into the bill. Had the reporting been based on the published consultation documents, the media reports would have said so, but they didn't. Right. They quoted, quote, sources. Sources who were, quote, not authorized to speak publicly on the matter before the bill is tabled in Parliament, end quote. And the Parliamentary Secretary's implication that the sources were all stakeholders, uninformed about the ways of Parliament, is demonstrably untrue. CTV's source was, quote, a senior government source. The CBC attributed its article to, quote, two sources, including one with the federal government, end quote. Besides, had these sources actually all been stakeholders speaking about previous consultations, why would they have sought anonymity to begin with, let alone specified the need for anonymity? Anonymity was because the bill had not yet been introduced. Like I said back on February 26th, the leakers knew what they were doing, they knew it was wrong, and they knew why it was wrong. We're not talking about general aspects of the bill that might have been shared with stakeholders during consultation processes. We're talking about very detailed information that was in the legislation, was leaked to the media before it was tabled in the House. That's the issue that we're asking you to rule on, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member from Regina Capel for adding his contribution to the consideration that the Chair will take up and will bring back to this House at a later time. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre amenant du gouvernement. Resuming consideration of an opposition motion on the subject of a carbon tax election.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Elmwood-Transcona.
I would like to start, Mr. Speaker, by thanking you and by thanking the House as a whole for a bit of latitude for my last words in the House of Commons.
I want to start by saying thank you to all the people in Elmwood-Transcona that have made my presence here in the House of Commons over the last 8.5 years possible. I want to say thank you to all the people who supported me coming here. I also want to say thank you to all the people who shared feedback over the years, including and perhaps especially when they didn't agree, at least the constructive feedback. And as members here in this chamber know, I mean, we strive to get back to everyone as best we can, but even when we can't, hearing from people, reading their letters helps inform what we bring to this House of Commons, and I've had the benefit of the wisdom of many people through the riding over the last 8.5 years, and I say a big thank you to them. I want to say a particular thank you to my wife Janelle, who is on Parliament Hill today for my final remarks. Her sacrifices in order to make this time for me to be here have been incredible, and I wouldn't have been able to serve folks in Elmwood-Transcona without her hard work at home, making all of this possible for me and for our family. And I'm very grateful to Janelle for all of that work.
You're here. Bravo.
She's deserving of all that applause and much more. My sons Robert and Noah are here today along with my mother Brenda, and I want to say thank you to them for all the ways that they've supported me. And my whole family, my sisters Rebecca, Jessica, and Tessa, and my late father Bill, of course, who was a great friend and mentor. Been fortunate over the years to have a great staff team. I think people here know as well, that you can't do this job without a lot of support in many different ways. And I've been fortunate to have a lot of people come work for me in various ways over the years. I would be remiss if I didn't mention my two longest serving staff members, Ariel, who worked with me here in Ottawa and at home in the riding organizationally and did a fantastic job and has moved on to bigger and better things, and Paul in my constituency office, who's anchored me there and helped mentor many new staff as they come into the office. It's been a real honor to serve in this place and with a wonderful NDP caucus, and I could spend a lot of time talking about all the ways in which the members of this caucus have improved my own thinking on a lot of issues and supported me through challenging political and personal endeavors. I'm just going to do one quick shout out to the member for North Island, Powell River, who's sitting right here, because she's been our whip, and a really amazing whip, and I think people ought to know the whip is not always a bad thing. And this particular whip has carried herself in a way that's been very important to me and to our entire caucus. I'm also proud to have served under a leader, the member for Burnaby South, who's been relentless in putting the needs and interests of people first. He's been focused on the needs of working people who more and more are going to work every day and feeling like they're falling further behind when they should be getting ahead. He's been focused on the needs of seniors who did work their whole life and are finding that their pension can no longer sustain them. And he's been dedicated to the needs of people who, for many different reasons, aren't able to work and who nevertheless deserve to live in dignity and security. And in a country like Canada, we should be able to do that for them. Well, I say that because, not just because it's something to say, but I say that because there's a list of achievements that you can point to over the last 4 or so years that the NDP has been critical in driving through the House. I think of helping people and small businesses through the challenges of the pandemic. I think of the incredible expansion of childcare that we're witnessing across Canada. I think of dental services being made available for millions of Canadians for the first time. I think of access to prescription drugs, particularly diabetes and contraception medication that's now going to be available across the country. I think of workers' rights, 10 paid sick days, a first, anti-scab legislation that's moving through Parliament now, conditions on investment tax credits for the new energy economy that are going to require that union prevailing wages are paid to workers and that apprentices are hired onto those jobs so that investment in the new energy economy doesn't leave workers behind. I think of the times we forced the government to double the GST rebate as a way to help people that needed it in a time of incredible inflation without making the mistake of contributing even more to that inflation. I think of the advocacy for Indigenous right and title that the NDP caucus has done in this place and the over $8 billion for Indigenous housing that we've helped to secure. I think of my colleague from Winnipeg Centre who's been pioneering the Red Dress Initiative. I think of the work we've done to advocate for a swift implementation of the Canada Disability Benefit and calling for finally employment insurance reform that will do justice to workers. We know it's possible. We saw movement in the pandemic, but we need it to happen now, even as we look to the future and things like a guaranteed livable basic income in order to make it easier for all Canadians to live with dignity. We've been refusing to let the Prime Minister's cynicism about electoral reform end the conversation about proportional representation and changing the voting system here on Parliament Hill, and I've been proud to be part of efforts to keep that conversation alive.
Hear, hear.
We pushed to take back some of the excess profits that banks and insurance companies made during the pandemic and permanently raised their corporate tax rate from 15 to 16.5%. And we've been adamant about holding big CEOs to account for the role that outsized corporate profits have played in contributing to inflation, something you just don't hear enough talk about in this place unless New Democrats are on their feet. There's more to that list, but I'm conscious of the time, Mr. Speaker, and I'm optimistic and hopeful and confident that the next member for Elmwood-Transcona will have much more to say and much more to do on important issues like that. To my mind, the common thread that moves through all of these various issues isn't just a desire, but a moral imperative to empower every person to take command of their own destiny and to do so in full recognition of the extent to which we're all interconnected. I say this because I'm sometimes tempted by the fantasy of kind of going out in the wilderness and living a quiet life. And perhaps that's a viable and attractive option for some, Mr. Speaker. But for most of us, economic imperatives, technology, and the inescapable impacts of climate change push us toward each other and require that we practice our independence in a space negotiated with others. It's why I believe the proper exercise of individual freedom, if everyone is to enjoy it, is fundamentally a cooperative and not a competitive project. Competition has its place in the economy just as it does in politics. But if we lose sight of the fundamentally cooperative project, our competitive instincts can often do more harm than good. It's not a new insight. It's animated our political movement from the beginning. It's at the core of the unique Canadian brand of prairie democratic socialism, pioneered by renowned Canadian political leaders like J.S. Woodsworth and Tommy Douglas, that I count myself proud to be a part of. Hear, hear. Often when we talk about freedom, the conversation revolves around questions about government. These are appropriate debates. Government intervention can go wrong, and sometimes it's exactly the wrong solution to a problem. But there are other times when it's either the best or the only solution. Reasonable people can disagree about what extent of government involvement is appropriate in a particular circumstance, but Canadian Social Democrats have always been aware that power doesn't just reside in government. It resides in the many places and ways that people relate to each other. And some of those most important relationships are economic ones. Where people lack economic security, Mr. Speaker, they lose the power to dictate the course of their lives. You can be entitled to all the freedoms you want on paper, but without economic power, a person can't exercise those freedoms. That's why New Democrats are concerned not only to hold governments to account, but to hold the CEOs and lobbyists who wield immense economic power to account as well. It's why we believe it's so important that governments and investors respect Indigenous right and title, and that Indigenous peoples are empowered to manage their own affairs. It's why we're concerned to root out systemic racism, gender discrimination, homophobia, and ableism from our institutions. It's why we say no to allowing a small corporate elite to sacrifice the health of the planet in the name of their own short-term gain. And when we fail at these things, we take away power from some people to determine their own future so that others have more power to pursue preferences that trespass on the freedom and dignity of others. We believe that by respecting the rights and freedoms in others in all their diversity, we can negotiate a better future for everyone. We don't pretend it's easy work, and we recognize it'll mean asking some of the wealthiest among us to moderate their expectations of luxury and indulgence, but it's by no means asking them to live a bad life. Our current system asks many people to live in poverty and hunger so that a small few can live in lavish luxury. The fact is, this has long been the case, doesn't make it right. The extent to which that system persists is a testament to the real power that exists outside the democratic system, but by working together, we can use the democratic system to tame it and ensure everyone gets a fair share. Our emphasis on economic democracy is why New Democrats support strong collective bargaining, the credit union movement, Indigenous right and title, cooperatives of all kinds, publicly owned corporations for some things, and strong regulations in private markets that tend toward corporate oligopoly, as well as other tools to make sure that small groups of people beyond democratic control don't get to dictate how most people earn a living or access essential goods and services. There are many ways to go about things, and Parliament is a place where people come to debate those. And yes, it's a place, Mr. Speaker, where people come to disagree, to be sure, but also to find a path forward that unites us. It's why we can't understand the role of parliamentary opposition just as to oppose for the sake of opposing. And I hope that in my time here as part of a team that has been dedicated to the interests of people, we've shown how you can do the good work of opposition, and holding people in power to account while nevertheless going out of your way to find those places where you can collaborate and make progress on the things that matter to people, even as you disagree about other important things. And so I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for a little bit of latitude, both in terms of subject and time, to put those final remarks on the record.
I hope members can appreciate what I'm about to say. Comments The honourable member from Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was not aware until today that the honourable member from Transcona Elmwood would be giving his farewell address, and I just have a few comments, Mr. Speaker, as others will, but I really just want to very sincerely thank him for his incredible service to this House and to his community. And Mr. Speaker, I am a fellow Transconan, born and raised in Winnipeg, but most of my formative years in Transcona. I lived right across the street, Mr. Speaker, from his grandfather. Literally, I could look in their side window. I didn't, but I could have. And of course, I knew his father very well, and often shared a plane ride or two with him. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, he was so proud of his son and the great parliamentarian that he had become in just a few short years. I was a classmate of his uncle, so I was intimately connected with his family, a great Transcona family who was very much beloved, as the honourable member is now. The place we come from, working class suburb, a railway town, really, I think the honourable member would agree, made us very sensitive to the needs of working people, of the aspirations of the middle class, and I still call Transcona home, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go on. I just want to again thank the member and thank him for his contribution to this House, to my province, to our country. He is an intelligent, thoughtful, always well-prepared member of this House. I wish him well. I know his service will continue for the country, but very importantly for the province we both love, Manitoba. I wish the honourable member well.
Thank you, honourable member from Winnipeg South. The honourable member from Prince George. Peace River.
Northern Rockies.
And Northern Rockies. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just say a brief few words. It's one thing I'd like to say to the member across the way. We got to know each other around the prayer breakfast when I chaired it, and he stepped up with his being a representative of his party and a person of faith himself. And I just want to say wish you well, I guess, from our party to you. I know you're much too young to retire. You have a family. You're going back home. You're going to be home a little bit more than you've been with all this travel. Believe me, I understand. But just God bless and bless your family as you move into the next phase of your life.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm using a compliant microphone. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank and commend my colleague and friend. I would like to highlight his commitment for one of the most noble parts of entering politics, that is, to help people and to improve their lives, especially those of workers and the more popular classes. I would like to commend his way of doing politics, both feet anchored into the ground whilst not renouncing his values. The member for Elmwood Transcona is someone who is intelligent. He is the incarnation of Canada's left. Close to the workers' unions and the interests of ordinary people, pragmatic, always firm on his principles. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to work with this Member of Parliament, both in the House and in committee. On the Finance Committee, he was our Jedi when it came to breaking deadlocks. He's always come up with solutions that reconcile differences. It's a rare talent, often imitated, but never equalled. I agree that it is a great opportunity to be able to work with the Premier of Manitoba, the bearer of so much hope. I wish him every success in continuing to make a real difference to the lives of ordinary people in his new role. I also wish him more time with his family. Dear Daniel, thank you for everything and see you soon.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm just not going to get over missing this member for a very long time, probably never. And one reason is, he knows this, I loved his dad so very much. His dad, Bill Blakey, was a grand friend and a voice for this planet. And I'm thinking the other day I remember your dad through the Speaker, I remember his dad talking about climate change in this place in 1986. A brave and courageous, a man of great heart. And this member, Elmwood Transcona, is a chip off the old block. Someone who speaks with knowledge, speaks with profound understanding of the Westminster parliamentary tradition. There's probably nobody else in this place who could get as passionate about confidence conventions as this member from Elmwood Transcona. And I had the great privilege over the last little while, because I really disapprove of heckling. And I've never heckled, not once, and I wouldn't have liked it if this member had heckled, except at the very end there, that was primo. I've just got to say, I did benefit from his sotto voce comments, a kind of a running commentary on the theater of the absurd that I was privileged to be one of the few people who could hear, because it didn't violate the rules and it didn't travel all the way up to the Speaker's chair. All I can say is that I've been impressed so far, very impressed, with Premier Wab Kinew. And I'm going to someday forgive him for drawing this fine member out of this place where the hole that will be left by the absence of his voice, not to mention the address to the haggis, he'll have to come back. There's just no doubt that we can't do Robbie Burns night dinner around here without a Blakey in place. And that I will look forward to somehow, some way. But Godspeed. And may I say, well, what the heck? I can't, through you, Mr. Speaker, I love you. I'm going to miss you something fierce. And thank you for your service to this country. Aww.
The honourable member from Burnaby South, l'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today with a bit of mixed emotion, I have to say, because as I pay tribute to and express gratitude for my dear friend and colleague, the member for Elmwood Transcona, I am both excited for the opportunity that this presents for his family and for the province of Manitoba. I'm also deeply saddened by the loss that it's going to mean for me as a leader and for us as a team. I want to acknowledge right off the bat that his late father, Bill, and mother, Brenda, did a great job. They made not just a great human in the member for Elmwood Transcona, but all the kids. I mean, you would think you got a number of kids you might miss here or there, but every single one of them are incredible. So big shout out to the great work done by some fabulous parents. I think about this speech as almost a bit of a resume, if I could. So that it's on the record for folks to know what this great member has accomplished. First of all, for folks who don't know, we talk about sometimes the idea of a poet warrior or a philosopher warrior. This is a philosopher electrician. Someone who has a master's degree in philosophy and is a Red Seal electrician. Someone who brings and combines the idea of being a worker who has worked on the front lines as a proud member of IBEW, and someone who has the heart of a philosopher, and brings that to this parliament. That already is something pretty phenomenal. But you think about the way he's done his work. I have to say he has brought in a particular element that I think is very unique to the prairies. There's prairie pragmatism that comes from having been in a province where we know for the past 5 decades, the majority of that time, this province was governed by a new democratic government that ran on the principle and governed on the principles of compassion and competency and getting stuff done. And that is very much what you see in the member for Elmwood Transcona. This principle of having deep compassion and care. You heard it in his speech. He cares deeply about workers, cares deeply about people, but also wants to get things done. And as he's played many roles in our team, he's been caucus chair, and most recently he has been my critic for finance. And I think you will have difficulty, Mr. Speaker, finding another finance critic from any opposition, but particularly the fourth party, who has played such an outsized role in shaping our country. He has been integral on a committee that is set up to ensure that the Liberals follow through on commitments we forced them to do, and he has been integral in making these things happen. He has played a fundamental role in shaping our country when it comes to bringing in and negotiating record-breaking, history-making dental care and pharmacare programs. Programs which are going to save and improve the lives of millions of people, ensuring that people have access to needed medication as well as access to dental care, which we know has direct impacts on health. He has been integral in making that happen. We have forced this Liberal government to make significant changes, and I have to say with confidence I could not have done that work without having the member for Elmwood-Transcona there. I also want to share, as someone who has a young family, I know the incredible sacrifice that is involved. And so I also want to take a moment to acknowledge Janelle and their two incredible kids, Robert and Noah. Thank you for sharing your pops and your partner with us. It has made a huge difference in the lives of Canadians. I hope you know how much it was worth it. I know sometimes it maybe didn't feel like it when he was so far away, but it has made a huge difference in this country. Losing the member from Elmwood-Transcona is going to certainly feel like a loss, but it's also an opportunity. And I always look at the positive side of things. We know that he's not far away. It's a neighboring province from Ontario, so we'll get over there pretty quickly if we need to. And he's also going to be continuing to do great work to ensure that the people of Manitoba receive significant and important investments from this federal government. So I acknowledge that great work. And I want to acknowledge the Premier of Manitoba for having the vision to have recruited such an incredible member. Premier Canoe, I'm a little bit sad, but I think you did a great job because this is an incredible addition to any team. So you think you did the right thing for your province. I just want to touch on some of the other kind of interesting notes about the member for Elmwood-Transcona. I had never actually been to an address to the Haggis before in life, and the first time I actually went to one was when I was invited by the member for Elmwood-Transcona. I didn't realize that, first of all, he would have such an epic presence at this event. I didn't realize he was such a great bagpipe player, another thing on his resume that should be added. And then I didn't know the humor, because I've always thought of him as this philosopher, this hardworking member of the Electrical Workers Brotherhood. And then I heard him break out into a Scottish accent, which I didn't know was a thing, and just regale the crowd with incredible humor. And so I thought, this is an incredible package. A philosopher, electrician, member of parliament, plays the bagpipe, can regale a crowd with Scottish accent, and it was an incredible experience. Thank you for everything that the member has contributed to this parliament. Thank you for, through you, Mr. Speaker, for the work that you've done on our team. Our movement is better because of you. You have done your father proud, I know, and your mother proud, and your family proud.
If members will permit me, I'd also like to just thank the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona for his years of undying service to his people and to the people of Canada. And like the leader of the NDP had just mentioned, I discovered many things about this member, and only very recently as I assumed this role as a speaker. And one of them is that I did know that the member spoke English and French. I had no idea that he spoke Gaelic enough to fool me. If he's not fluent in it, it's pretty darn close. I appreciated his address to the Haggis, which will always be a memory, and I hope that he will honor us by coming back every Robbie Burns Day to participate in the ceremonies here on the Hill. I know that he'll always be welcome with warm and open arms by all members of this House. Thank you, sir, for your great service to Canada. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak here on behalf of my constituents, the people of Chilliwack Hope. I will be splitting my time with the member from Mégantic-L'Érable, and just wanted to read again as we start after question period the motion that we are debating here today. states that the House declare non-confidence in the Prime Minister and his costly government for increasing the carbon tax 23% on April 1st as part of his plan to quadruple the tax while Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat and house themselves, and call for the House to be dissolved so Canadians can vote in a carbon tax election. Mr. Speaker, I think a number of my constituents have been calling for a non-confidence vote in this House for a long time. Of course, every time that we vote against this government's fiscal plan, we are voting non-confidence, but this is the first time when we've explicitly stated that it's time for Canadians to have a choice. It's time for Canadians to be able to have their voice heard on whether or not they believe that their costs should continue to be increased by this costly coalition government. And we know that that's exactly what is going to happen on April the 1st. The carbon tax is scheduled to go up by 23%, and that will mean higher costs right across the board, because we know that the carbon tax is actually a tax on everything. It impacts dozens of different fuels, and it certainly has an impact at the pumps where Canadians who need to drive to get to work, to get to school, to take their elderly relatives to hospital appointments, all of these things, the cost of that will be going up on April 1st because this government has refused to spike that tax hike. And that's what's brought about this motion. Earlier this week, we gave this government an opportunity to spike that April 1st 23% tax hike because we are out there listening to our constituents, and we know how difficult it is for them to make ends meet right now. 200,000 British Columbians visiting a food bank every month, and those numbers, I would suggest, are probably quite out of date, and they haven't gone down. We know that there's 1 million more Canadians visiting the food banks every month. Now 2 million Canadians visiting the food bank every month in Canada. And the government either doesn't realize or does not care that by raising the cost of the carbon tax by 23%, they're raising the cost of groceries. Because when you tax the farmer who produces the food and you tax the trucker who moves the food from the farmer to the market, you are driving up the cost of the goods that we need to put food on the table. And time again, we've raised this in this House, and time again, the government has not been responsive. And we heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer just recently. He came before a parliamentary committee, and he made it very clear when he said that the majority of households will see a negative impact as a result of the carbon tax. A majority of households. And that is his most up-to-date pronouncement on this issue. So when we hear the government talk about 8 in 10 Canadians or quote statistics that are out of date, they should listen to what the Parliamentary Budget Officer said. And just to be clear, the Parliamentary Budget Officer was appointed by this Prime Minister to provide unbiased, independent analysis of government announcements and government programs to ensure that there would be that independent voice. A Parliamentary Budget Officer serves all of Parliament, and when he speaks, we should listen. And what he has said is the majority of Canadians will be negatively impacted. Certainly in my home province of British Columbia, Canadians who live there will be negatively impacted. We saw two things in the recent budget from the BC NDP. The BC NDP made it clear in their budget that they had no choice but to jack up the carbon tax on April 1st because that is what the federal government, this Liberal government, requires them to do. If they don't jack up the price of the carbon tax, they will be punished by the federal government. So I would argue with the BC NDP, it was a bit like pushing on an open door to force them to increase that carbon tax, but it is a fact that if they didn't do it, this government would come down on them and impose tax as they have in many provinces across this country. So they're driving up the price because of federal legislation in my home province of British Columbia, even though the British Columbia government does have their own carbon tax program. And what does that program do? Again, in that budget document, it makes it clear that over the next 3 years, the BC government will collect $9 billion from British Columbians in the carbon tax. $9 billion. They will give back $3.5 billion in rebates. So when you hear this nonsense about how the rebates are better, we don't want to get rid of the rebates, that would be a terrible thing. In my home province, it's $5.5 billion more that goes into general government revenues for the BC NDP government to spend on whatever they want. It's just straight up tax, and we've seen what has happened is that emissions have continued to go up right across the country, including in my own province of British Columbia. The only time emissions went down is when the government locked us down because of COVID. They talk very proudly about if you look back at the numbers between 2000 and 22, it was great. The numbers went down. It's because they locked everyone down, and they're very proud of the emissions that went down as a result of no one being allowed to travel, go to work, etc. So we are seeing again and again the costs for Canadians continuing to rise on gas, on home heating, and on the homes itself. Canadians and British Columbians are losing hope. They've seen the cost of rents double. They've seen the cost of mortgages double. They've seen the cost required for a down payment more than double. In fact, it takes almost as much time now to save up for a down payment in this country that it used to take to pay off an entire mortgage. Over 20 years for many Canadians it would take to save up for a down payment on a home. The cost to afford a mortgage in the major markets in this country, in Vancouver, it's over $230,000 in income required to make the minimum mortgage payments to buy a home and afford a mortgage. Canadians can't afford additional costs being layered on top by this government, which is exactly what they're doing. And they've broken their word time and time again when it comes to the carbon tax. They have said that the tax would never go higher than $50 a ton. Now the tax is set to reach $170 per ton. The Prime Minister said the carbon tax would be revenue neutral, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirms that Canadians pay more than they get back in rebates, and we know that over the last number of years they've collected $20 billion in carbon tax and have only given $18 billion back. They said it would help to lower greenhouse gas emissions, but this government has not met a single environmental target that they have set, and they will miss their 2030 target as well. So the people of Chilliwack Hope have no confidence in this government. The people of British Columbia are increasingly losing confidence in this government and the 15 silent Liberal members of Parliament from British Columbia who refuse to stand up to spike that tax hike. So it's time for an election. If they're so proud of their record, if the Liberals and their partners in the NDP are so proud of their record, then let's go to an election. Let's have Canadians be the final, give the final word. And I think when Canadians are given the opportunity, they will vote for a party with a plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That's what we will bring home. And so let's bring on that election. We'll see them at the polls, Mr. Speaker.
Here.
Questions and comments? Question or comment? The honourable member for Winnipeg
South Centre.
South Centre.
It's got a nice ring to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the remarks from my colleague. I've raised a few times in the House in response to comments colleagues across the way have made vis-a-vis the relationship between a price on pollution and food prices, that we have very clear data, including from the OECD, that tells us that Canada has the second lowest inflation rate in terms of food prices in the G7. Now, this is on par with the United States, which is a jurisdiction that does not have a price on pollution. Now, I want to save my colleague, who I know will come back and say, well, yes, Mr. Speaker, we don't have data because the Liberals don't track it. So I'll just get ahead of that a little bit and say, actually, there's no data because there is no evidence to support the assertion that he and colleagues have made in relation to food price increases and a price on pollution. I'm wondering if you can comment on why it is that OECD data is suggesting that his position is contrary to ours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think when my constituents go to the grocery store, they see a massive increase in the cost of the price of groceries. And I think it is common sense that when you raise the price of gasoline and diesel, not only does that affects everything that moves in the country, and we don't have the ability to grow everything that people buy in a grocery store locally. So this stuff is moving thousands of kilometers many times, and there's a price that goes from through the entire supply chain. And so I don't think it's accurate. I think that the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee has been studying this very extensively, and they've heard from numerous witnesses who have indicated that the carbon tax, in fact, does have a negative impact on the cost of food, and by that I mean it drives the price up, and we stand by that, Mr. Speaker, as do the witnesses who have appeared at Agri-Food Committee.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I like my colleague. Travel back and forth with him quite often to BC. And just wanted to remind him of a few of the facts that he kind of glissed over during his speech. The food bank lineups doubled under the Harper government, under the Harper regime. It's doubled again under the Liberals, absolutely. That's why the NDP has been fighting for more affordability measures for Canadians. The price of housing doubled under the Harper regime, doubled again under the Liberals. But the Conservatives are responsible for 50% of the crisis, except even more than that, because 800,000 affordable housing units were lost, converted into high-priced condos under the Conservatives. And the reality is, food price gouging was encouraged under the Harper regime, and the Conservatives have not said a word in this House of Commons about the food price gouging we've seen from the big corporate food chains and their CEOs. Now, he did correctly identify that finally it's good to have a Conservative admit that there is a different approach on the price on pollution in British Columbia and Quebec and the Northwest Territories. So I appreciate that he actually mentioned that. However, he didn't mention the fact that it came under Gordon Campbell, the BC Liberal Conservative government that was supported by him and other Conservatives up until very, very recently. The BC Liberals were their party of choice. Will he admit that the BC Liberals and Gordon Campbell put the price on pollution in effect?
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Yes, they put it in effect, and it didn't work. And it's been continued. It hasn't worked under the BC Liberals, and it hasn't worked under the BC NDP. And to hear this member get up and criticize the Liberal government on anything, to me, is hilarious, because he has supported them every step of the way. Every budget measure they've made on housing, on food pricing, on any part of it, he has been there as the most reliable partner that the Prime Minister has ever had. So for him to criticize a government that he will support no matter what they do, I think is disingenuous. And I think the people in British Columbia, when they have a chance, hopefully in an election, a federal election, will be sending a lot more Conservative members of Parliament here to fight for them, to fight for lower prices, to fight to bring the cost of living down so that they can afford to feed their families, put a roof over their head, and drive their car to work.
Hear, hear.
Now, while I appreciate the debate today, I just need to remind honourable members to keep their questions and answers as short as possible so that people can get to participate in the debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague from Chilliwack Hope for his excellent speech today. Once again, he has shown that the Conservatives can bring forward concerns to this House from people across the country. We just heard about the concerns from the western side of the country, thanks to my colleague, and I'd like to thank him. Mr. Speaker, today I think we need to take a few minutes to mention that the House is meeting to debate a non-confidence motion. What does that mean exactly? It's very simple. If the government does not win the vote, then it has to trigger elections. And the motion says that the House declare non-confidence in the Prime Minister and his costly government for increasing the carbon tax 23% on April 1st as part of his plan to quadruple the tax while Canadians cannot afford to eat and other things. Mr. Speaker, we're in a situation today where the future of the Liberal government is in the hands of the opposition parties. Now, obviously, the Liberal members, even though some of them would prefer to vote with us, well, they're going to vote with the government, obviously, because they have to toe the party line. And in the same party, there's another party, and that's a coalition, the Liberal NDP coalition. And it would be very surprising that the NDP decide it would be surprising that it decide to stand up and, vote with us, because they need to keep the Liberals in power, because they want to manipulate the government. So that gives us another reason to want to change this government, Mr. Speaker, when we know that it's being manipulated by another party. And then there's the Bloc Québécois, obviously, which also has a number of recriminations every day. It's always calling out the Liberal government. And the majority of Quebecers would like the Bloc Québécois to vote with us because they want to change the government as well. They want the Prime Minister to leave. So there's an opportunity for the Bloc Québécois to do what it has claimed to be doing since the beginning, which is to vote down this government, this Liberal government. But the expectations are not high, because from what I've heard today, once again, the Bloc Québécois is going to defend the Liberal government and the Prime Minister. But why, Mr. Speaker? Why? Do we have the impression that this is a majority government, whereas it's not? The people who are listening to us today need to know that this is a minority government. And so it should not have this arrogance that it has right now, as it imposes its inflationary expenses, which mean that its decisions have created chaos across the country in terms of housing costs, in terms of inflation, in terms of groceries. All of these decisions should have led the opposition's party to say, that's enough. We're going to vote this government out. It's a minority government, and there's no reason to keep it in place. But unfortunately, most people don't seem to be in any rush to trigger an election and change the government. And in fact, I know that the leader of the Bloc Québécois very proudly in a La Presse article said, I'm not worried about waiting for an election. I think that we need to identify our adversaries, and so the Bloc MPs will continue to support the Liberals, and we're patient while waiting for an election campaign. So if we have another 2 years of this government, of this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be because they'll have the support of the Bloc, because the Bloc is very comfortable with living with the consequences, and there are many of them. The Conservatives have a common-sense plan that will ensure that we'll cut taxes, build homes, repair the budget, and stop crime. Why do we want to cut taxes? Well, look at agriculture, for example. They have all farmers are very resilient, and but there are 400 farmers in the Lower St. Lawrence who have said that they are in financial distress. The president of the UPA, Martin Caron, said that the annual net revenue of farmers in Quebec is $0 in 2024. For people who work so hard, who get up at dawn, Mr. Speaker, who go to bed later than everyone else, to earn $0 a year is unacceptable. 1 week after the protest in the Lower St. Lawrence, there were farmers who took to the streets of Quebec City and to say that they are sick and tired. Why? Because of the input costs. They've gone up too because of the carbon tax. It has a direct impact on the cost of inputs for these farmers, and they need to buy these inputs for their production. So this carbon tax directly impacts farmers across Canada who feed us, Mr. Speaker. It directly affects processors of this food who also have to pay the carbon tax. And it affects truckers who have to move this food around the country because Quebec's not yet self-sufficient. So if we look at the list of all the taxes that farmers, processors, truckers have to pay before the food gets to Quebec, well, then it's not surprising to see that grocery costs in Quebec are rising. But the Bloc Québécois wants to drastically increase this tax, and that's why they voted against our motion yesterday. So April 1st, it's not an April Fool's joke. It's actually the date that the government has chosen to raise the carbon tax. What about the housing crisis? Has anyone not heard of the housing crisis? It's felt throughout the country and in Quebec. And when the Common Sense Conservatives asked the housing minister about his housing fund, he said that not a single home had been built from this fund, even though, wait for it, this fund cost $3.5 billion to Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about the situation of a couple of in Montreal, people who borrowed money to buy a home, and they are going to have to renew their mortgage in 2025 at a much higher rate, whereas they took it at 3.8%. And then we asked them, have you calculated how much more expensive it is? And Martin said to us, no, I dare not, because I don't think I'll be able to afford it. He knows that he's going to have cash flow problems because of this hike. So, Mr. Speaker, we see that in terms of taxes, in terms of housing, the Bloc Québécois has chosen to support the Liberals. But why, Mr. Speaker? Why? Well, we know that the government's inflationary spending have done what? They've contributed to the hike in interest rates. We know that housing prices are unaffordable. And unfortunately, the $20 billion, the additional discretionary spending that was presented by the minister during the last estimates, well, they were supported by the Bloc Québécois 100%. All of these inflationary expenses were supported by the Bloc Québécois, by its members. And lastly, well, everyone knows that crime is rampant across the country. Auto theft, for example, this government's soft on crime policies, the government's willingness to look the other way when repeat offenders are allowed to serve sentences at home. Well, that simply sows chaos across the country, and we want to put an end to that. And unfortunately, these soft on crime policies have also received the support of the Bloc Québécois. So I'm calling on the Bloc Québécois to support our motion this evening so that they can truly represent the interests of the majority of Quebecers who no longer want anything to do with this government. And there's one way to do that is to forget ideology. They have to vote for the Common Sense Conservatives motion this evening if they want to rid themselves of this government. Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, I'm very fond of my colleague, but we need to set the record straight. We have seen that when lineups for food banks started to double, that was under the Harper government. So the Conservatives were even worse than the Liberals are. If we look at housing prices, for example, those prices doubled under the Conservatives. So the Conservatives are blaming the Liberals for the exact same things that they themselves did. And the Liberals are blaming the Conservatives for the same things that they're doing. And so it is the NDP that is the only common sense party here and recognizes the housing crisis as well. Now, I know that my colleague knows full well that in Quebec, there is a pollution price that is different as it is in BC. It's not regulated by the federal government. But the question that I have for my colleague is simple. There's been an increase in food prices caused by grocery CEOs. So why didn't the Conservatives say anything to counter this grocery hike in order to increase CEOs' profits? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, that's where we see that the NDP is completely disconnected from the reality of Canadians. I'm talking about food banks, that 2 million Canadians per month have to turn to food banks. There are food banks in my riding that have to pay, that are seeing a 50% increase in attendance, and all he can do is criticize things that happened many years ago. We are forward-looking. We're looking to the future to ensure that Canadians can get their country back by getting rid of this government, because the situation is not going to be like this once the Liberals are gone. But once again, the NDP wants to support the Liberals, so they can blame the government all the time, but they always end up supporting it. So, Mr. Speaker, between you and me, NDP, Liberal, NDP, it's pretty much the same thing. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm very happy to sit with him on the Ethics Committee. Now, among the alternative facts that he raised in his speech, so instead of repeating ideas that were created by other people, instead of taking into account the areas of jurisdiction, so is my Conservative colleague trying to manipulate reality? The honourable member. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm very fond of my colleague as well, but sometimes he's a bit hard to follow, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't really understand where he was going with his question. All I know, Mr. Speaker, is that on the one hand, the Bloc Québécois claims to defend the interests of Quebecers. On the ground, we see that they're paying the double price for their housing, for their groceries, that their salaries aren't covering their costs. And there's a very quick and simple way to rectify the situation. It is to change the government that is responsible for this. I'm sure the Bloc Québécois is going to support the Liberals tonight on this non-confidence vote. And so I have just told him about the reality that Canadians and Quebecers are going through, and I hope that my colleague next time will be able to reorganize his question so that it's more comprehensible, because it was very hard to follow.
Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And just to clarify, the last two questions are talking about, one was from a BC MP, and one of the food staples that I get from British Columbia that I'm sure many people from Quebec do is apples. That crop of apples that would have been grown in BC and shipped across.
Order. You know Nova Scotia has better apples, right? The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, you know what? I love them apples. And the reference that he was saying is those apples from BC that get shipped all the way over to Quebec pay the carbon tax. It is driving the price of those apples up. Example being in my province, I'm sure that there's some wheat that goes into some loaves of bread or bagels in Montreal, and they are coming from Saskatchewan that has a carbon tax that when you jack it up by 23% is only going to jack up the price of breads and apples in those two examples. Have you heard of other constituents that are having issues covering those increased food costs?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I'd like to thank my colleague. Unfortunately, I don't do this often in the House, but I have to say that the apples that are produced in my riding, Mégantic-L'Érable, are excellent. And I think that my colleague should try them. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, we have seen, it's clear that food prices have risen because of the direct impact of this carbon tax, and they are imported from other areas of Canada to Quebec, and we can stop that. We can stop that, Mr. Speaker. How? By fixing the budget, by building homes, and also by stopping crime. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always great to rise in this House. I would like to say that I will be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Health Minister, the Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, and a dear friend for many years, I would say. Mr. Speaker, before I begin to speak to the heart of the matter, which is the CPC Opposition Day motion, I do wish to, I think this may be the last opportunity I have to speak before the constituency week breaks, to wish all my residents a happy Easter, of course, a Passover that's also coming, and Ramadan Mubarak to all the residents of the city of Vaughan and my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. I want to say Buona Pasqua a tutti back home. I look forward to going to church for Palm Sunday and then for Easter, of course, and Good Friday to mark the most holiest days in the Catholic calendar. I would also like to say, Mr. Speaker, that before I go to the comments, just there are some rumors in the newspapers that the city of Vaughan will be getting a medical school, potentially with the forthcoming provincial budget. I do hope to see that come to fruition. The city of Vaughan. Yeah, City of Vaughan, the Corlucci Vaughan Hospital, which is a $2 billion investment, and we're getting a community center along with $700 million for Highway 427, a $2.5 billion hospital, and the subway that comes to our city. I get to represent the most generous and entrepreneurial residents, I would argue, in all of Canada, like we would argue for all our ridings. But, Mr. Speaker, we're here to talk about the economy and the environment, because we know the economy and the environment in the world we're living in go hand in hand. You cannot have a strong economy without having a strong environmental policy. It's almost like a few years ago, if you want to date many of us, where there was that commercial about where's the beef? Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has put in place a very robust environmental plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to transition to a green economy, to build a strong economy, and to build a strong and inclusive economy. Why? Because that is where the world is going, that is where private capital is going, and that is where we are taking our country, focused on providing a better future and a brighter future for families across Canada and in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. And I know my kids are depending on it, much like all our kids are depending on it in this most honourable of House. We know our price on pollution returns more money in the rebate to 8 out of 10 families in Canada on average in all our ridings. We know that this price on pollution will account for approximately 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions going into 2030. We know those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. We know that this mechanism that has been put in place is a mechanism that economists across the board, including myself as an economist, prefer to undertake. My challenge to the party on the opposite side is, where's your plan? Where's your beef? Because you need a strong environmental policy to have a strong economy. That is why we are seeing multi-billion-dollar investments in the Canadian auto sector. Whether it's Stellantis or Volkswagen, whether it's Northvolt, LG, or any of the companies in the province of Ontario, province of British Columbia, province of Quebec, investing in Canada. Because, as we like to say in Economist Talk, we have a comparative advantage. We have a very clean electrical grid. About 84% of electricity that's generated in Canada is clean. We've been moving off coal for many years, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. Again, we need a plan. And Mr. Speaker, our environmental plan builds upon many, many economic policies that we put in place to, yes, build a stronger and more inclusive economy, but also strengthen and expand our social safety net. The Canada Child Benefit, which is delivered monthly, tax-free, literally almost $30 billion a year annually to families, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. The Canada Workers Benefit, again, another measure, which I love, and I argued for, and one of the reasons I entered politics, that lifts hardworking Canadians, those really trying to get ahead and get a hand up, and we'll be there for them. And we expanded it 3 times. Now the Canada Dental Care Program. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing I heard from my seniors since I've been in office for 8 years, is that they needed help on the dental side. We've come up with a program, means tested, run by Sun Life, and which will help my seniors in my riding, the over 20,000 seniors. And there are over 1.5 million seniors to date that have been approved. Again, another measure for affordability. On the economic front, when we think about the carbon pricing model, we know that is the most efficient way to reduce emissions, help Canadians, move our economy forward, and green our environment and green our economy. The opposite side has not offered any plan. Again, I go to the reference of the commercial, where's the beef? There is none. You need to offer to Canadians a plan to take our economy forward, to strengthen our families and our communities, and that's what we continue to do. On the other side, we hear platitudes, we hear half-truths, unfortunately. We need to make sure we make life more affordable for Canadians, and we, again, grow our economy. It was great to see on this Tuesday, the Canada inflation report came out from Statistics Canada. We've gone below 3%. Big drops on cellular prices, on internet, drops on food prices. All the while that we have these economic policies, or environmental policies that are continuing to reduce GHG emissions and move our economy forward. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, we all know, and I'm a pro-business individual in this honourable chamber, we know that businesses need certainty. They don't need slogans. Businesses need certainty. Again, Mr. Speaker, they don't need slogans. So those auto companies investing in Canada for the EV transition, the folks in the nuclear industry where we've seen a renaissance in nuclear power, where we just made, thank you, sir, thank you, Speaker, where we just made a $50 million investment, where we just partnered with Romania to build the CANDU reactors there. We need to ensure that businesses have stability and certainty in the policies that we put forward. And that is important because it is highly irresponsible for the other side, who are auditioning, I would say, and I would hope, for something, but not really, who should be responsible, but are not, to introduce policy uncertainty in the environment we're in, where we know the Inflation Reduction Act in the States has propelled the United States, where we know Europe is investing in hydrogen. And that reminds me, Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Minister of Natural Resources was in Germany, something I like to see, and I was so glad to hear that Canada and Germany have announced a hydrogen accord, a further build-out of Canadian energy that will go to Europe to green their economy, to move them off any sort of dependency from the dictatorship and the tyrannical regime of Putin. That is something really, really important. So when I see the opposite side not offer a plan, it's so disappointing. It borders sort of a little bit on irresponsibility and just cowering from responsibilities. And maybe that's too strong of a word, but really ducking from the responsibilities to Canadians. We've just had one of the warmest winters on record, I believe, here in Ottawa and in Toronto. There was no snow. It wasn't very cold. So you have to say climate change is real. We need to deal with it. And it would be irresponsible for any parliamentarian not to offer a plan to Canadians. We know that. We know the rebates for an overwhelming majority of Canadians. We know they're better off. And that's what we need to focus on. Moving Canada ahead. Creating a brighter future for our kids and our families. With that, Mr. Speaker, I think my time is up now. So I look forward to the questions and comments from my most honourable members on the other side. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to correct the member on many of the falsehoods that he stated, and not even by my own facts. The Prime Minister's own hand-picked parliamentary budgeting officer said that more Canadians are worse off because of this carbon tax scam, and there's more and more proof. Just like in Alberta, where a family, an average Albertan family will pay $2,900, but then the rebate is only $2,000. And in Ontario, where that member is from, it's $1,600 an average family will pay in Ontario to this carbon tax scam. They only get $1,000 back. So the PBO has debunked everything that this member is saying, and let me remind them that it hasn't helped emissions come down. So my question is, when 70% of Canadians and premiers, including the Liberal leader in his province and a Liberal premier in Atlantic Canada, have asked this government to spike the hike because families cannot afford to eat, heat, and house themselves, why is their radical ideology about this carbon tax more important than 70% of Canadians who are asking this government to spike the hike? And why don't they let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election whether they want to keep this carbon tax scam or scrap this Prime Minister and go with a common sense Conservative plan?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn, if I remember correct the writing. I do consider him a friend, and I understand his thoughts where they're coming from. I will disagree with him humbly, of course. I will say this, that in the province of Ontario, the average family of four, will receive $1,120. The rural top-up will be 20%. From the Statistics Canada material that I've seen and some fellow economists, that on average will ensure that 8 out of 10 families will be made better off in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and across Canada. And we understand that we need to put in place effective measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while we build a strong and inclusive economy. As many economists would state, many individuals would state, putting a price on pollution is really the most effective way of doing it, and will account for about 1/3 of the emissions reductions by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, and I know I probably should have that right off the top. So, no, that's wrong. There he is. Esquimalt Sanitsuk, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the member's speech, and I wonder if he's as confused as I am about this Conservative motion, because they're calling for a carbon tax election. And clearly, the carbon tax is not popular with a lot of Canadians, but Canadians recognize that it's a better idea than doing nothing about climate change. So the last 3 elections, we've had a majority of Canadians vote for parties who supported the tax. So why do the Conservatives think this election would be any different if they had a carbon tax election? Why do they think Canadians would suddenly change their minds and start voting for a party that opposes doing something about climate change?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. Putting a price on pollution is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. There are obviously different policy measures and instruments that you can put in place to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The reason why we have a price on pollution is it's a federal backstop, Mr. Speaker, where some provinces, I would argue, abdicate the responsibility for a cleaner environment and a stronger economy. That's when the federal backstop kicks in. The Supreme Court has ruled that is a correct method to proceed. And I agree with the honourable member from British Columbia. We have had 3 elections where the price on pollution was part of the ballot for Canadians to think about, and Canadians have overwhelmingly chosen a stronger environment and a healthier environment and a stronger economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Very quickly, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually appreciated a lot of what the member had to say, and I find it really, I don't know what word to use, but I'll say interesting, because we've just seen that the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney was just lying in state. His body has now moved to Montreal. The funeral will take place on Saturday. This was a leader during the time where progressive conservatives existed. People who recognized the importance of trade, the importance of fiscal responsible policies, recognizing that we need to take action on the environment. I remember being in elementary school when there was a hole in the ozone layer, and people around me saying you don't need to worry about the future of what you're going to do because we probably won't have a planet, but yet here we are. And I hear conservatives chirping from across the way, and one of the members just said, call an election. I said elections cost money, and I said, there was one time that the Conservative Party, the C stood for conservatism. Today it stands for cocky and chirping and nothing less. And so I asked the member, do we need to be concerned about the environment? Should we be concerned about future generations? Does the government of Canada have a role to play? Or do we just need slogans and gimmicks, which is the only thing that Conservatives offer? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At a time, the honourable member for Vaughan Windbridge can respond.
Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from Waterloo for their question and their insight. Mr. Speaker, if we look at history, the one U.S. President, Theodore Roosevelt, and one Canadian Prime Minister, the Honourable Brian Mulroney, and God rest in peace, were the two greenest, one of the two greenest individuals to ever be President and Prime Minister, both one a Republican and one a progressive conservative. And it's really, really sad to see the state of affairs where the conservative movement has gone, where they can't offer up a real plan for the environment and only can do slogans like they are doing, because that's not leadership. That's abdication of leadership, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Order is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38. Je dois faire connaître la Chambre.
To inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Port Moody Coquitlam on persons with disabilities. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, International Development.
And the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot on carbon pricing. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me and giving me an opportunity to speak on this motion, which is an opposition day motion by the Conservative Party of Canada. Speaker, I stand here today, first and foremost, speak to you as the Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, the community that has given me the great honor to serve them in this House. And someone like many members in this House who knocks on doors often and speaks to his constituents, I can tell you that the issue around fighting climate change is the number one issue that I hear when I'm speaking to my constituents. In fact, most recently, I sent out a mailer to all my constituents. I'm sure many of you received it, since many of you live in my riding when you are here working on behalf of your constituents, which was a pre-budget consultation document, because I like to reach to as many constituents as possible, asking them to share their thoughts as to what should be included in the upcoming budget. And we just went through analyzing the information that we received through that, and the number one issue that was highlighted, and I got thousands of responses back, both through paper and online, was climate change. Wanting this Parliament, the Government of Canada, doing more to fight climate change, to make sure that we are in fact reducing emissions and doing more to do that. And to me, I did not hear in that commentary issues around price on pollution, but in a request, a need, a demand to do more. I admit, affordability was also one of the issues we recognized. Better health care was another issue that was part of the feedback I have received. But climate change and fighting climate change was the number one issue. Look, I'm a very factual guy, and I want to discuss the issue around price on pollution in a factual way. What we're debating right now, and Conservatives are entitled to oppose this system, is identifying that carbon is a pollutant that is causing global warming, that the greenhouse gas emissions have to be reduced in order for us to effectively fight climate change. And from an economics perspective, the best way to help change people's behavior, the best way to ensure that people are not using products that cause pollution is by putting a price on that pollution. That's basically what the scheme is to ensure that the way we incentivize solutions that are less carbon intensive, that causes greenhouse gas emissions, is by making the use of carbons, fossil fuels, more expensive. And therefore, we have chosen a mechanism that puts price on pollution. Now, the federal government, as you've heard from the member from Vaughan mentioning earlier, federal government's scheme is just a backstop. The provinces and territories are free to have their own mechanism. In fact, someone mentioned the province of Ontario. I had the honor of serving at the provincial level when we brought in a cap and trade system in Ontario by putting a price on carbon that way. In fact, it was the same system that exists in Quebec and California, and we had engaged in a carbon trading mechanism. And if that system would have been in place today in Ontario, because Premier Doug Ford, who is a conservative, got rid of that system, there would have been no price on pollution in Ontario today, because the provincial system would have prevailed, as the case is in Quebec, as is the case in British Columbia. So this particular price on pollution mechanism exists as a backstop only for those provinces and territories where there is no price on pollution. That's point number one. Second point is that we do recognize that price on pollution, in order to help incentivize innovation, in order to change people's behavior and have them move away from using more carbon intensive or fossil fuel intensive products, we do recognize that it will cause some hardship for those who don't have that much disposable income, that certain prices, the cost of those things will go up as a result of that price of pollution as that transition is being made. And that's why the second element of this program or this scheme is really important, which is the Canada Carbon Rebate, to make sure that the money that has been collected goes back to Canadians, to Canadian families, the consumers who in the end of the day are paying that price, so they are not being left behind. That aspect is really important. The Canada Carbon Rebate, which goes to 80% of Canadian families, and I'll speak to only my province of Ontario, where a family of four is receiving $1,120 per year. That's about $280 every quarter they're receiving in order to offset that cost that they may be paying by paying the price on pollution. So we have thought through both those elements in terms of how we can effectively reduce emissions by making pollutants like carbon more expensive, but also at the same time making sure that the monies that are collected are then given back to Canadian consumers, given back to Canadian families, so that they can, they're not left behind and are able to make ends meet. Now, I think we all, from a public policy perspective, recognize the fact that climate change is real, that in order for us to have a strong economy, in order for us to be able to meet our international obligations that we are part of through the Kyoto Protocol, in order for us to be able to work with other countries who are also taking action on climate change, every political party who wants to govern needs a credible plan to deal with this. And what I find baffling in this debate is that we only hear slogans from the Conservative Party. There's nothing of a plan but a tagline, a bumper sticker they've created. And perhaps they're entitled to that. But before they ask for another election, and there will be another election, welcome to democracy, that's a given, thankfully, there will be an election, they need to be able to come with a credible plan, or acknowledge the fact, perhaps that's what they believe, that climate change is something that they don't want to address. If that's the case, let's hear it. Let's tell us what your views are on climate change. Because I can tell you, speaking to my constituents in Ottawa Centre, listening to them, inaction is not a plan. They want real, concrete action by their government in order to address climate change, and not just a plan on the back of a napkin, but a credible plan, a plan that actually will make a difference. As it was said by, I think, member from Waterloo, this is not a new idea. I think Mr. Mulrooney has been mentioned a few times. One of his biggest legacies, besides championing the Montreal Protocol that resulted in stopping the depletion of ozone layer, was to put an end on acid rain. Acid rain was caused because of, in eastern part of the country, because of emission of sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide, yes, cap and trade. But what's cap and trade was a price on sulfur that was put to make it more expensive for the emission of sulfur dioxide that resulted in for the elimination of end of acid rain. The point is, you can look at different kinds of mechanism, but that's what we're trying to do. We need to hear a credible plan from Conservatives. This is a plan that is making an impact, and we're starting to see a reduction in emissions in Canada because of our action. Thank you.
Questions and comments, question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my Liberal colleagues are talking a lot today about the legacy of Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, and we are all proud of his record as one of the most environmentally friendly leaders in the Western world, but they keep talking about what he achieved in terms of addressing the hole in the ozone layer and addressing acid rain, incredible successes for a Conservative Prime Minister. But I would just like to ask my colleague, he talks about cap and trade, which was a cap and trade on the emitters. I would just like to ask him, when the Prime Minister Mulroney was the Prime Minister, how high was the carbon tax to resolve the ozone layer and the acid rain? How high? What was the cost of the carbon tax?
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, I thank a member, and I think he just made my point, because a cap and trade is actually a price on pollution. Right. That is exactly the point. In case of Quebec, they do have a cap and trade system. In case of Ontario, until 2018, we introduced a plan that was a cap and trade system. The mechanism is the same, which is to put a price on pollution, because speak to any economist. In fact, the economists who are probably advising you, they are probably telling you that is the most efficient way, it is the most effective way to actually reduce the use of a pollutant. Come up with a credible plan. Don't campaign on slogans. Ain't gonna work.
Questions and comments, question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, and my question, since the Conservatives are constantly raising costs, is whether the honourable members had the same experience I've had, where I've had constituents come to me and say they've been quoted 100% increase in their fire insurance. They've come to me and said, I can't get flood insurance. And the insurance company says to me it's because of climate change. And so while we talk about the carbon tax as increasing costs, I find my constituents are facing far higher costs as a result of climate change than anything that's going on in the carbon tax. And of course, there's no rebate when your insurance premiums go up by 100%, or you can't get flood insurance at all.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
I agree with the member, and I thank you for raising the point. And as I was saying earlier, inaction is not a plan. You know, we can decide to make very short-term decisions right now and bury our head in the sand and let the future generations be responsible for themselves, or we take our responsibility as parliamentarians seriously and make sure that we're making decisions today that's going to impact the lives, the future generations. That's our role. We are in here not to make decisions for ourselves today, but making sure that Canadians and Canada prospers. I have an 11-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter, and the way they speak about climate change is very different than I was speaking about issues like that when I was that age, or we do. This is a real threat for the prosperity of our country, and is incumbent upon us, for all of us, to be serious about this and to come up with a credible plan, and I ask the members opposite to do the same.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to share my discomfort with this debate and that we also had on Tuesday on the carbon tax. Quebecer believes in climate change. It's very upsetting to hear this. There's the Red have been in their power for 8 years, and they're not taking action on climate change. And all the measures we can find when it comes to climate change, Canada is last. And they're the allies who are ripping their shirts, and they are on the left, and they're voting with the government systematically. And the Blues are tabling a motion to say, not only are the Reds and the Oranges together and not doing anything, but they're going to do even less for climate change. So I'd like to ask my colleague, quite simply, is he really proud of his government's record when it comes to climate change? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you very much, and I want to thank the member for that question.
Look, I agree with the member. We need to do more. Absolutely. But I think we've got a good foundation. I really do believe that we have a good starting point, that for once, Canada has a credible plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we're starting for that to happen. The way moving forward is not to take a slogan and put an end to this. We need to build on this, because climate change is not going to get solved just in one day or overnight. And that is why inaction is not a plan. And we need to strengthen what we're doing in terms of fighting climate change and do more to ensure that Canada remains a leader when it comes to building a better and prosperous future. Merci.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Foothills. Mr. Speaker, in an hour, exactly 1 hour from now, there'll be a vote here in the House, a very important vote, and a long-awaited vote by millions of Canadians and even Quebecers. And can read the motion here, that the House declare non-confidence in the Prime Minister and his costly government for increasing the carbon tax 23% on April 1st as part of his plan to quadruple the tax while Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, and house themselves, and to call for the House to be dissolved so Canadians can vote in a carbon tax election. That's the motion that we're debating today. It's a clear motion, and people are expecting it to be a motion to ensure the dissolution of the House so they can go to an election. The reason today that we're doing this is a carbon tax. The Bloc colleagues keep saying that it doesn't apply to Quebec, and we understand that the federal carbon tax isn't applied, but indirectly, however, there is a major impact on everything, which means that things cost more. Everybody is complaining, the UPA is complaining about it, and it has an effect on Quebec. In fact, Mr. Speaker, today we have an opportunity. We can have a confidence vote. Since 2019, the Bloc Québécois has had the opportunity 219 times to vote on confident, like on budget votes. So 92% of the time, they've voted with the Liberal government and its Prime Minister. Today, we have an opportunity. Everybody is here and they're asking for it. Everybody except those who are still voting Liberal. Everybody is saying that this government has to go. We want an election. Conservatives don't have confidence in the Prime Minister and want him to resign so there can be an election. Life has never been so costly. The Prime Minister will put an April Fool's sign on everyone's backs by increasing the carbon tax to 23%. That is going to cost more for housing, heating, and groceries. 70% of Canadians are opposed to the increase of the carbon tax. And an April Fool's joke on April 1st. The carbon tax, as I said earlier, has an impact on Quebec. I don't understand why the Bloc is stubbornly saying the opposite. everything that is built outside of Quebec has a consequence on the costs that occurs in Quebec. So it's not true that there's no impact. And they are instead thinking that this is going to have a positive impact on people because we're taxing carbon emissions. The tax isn't working. The proof is that Canada is on the bottom of the list when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. On this point, it's not by continuing to support this government. The Bloc keeps saying, well, the member for Longueuil said the Reds aren't doing anything and haven't for 8 years. Well, why are they keeping them in power if that's the case? With regard to public finances, transfers, healthcare transfers, there's good reasons every day for the Bloc to complain about the government. We, too, are complaining about this government, so they're right on that point. But there's many reasons. So beyond the tax, this is the central element today, is that there's a major impact on the country. And if it doesn't affect Quebec, why is the Bloc voting for issues that it says don't affect Quebec? They should just abstain. They can abstain. They're not required to vote. So in that case, they can just let other people decide and vote based on what their constituents need, based on their suffering due to this Liberal tax. As I was saying, the tax is one thing, but we have a long list, and I have a few pages of reasons here why we've had enough of this government. We're at a time when we're saying it's clear this is a confidence vote that's needed. It'll be in 45 minutes. We'll be voting on this. Well, I know the NDP. They're another story altogether. They have an alliance with the government. It's a bit weird. The Bloc has an opportunity today to vote with us and say, that's enough. The government isn't doing the job, and we want a change. The Prime Minister has been there for 8 years. There was a SNC Lavalin, Jody Wilson-Raybould, who was pushed out. We knew that she was right. You know, there are many scandals, and it lasts a few weeks, sometimes a few months, and then finally people forget, and then there's a new scandal. And when we look at everything that's happened, we have a huge pile of documents, and it never stops. In fact, we've never seen the end of it. There are so many scandals in every committee, and then it just goes away, and then it comes back again. Of course, yes. This morning in committee, there was a motion, and I thank the people from the Bloc, but they didn't want to look into a scandal that's underway concerning the former Minister of Justice, Mr. Lametti, and with the former Justice Delisle. We're doing our utmost, but ultimately people forget, and our job is to remind people of what's happened. $912 million for We Charity. It's incredible. And it really, died off, but it was quite scandalous. The trip to India, we saw the Prime Minister and his family all dressed up, and the images went around the world. And Queen Elizabeth, the Prime Minister, had a hotel room that cost over £4,800 sterling. And we had, there's thousands of dollars, and previously there was a minister who had to, there was a scandal over an orange juice, the cost of her orange juice. And we have a pile of documents about 300 pages long, and there was an election that was called to hide a scandal. The Prime Minister, that was the 2021 election that was called to hide that other scandal. So what is still not known, that in the $500 billion in funding sent beyond the operating budget during the 2-year pandemic, there was $500 billion spent, $300 spent on the pandemic, and $200 billion that the parliamentary budget officer can't explain where it went. So, and of that $300 billion, we heard that $60 billion went to ArriveCAN, which should have cost far less. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. And it never ends. Emergency Measures Act, or the Emergency Act, there was an investigation. The federal court has just ruled that it was not reasonable, but we can remember that they made a big show about that. In the debates, of the 14 criteria, there were 13 that it didn't meet. And the member for Louis-Hébert said something, and he said during the pandemic, we tried to divide and stigmatize. The member for Louis-Hébert couldn't believe that his government used the vaccinations to divide everyone. So we could talk about this to remind Canadians of what happened for a long time, and we could remind people why today it's important to vote for the Conservative Party's motion, a non-confidence motion in this government, so that there can be an election called, so Canadians can ultimately make a decision on a new Conservative and majority government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has just shown that inflation is not just economic, but verbal. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives right now are hearing the siren song of the call to power, and they're saying that if there was an election tomorrow, you know, they'd probably get about 220 out of 330 members. So we can understand, Mr. Speaker, that those people want to trigger an election immediately, and they know very well that that there is a Liberal NDP coalition. They know that the vote is already locked in on the other side. But so what they're trying to do is offload the problem to Quebec. And they're saying, oh, the Bloc is a bad party that doesn't defend Quebec's people. But I haven't heard Quebec or the National Assembly get all dramatic and say, you know, what's going on in the House of Commons, we're for that. So they're saying let's eliminate the carbon tax, but they're not proposing anything to replace it. And that's going to be the main issue of the next election, and that's a blueprint for society. Mr. Speaker, I tried to figure out where my colleague was heading. Number one, the carbon tax that's a tax plan. It's not an environmental plan. Secondly, what we're doing today, my colleague from Montcalm just said so. They're the official, they said the official dance partner of the government is the NDP. So that's the NDP's problem if they continue to partner with the Liberals. But what I'm saying is, it's not just about Quebec. It's the Bloc Québécois that is taking a position. They're going to support the government, even though they complain about the government every single day. They denounce the government all the time. So why don't they stand up and vote for this motion with us to send this government packing, because it's terrible for Canada and for Quebec. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very fond of my colleague. I admire him, but I think we have to think about the Harper government, which was the worst government in history, where we saw an increase in housing prices. In fact, housing prices doubled. And the lineups for food banks doubled as well. So we saw all those things under the Harper government, and it was unconscionable. Now, that being said, we have to look at what we need to do right now. Obviously, the Liberals have done a little bit better than the Conservatives when it comes to fighting climate change. But they did a great deal more when the NDP forced them to do so, like the dental care plan. For example, there are seniors across the country who now have access to dental care thanks to the NDP. So I want to ask my colleague, has he talked to his constituents who want this dental care plan to continue, and does he understand that the Conservatives need to support that program and all the other programs that the NDP put in place to help the people in his riding, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles? I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, obviously, I do speak to my constituents, and they elected me because they think just like me. And they're really sick of this government. And every time I meet with my constituents, they say, when is the Prime Minister going to leave? I'm sick of him. Every time I talk to them, every time I go to a public event to talk to my constituents, they say that they're sick of this government. And I might remind my colleague that when the Conservatives were in power, the lineups for the food banks were nothing like they are today. And so the NDP can say what it wants. But in 2015, there was a budgetary surplus. And I have nothing to say except good things about the Conservative government. And we need to put another one in place as soon as possible.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague and friend for the great speech he delivered. And in this House, we hear a lot that the carbon tax doesn't apply to people in Quebec. We hear that quite a bit. But the Governor of the Bank of Canada said that this affects everybody all across Canada, and what he means is that today's inflation rate is 2.8%. A huge chunk of that, 0.6 of that, has to do with the carbon tax scam. And if you were to eliminate that or axe the tax, as Conservatives would say, the doubling of the mortgage rates could probably come down because it would lower inflation and interest rates could start coming down. That's how big of an effect that it has on housing and the inflation that we see today. And I was wondering if my honourable colleague could talk a little bit more about how much of an impact the carbon tax scam has on Quebecers.
The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, as I said in my speech, Quebec imports food from across Canada, and the farmers have to pay carbon tax, so do food processors. And so the carbon tax that has to be paid by truckers and food processors is having a negative impact. So sure, you're not going to see carbon tax on your bills, but if you have to pay $8 for a bunch of celery, well, then that's because of the carbon tax, which was paid for food producers by farmers. So it's very easy math. So the impact is major. And as I said, Canada is 58th in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So, this carbon tax is ridiculous. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Sure. Thank you, and it's good to be here to speak about such an important issue and our demand to allow the Liberals to have a carbon tax election. And why are we asking for this? Mr. Speaker, 70% of Canadians and 70% of the premiers are now saying that they oppose the Liberal NDP carbon tax because of the impact it is having on their everyday lives. And I find it interesting throughout the speeches today that my Liberal and NDP colleagues keep professing that, this isn't impacting the cost of living, has nothing to do with affordability. That's simply not true. And we have the facts from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and I want to quote him right now. The Parliamentary Budget Officer testified at committee, and he said, once you factor in the rebate, but also the economic impacts, the majority of households will see a negative impact as a result of the carbon tax. And Canadians are waking up to this every single day, and certainly my constituents in Foothills, who are paying $2,900 a year in the carbon tax. And the Liberals say, oh, well, they're so much better off. Well, they're getting about $1,800 of their own money back, leaving them $1,000 worse off. And I don't understand why the Liberals and the NDP are fighting so hard to say that this isn't impacting the cost of living, because they should be celebrating this every single day when they hear about Canadians struggling to feed themselves, heat their homes, pay their mortgage, or pay their interest rates. Because this is exactly what they want from the carbon tax. They want the carbon tax to be so expensive that it forces Canadians to change their behavior, regardless of the fact that in my riding of 30,000 square kilometers, we don't have public transit. Doesn't exist. There are many parts of this country where we don't have alternatives. And that's what makes this so frustrating, why Canadians have just had enough of the Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition. And they also talk about, well, we've won elections on campaigning on the carbon tax. But they misled Canadians on those elections. They said we would never increase the carbon tax higher than $50 a ton. Well, on April 1st, it goes up 23% to $80 a ton, on its way to $170 a ton by 2030. So clearly, the promise to Canadians from the Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition is that carbon tax would never go over $50 a ton. It's amazing how your song changes when you're not in an election year. And that is why we are saying, if you are so confident that Canadians support your 23% increase in the carbon tax, then go to election and let Canadians decide. But I doubtful that they will vote to make that happen today, because they know 70% of Canadians oppose the carbon tax right across this country. And the other part that they don't mention, Mr. Speaker, is that the GST is charged on top of the carbon tax. And we also now have the numbers from the Parliamentary Budget Office of just how punitive that GST is and what Canadians are paying. Last year, Canadians paid $486 million in GST just on the carbon tax. Just on the carbon tax. Next year, when they increase the carbon tax 23%, that number will be $1 billion. $1 billion. Cumulatively, since the Liberals brought in their carbon tax, Canadians have paid $6 billion in GST just on the carbon tax. So not only is the carbon tax not reducing emissions, it is clearly a tax grab, but the GST is just the whipped cream on top of their tax ice cream cone. It's unbelievable the amount that Canadians are being punished through the carbon tax. A tax on a tax. And thankfully, again, Conservatives have a private member's bill to remove the GST from the carbon tax. And I'm certainly encourage my colleagues from across the floor to support that. But the carbon tax also has an incredibly devastating impact on Canadian farmers, which certainly leads to higher prices for Canadians at the grocery store shelves. And I know my colleagues have mentioned that today. You can't possibly, if common sense is you increase taxes on the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who transports the food, the manufacturer who processes the food, the retailer who sells the food. Do you know who feels that at the end of that supply chain, Mr. Speaker? The consumer who is buying that food. And that is why food inflation stays well above the Canadian Inflation Index. Because farmers are paying the carbon tax over and over and over again when they buy fertilizer, when they buy fuel, when they plant their seeds, when they move their products to market, when they're hauling cattle, hauling grain. Every single time they are paying the carbon tax. And we had the Agriculture Carbon Tax Carbon Alliance did a survey of 50 farms earlier this month. And that survey of 50 farms showed those farms across Canada were paying more than $300,000 in carbon taxes in 1 month. That is just 50 farms, Mr. Speaker. We have close to 200,000 farms in Canada. So if a small percentage is already paying more than $320,000 a month, extrapolate that over every farmer in Canada, and you can understand why farmers are so frustrated with this Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition and the punishment they are laying on them again on April 1st, increasing that carbon tax by another 23%. And I have to ask why. We put forward Bill C-234, which would give an exemption on the carbon tax on natural gas and propane for farmers to heat and cool their barns, dry their grain, and power greenhouses, which grows fresh produce for Canadians across this country. But the Liberals have been playing games with that bill, trying to kill that bill in the Senate and again here in the House of Commons. But we know that legislation will save farmers close to $1 billion a year, making them more economically viable and making food production more affordable for farmers and certainly for Canadian consumers at the grocery store shelf. But they don't want to support legislation that supports Canadian farmers. Their answer all the time is, well, farmers are very supportive of the carbon tax. That's what the agriculture minister says every time I ask him a question on this issue. I can tell you I've spoken to farmers right across this country, Mr. Speaker. I have not spoken to a single farmer, not one, that has come to me and said, keep the carbon tax in place. We're very supportive of the carbon tax. Do you know why they don't support the carbon tax? Not only the punishing higher input costs that they have to pay, because it is making them look like a laggard, where in fact Canadian farmers set the gold standard in sustainability and stewardship. A recent report for the Global Institute of Food Security showed that a ton of canola grown in Saskatchewan, the carbon footprint of that canola is 67% lower than anywhere else in the world. You could take a trainload of Canadian wheat, travel around the world 3.5 times before it has the same carbon footprint as wheat grown in Europe. These are incredible achievements. And farmers should be lauded for those accomplishments, not punished with higher carbon taxes. But that's exactly what the Liberal NDP Carbon Tax Coalition is doing. And how did they do this? They didn't do this through punitive regulation and carbon taxes. They did this through embracing new innovation and new technology, something they do every single day. But there are consequences to these carbon taxes. Canadians feel it every single day. But I want to talk about, some specifics. Call West Grain Farms in Collingwood, Ontario, paid $36,000 in carbon taxes in 1 month. Quattro Farm in Bow Island, Alberta, $93,000 in carbon taxes in 2023. The Kielstra Farm in my riding of Foothills, $180,000 in carbon taxes last year to heat and cool their barns for their chickens, which is an animal health issue. A farm in the riding of Simcoe Grey paid $25,000 in carbon taxes in the month of November alone. This leads to higher food costs, and we're seeing 2 million Canadians go to a food bank every single month. Unprecedented numbers. And the food professor, they will say, well, it has no impact on food costs. The food professor, the expert on food pricing in Canada, Dr. Sylvain Charlevoix at Dalhousie University, he said that inflationary pressures and uncompetitive policies like the carbon tax on growing, processing, and transporting food will increase the cost of wholesale food by 34%.
Shameful.
34%, Mr. Speaker. That is the impact that these policies are having on farmers, on truckers, and on Canadian consumers who are trying to just feed their families. Mr. Speaker, this is unsustainable. This is unsustainable for Canadian consumers. This is unsustainable for Canadian farmers. And my challenge to the Liberal NDP Carbon Tax Coalition, if they are so proud of this carbon tax and think Canadians will support this 23% increase on April 1st, put their money where their mouth is, call an election, call a carbon tax election, and let Canadians decide for themselves.
Comme il est 17h15 et puisqu'il s'agit du dernier...
It being 5:15, and since it is the last day of the supply period, ending 26 March 2024, we will now immediately put to a vote all questions necessary to the business of supply.
Schmale moves that the House declare non-confidence in the Prime Minister and his costly government for increasing the carbon tax 23% on April 1st, as part of a plan to quadruple the tax while Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, and house themselves, and call for the House to be dissolved so Canadians can vote in a carbon tax election. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I ask them to rise and indicate to the chair. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you. I would request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
The members.
question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Schmale, moved that the House declare non-confidence in the Prime Minister and his costly government for increasing the carbon tax 20% on April 1st as part of his plan to quadruple the tax, while Canadians cannot afford to eat, meat, and house themselves, and call for the House to be dissolved so Canadians can vote in the carbon tax election. La période de 10 minutes pour le
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Gary.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Gary.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. McCauley and Minton West.
Mr. McCauley Minton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Mullilo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Crown.
Mr. Crown.
Mr. Tolme.
Mr. Tolme.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
All those opposed? I want to remind members it's hard for the clerks to be able to hear the names that are being called, so if members could please keep it down a bit. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chager.
Miss Groh.
Miss Groh.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mr. Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Naqvi.
Mr. Naqvi.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Savard, pardon, Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Order. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Or they can rise in this House to be recognized. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 204, 204.
I declare the motion defeated. Supplementary estimate C. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Madame.
The question is as follows. Ms. Anand, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that the supplementary estimate C for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024 be concurred in.
It's very hard to hear even myself when there's so much noise. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of the Honourable Government House Deputy House Leader.
Recorded division. Thank you, Madam.
Recorded division. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Groh.
Miss Groh.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Miss Kuzi.
Miss Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. McCauley and Minton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the end of the 10-minute voting period before continuing its proceedings.
Je désire informer.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members have not been able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 202-202. Nays contre 115-115.
Je déclare la.
I declare the motion carried.
Ms. Annan, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that a bill entitled an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024, be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. Oh, sorry, I have a.
It's not quite the time yet. I think she's probably looking to.
Okay. Madame Annan, appuyée par.
Ms. Anand.
Madame Annan, appuyée par.
Ms. Anand, second by Mr. Blair, that Bill C-67, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole.
If a member participating in person, the honourable government. Sorry. Je pensais si se levait, j'avais. Oui, c'est ça. The honourable government whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting nay.
The honourable official opposition whip.
Madam Speaker, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting nay.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voted in favour, including the members for Abitibi-Témiscamingue and Bécancour-Sorel.
For North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply and will be voting in favour.
On est-ce quelqu'un d'autre? Bon, peut-être no. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 204-204. Nays contre 115-115.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
Order à l'ordre. La Chambre est en committee.
The House is in committee of the whole to consider Bill C-67, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024.
Member for Calgary-Minneport.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if the President of the Treasury Board can confirm that the supply bill is in its usual form.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the form of this bill is in the form as the previous supply period. Yes, thank you.
Very good. Shall Clause 2 carry?
On division.
On division. Shall Clause 3 carry? On division. Shall Clause 4 carry? On division. L'article 5 est-il adopté?
Shall Clause 5 carry? On division.
Article 6.
Shall Clause 6 carry? On division.
Shall Schedule 1 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? On division.
Shall Clause 1, short title, carry? On division. Shall the preamble carry? On division.
Carry. Carried. Shall the bill carry? No. Carried. Shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-67 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
The Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-67 and has directed me to report the same without amendments. Madame Anand.
Ms. Anand, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-67, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024, be concurred in at report stage.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried, the Honourable Government Whip.
Madam Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote with Liberal members voting yea.
The table will now. The table. Sorry. Sorry. The Honourable Official Opposition Whip.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting nay.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting in favour, including the members for Bécancour-Nicolet Sorel and Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, the NDP agreed to apply and will be voting in favour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 203, 203. Nays contre, 115, 115.
I declare the the bill carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now. Maintenant?
Now?
Ms. Anand, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-67, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024, be now read a third time and do pass. Si un député participant en personne.
If a member
Whip.
Madam Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote with Liberal members voting in favour.
The Honourable Official Opposition Whip.
Madam Speaker, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting nay.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Yes, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote, Madam Speaker, and will be voting in favour, including the member for the members for Bécancour Sorel and Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply and will be voting in favour.
Mr. Wong. Mr. Vong.
Madam Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting against.
Yeah, he's voting against.
C'est bon? Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 203, 203. Nays contre, 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried. The next question. For 2024-2025. Ms. Anand, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that the House do concur in interim supply as follows, that a sum of not exceeding 74 million, c'est ça? Billion, 11,525,281, pardon me? Being composed of the following amounts, each item rounded up to the next dollar. 3/12, 24,716,610,903. Shall I dispense? Dispense, okay. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried, the Honourable Government Whip.
Madam Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yea.
Official opposition whip.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting nay.
The honourable member for
The honourable member for Montcalm. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favour.
The honourable member for North Island Power River.
Thank you, Madam Whip. The NDP agree to apply and will be voting in favour.
Mr. Vong?
Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting nay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 203 203, nays contre 115 115.
I declare the motion carried. Madame Annan, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. Annan, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to His Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025 be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Ms. Annan, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-68, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division.
Government whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe, again, that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yea.
The Honourable Official Opposition Whip.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting nay.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favour.
For North Island Power River.
Madam Speaker, the NDP agree to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 203 203, nays contre 115 115.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this bill.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
Order. The House is in Committee of the Whole to consider Bill C-68.
To His Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Minipore.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Chair confirm that the bill is in its usual form?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the form of this bill is in the same form as that passed in the previous supply period. Thank you.
L'article 2.
Shall Clause 2 carry?
Avec décidence.
On division.
L'article 3.
Shall Clause 3 carry? On division. Shall Clause 4 carry? On division. Shall Clause 5 carry? On division.
Schedule 1.1 carry. On division. Shall Schedule 1.2 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 1.3 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 1.4 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 1.5 carry? On division. L'annexe A.
Shall Schedule 1.6 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 1.7 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 1.8 carry? On division.
1.9 carry. Avec décidence. Shall Schedule 2 carry? On division. Shall Clause 1, short title, carry? On division. Shall the preamble carry? On division, shall the title carry? On division, shall the bill carry? On division, shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed.
Merci.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-68 et m'a enjoint de faire
and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
The Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-68 and has directed me to report the same without amendments. Madame Annan, appuyez.
Ms. Annan, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-68, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, be concurred in at report stage.
Member participating in person wishes that the Honourable Government Whip.
Madam Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yea.
Honourable Official Opposition Whip.
Madam Speaker, we agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives happily voting nay.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favour.
Honourable Member for North Island Power River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting nay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour, 203-203.
Actually, so
115-115.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Maintenant?
Now.
Ms. Annan, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-68, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Whoops, the 10-minute. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Government Whip.
Madam Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favour.
Honourable Official Opposition Whip.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting nay.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and we will vote in favour.
The Honourable for North Island Power River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting nay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour, 203-203. Les contre, 115-115.
I declare the motion carried. Government House Leader has a point of order.
Point of order, Madame la Présidente, puisque ce sera...
Madam Speaker, because it will almost be the last opportunity for us to have a large number of members in this House before the constituency break on this side of the House, we would like to wish all members and all Canadians a very happy Easter.
Holiday, of course, Madam Speaker, is one of the holiest times in the Christian calendar, representing the death and the rebirth of Jesus Christ, and we certainly want to take a moment to wish all Canadians a most joyous and happy Easter. Merci.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to join my voice and those of the official opposition to what the Government House Leader just said, as everyone has an opportunity to go home and spend the last few days of Lent in contemplation. We certainly wish everyone on this side of the House, all the staff, the House administration, MPs, their staff, and all Canadians, indeed, who are observing this important feast in the Christian calendar. A very blessed Holy Thursday, Holy Week, a meaningful Good Friday, and of course a joyous Easter when all thought that it was dark and reason to despair. Light came at the end of it and life triumphed over death. So happy Easter to all Canadians.
I have another point of order. The honourable member for Edmonton. Point of privilege. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre. Edmonton West.
Edmonton West. I'm deeply hurt you would confuse me with our member from Edmonton Centre, although the previous member from Edmonton Centre is a fine gentleman. I look forward to having him return. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm rising to add to the question of privilege raised yesterday following the tabling of the...
A moment, please. I know that some people may be trying to run out for lunch or something. I just want to remind them that the House is going on, and I can't really hear the question of privilege if everybody is talking. So I would ask members to please exit quietly if they're leaving for whatever reason. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks. I'll continue. I'm standing to add to the question of privilege raised yesterday following the tabling of the 17th report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, a report that I tabled myself. Now, Madam Speaker, this is part of an entirely troubling pattern that I've long been witnessing. Witnesses, whether government officials or not, are ignoring the rights and powers and privilege of parliamentarians to act as the grand inquisitors of the nation.
Members want to make sure that their member's question of privilege is able to be heard. I would ask them again to please exit if they want to have a conversation, or if they're exiting to please not have conversation as they exit. I know that they're all excited about going home soon, but this is not the appropriate time to have those conversations. Order, and that applies to both sides of the House. The honourable member for Edmonton West will try again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is indeed disappointing to see both sides of the House continue like this. Now, if the governments can so blatantly be cavalier with committees, it's not surprising others would be so too. Now, no doubt Kristen Firth of GC Strategies has seen how government officials appear in committee and base his own conduct on that. Now, lines need to be drawn. Parliament's dignity must be defended. Parliament and its committees cannot continue to be seen as mere toothless entities to be ignored when questions become inconvenient, or embarrassing, or damaging to the government or to the witness. Now, I want to clear up some misinformation that I saw last night stated in this House. There's those in this place who have stated that Kristen Firth from GC Strategies supplied all the information that was asked of him in committee. The facts are he provided some and refused to answer others. Questions were asked of him where it was agreed that he would provide answers in writing the next day by 9 a.m. He provided some of these by 9 a.m. and some of these much later in the day. I'm not going to quibble on that issue, but he refused simple questions that are at the heart of the Arrive-Can scandal. GC Strategies and Kristen Firth and his partner had been accused of helping to write the work requirements for a contract so that he specifically, GC Strategies specifically, would win that contract, and that they did. Mr. Firth was asked that information, and I want to read from the Blues. The member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, asked, "For greater clarity, I'm looking for the individuals or individual that you would have met with developing the criteria, not who signed off on the contract in this particular case. I do want the name. Now I'm asking, who did you sit at the table with to develop the criteria for this contract?" Mr. Firth responds, "Apologies, but after speaking with my lawyer, my stance still stands the same with the RCMP investigating. I will not answer, I don't want to interfere." Now remember, he was sworn in. he was warned of the consequences of not answering the questions. This was his third appearance, so this was not a new experience for him. Later in committee, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order, asked him, "I'd like the chair to put the question to you, Mr. Firth, and that you have an obligation to answer it whether you want to or not because of the rules that apply to Parliament, to its committees and the witnesses who come before it." We put forward the question, Mr. Firth. The response is again, "I appreciate the opportunity, Chair, but as I've laid out clearly, at this point, we're still remaining with our stance that there could possibly be an RCMP investigation." I went on to advise him, "This I will advise you, ensure you're aware that you have parliamentary privilege, which will allow you the right to speak." But he chose not to. So we see clearly here, Mr. Firth was given ample warning. He was given ample opportunity, and he refused to answer. I mentioned earlier about this government's conduct in dealing with committee orders and privileges and how it leads to such actions. In the previous McKinsey Company study in Ogo, we passed unanimously, Liberals, Conservatives, Bloc NDP, a production order for documents from both McKinsey and the government and government departments, demanding all contracts, reports, invoices, and emails and documents between McKinsey and the government departments they worked for. McKinsey complied 100%. Guess who did not comply? Government departments. The Business Development Bank of Canada refused. Canada Border Services Agency refused. Canada Pension Plan Investment Board refused. Canada Post refused. Citizenship and Immigration refused. National Defence refused. Natural Resources refused. Export Development Canada refused. Privy Council Office, the Office of the Prime Minister, refused. Atomic Energy refused. Canada Development Investment Corp refused. Department of Employment and Social Development refused. Department of Finance refused. Veterans Affairs refused. Public Sector Pension Investment Board refused. Trans Mountain Canada refused. Now again, this was a unanimous order of production of documents from the Operations Committee. I want to give an idea of some of the excuses of why the government departments refused. Mr. Matthew Shea, who's the Assistant Secretary to the Cabinet from PCO, says there are privacy acts that apply. We're guided by open and accountable government rules, a policy from PCO that he stated overrides parliamentary privilege and the supremacy of Parliament. He went on to say, "I think personal information in the Privacy Act is something we have to be very sensitive to. Not the supremacy of Parliament, but the Privacy Act." Ms. Melanie Bernier from CPPIB, who is a Senior Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, couldn't provide, she actually lied to committee. She told us she could not provide the documents ordered by the committee because it costs money to translate. And then she went on to say that that money to translate the documents would reduce the amount of pensions to public service employees, which is not true. Mr. Matthew Shea returned again to committee and stated that a big part of these requests is the importance of, as a government, us working with the committee to find solutions, not obeying the order of Parliament, but to find solutions that suited him. Philippe Dini, Chief Operating Officer of the Bank of Canada, actually wrote to committee explaining the Access to Information Act had precedence over an order of Parliament, and therefore they refused. Now, it's no wonder the Bank of Canada messed up inflation so bad, considering what their Chief Operating Officer believes is order precedence. Now, I can see their boardroom discussing monetary policy, but deferring the Access to Information Act when it comes to deciding how much money to print. CPPIB also stated it would be a disservice to the public interest to follow the order of Parliament. Todd Winterholt of Export Development Canada stated they were guided by the Privacy Act as to what documents they could turn over to Parliament. not the supremacy of Parliament or an order of Parliament, but the Privacy Act. Immigration stated they couldn't comply because it was too difficult to translate pages. To my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, think about that. Immigration refusing an order of Parliament because it's too difficult to translate pages. It gets worse. ESDC delivered documents, redacted, but not fully translated, which violates parliamentary privilege to table documents in only partially translated. When we complained, they resubmitted without the French.
Unbelievable.
The refusal of these departments might be wide of the scope of the fourth issue, but it speaks of bigger pattern committees face, and especially as the Grand Inquisitor committees like OGO. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, we're seeing a clear erosion of respect for the privilege of parliamentarians. We have witnesses coming before a committee and openly acting in contempt as they please. We have government departments openly defying orders passed unanimously by committees. We have witnesses refusing to answer questions simply because they decide not to. We have to restore the rules of this place. We must restore the privilege of the members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
I just want to remind members there's still conversations being had. I've raised it twice, and it's on both sides and from various parties. So I would just ask members to please take the conversations outside. Another point of privilege. On this point of privilege, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour to follow my friend and the chair of our committee, the member for Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, who made many excellent and important points. I do want to thank the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for raising this matter of privilege initially yesterday. Of course, it was of critical importance that the matter of privilege be raised as soon as possible following the tabling of the report, although that did happen to also be at a time when the Government Operations Committee was meeting and hearing from ministers. So I'm very grateful for his intervention, as well as for the allowances that have been given to allow members to be able to share some additional important thoughts, members who are regular members of the Government Operations Committee, about the very serious privilege issues that are raised in the 17th report of the Government Operations Committee. Madam Speaker, the genesis of this question of privilege is the ongoing hearings at the Government Operations Committee into the metastasizing Arrive scam scandal. Now, this is, in many respects, not one scandal, but a family of scandals. And I won't detail all the various aspects of it. I think members are well familiar with it. The tens of millions of dollars spent on an app, 177 versions of the app, many of which weren't tested, sent over 10,000 people into quarantine falsely, unintentionally, as a result of the fact that the app wasn't tested, that companies were given contracts who had no IT experience, simply subcontracted all the work, did nothing, and collected a massive commission along the way, complete absence of records in many cases, allegations of records being deleted perhaps, or records never having been created in the first place. As well, the Auditor General revealing that at points along the way, the contractor sat down with people within the government to discuss the terms of the contract, the terms of the request that the company that was involved in setting those terms then was able to bid on, an effective rigging of the process. So we have a rigging of the process, absent records, an app that didn't work, that sent people into quarantine falsely, unintentionally, and just enormous waste in government. Compound to that, we have evidence of criminal activity in the form of fraudulent altering of resumes by one of the same contractors. So we speak in the opposition often about the problems of cost, corruption, and crime. I think in the case of the Arrive scam scandal, we actually have all three. We have cost, corruption and crime going on here. But of particular relevance to the privileges of Parliament, we have seen in the course of this scandal just how the committee has been engaged by various witnesses over the course of questioning. And this has compounded concerns that members have about the situation of the scandal. The committee has had many instances of officials and people outside of government lying to the committee or accusing others of lying, contradicting themselves, or, for instance, senior public servants accusing other senior public servants of lying to the committee. And so obviously we have a massive, massive problem here, which is that many people are not telling the truth to a parliamentary committee and don't seem to appreciate how serious parliamentary committees' roles are supposed to be. Just last week at the Government Operations Committee, we had separately, we had Christian Firth and Darren Anthony, two separate principals at GC Strategies. And in my questioning of Darren Anthony, you could see at one point when I asked him a question, his eyes were turned off screen. He was reading a statement off screen. And then I asked him if he was reading a statement or speaking from the heart, and he said, without any kind of obvious movement of conscience, that he was speaking from the heart. We had Christian Firth, previous testimony, making clearly contradictory claims himself in the course of the same 2 hours. And again, specifically, we have Cameron McDonald and Min Doan each accusing each other of lying about who was responsible for making this app. So although there are unanswered questions, we know that there is a campaign to hide information from various quarters, to hide information from the Government Operations Committee, that we are being lied to, that witnesses are choosing not to appear or doing everything possible to avoid appearing or showing up and intentionally stonewalling the committee. And this raises further questions about the nature of the scandal and what might be motivating these attempts to hide information. But they also raise questions of privilege, of the rights of members of Parliament to be able to ask important questions and get to answers. What our committee has been clear on from the start is that what we are interested in is finding out the truth. We're interested in finding out why these dubious characters were selected by the Government of Canada to build this app, why so much money was spent, what happened to the records, who made the decision, who's telling the truth, who's not. These are questions that we want to answer. And I have always felt that it is in the best interest of witnesses to simply come before the committee and honestly answer questions and tell the truth. The committee has, I think, responded much better to witnesses that have sought to be forthright in explaining why they did what they did and in trying to offer a defense for their actions rather than prevaricating, refusing to answer, refusing to appear, or hiding information. Nonetheless, the vast majority of the characters, both inside government and outside of government, have chosen the path of ducking, of prevaricating, of avoiding, and that makes us wonder, what further information are they trying to hide? What are they trying to hide that is leading to this constant stonewalling of the committee by government witnesses and by external witnesses? Now, on matters of privilege, I want to highlight the key principles at stake in this question. Since I've been a member of Parliament, I've been surprised at how many times witnesses, both inside government and outside government, but who seem to have close relationships with government, don't seem to appreciate the centrality of the principle of the supremacy of Parliament. In a proper functioning democratic society, the elected legislature has to be supreme. Of course, day-to-day matters, the executive, the public service, other institutions exercise an enormous amount of power. But Parliament has to be supreme. And if one of the pages could get me a glass of water, that'd be excellent. Thank you very much. Parliament has to be supreme. And that means that when Parliament passes laws, they have to be followed by the executive, by the Prime Minister, by people outside of government. It means that the regulatory powers that governments have come from the legislature and are limited by the legislature. It also means that Parliament has the ability to conduct investigations. The committees of Parliament have the ability to conduct investigations. That they have constitutionally protected powers to call witnesses, to order the production of documents, and to insist on answers to their questions. This is part of the supremacy of Parliament. That in order for parliamentarians to be able to do their job, they need to be able to access documents, order witnesses, and get answers to questions. This is so foundational to our system of government. And yet, in the last Parliament, when I was working on the Winnipeg Lab documents issue, we shockingly came up against the fact that the president of the Public Health Agency, a very senior official in this government, simply did not seem to believe in the principle of supremacy of Parliament. So the issue was important. Clearly, now that we know more, the issue of Winnipeg Lab's documents was very important. But underneath that, of perhaps even greater importance, was the supremacy of Parliament that was being challenged by that official who said, actually, I don't have to answer your questions, and I don't have to provide documents. And in response to that, Parliament took significant action in the last Parliament. We ordered responses. Those responses were not forthcoming, and that official was eventually summoned to the bar here and admonished. And sadly, that episode ended with one of the political parties changing their position on it, which meant that a majority of Parliament was no longer ordering these documents. But Parliament, for a period of time, took very, very seriously that assertion of its prerogatives, of the supremacy of Parliament, rightly because it's foundational to our democracy. If we were ever to go down the road of saying, well, maybe Parliament's not supreme, maybe the Privacy Act takes precedent, maybe the executive can ignore Parliament. If we were ever to go down that road, that would mark a serious erosion of democracy. In asserting this principle of parliamentary supremacy, we are defending our role as legislatures, but we are also defending the democratic foundations of our country. Now, in the case of the orders to Christian Firth and Darren Anthony, the committee on multiple occasions ordered these witnesses to appear. These witnesses repeatedly refused to appear. And I think it was evident in discussions with them, and they had legal counsel as well, but they did not appear to appreciate just how serious it was that a parliamentary committee was ordering them to do something. And I can only infer from that, as my colleague from Edmonton West alluded to, that they had learned the wrong lessons from actions by this government, that they had not seen modeled in previous incidents the fact that parliamentary committees insist on having their rights respected. But the committee was insistent. And we had a motion that came to this House that was concurred in unanimously that ordered Mr. Firth and Mr. Anthony to appear, which meant that if they hadn't appeared, then they would have been taken into custody by the Sergeant at Arms. So at the last possible minute, yes, they appeared. But they did everything possible once they appeared to double down on their lack of respect for the principle of the supremacy of Parliament. And they presented a bald-faced challenge to that core democratic principle that the people get to decide, and the people through their democratic representatives are supreme within our system of government. They, I can presume, under the advice of their lawyers, decided that they could simply defy our core democratic norms, that they could disregard the democratic rule of law and not respect this principle of the supremacy of Parliament. So we know that committees have these powers, these powers to do work on behalf of the House, to order documents, to summon witnesses, to insist on answers to questions. And we've seen time and time again a kind of effort to erode this principle through refusal to comply with these powers. But I commend the Government Operations Committee on drawing a firm line at this point and saying enough is enough. We need to get to the bottom of what happened in the Arrive Scam scandal, but we also need to defend our democratic institutions. We need to defend the principle of parliamentary supremacy. We need to insist that this is not merely a place of pageantry, but this is the deliberative assembly of one nation, that this is where we work out our differences. This is where we answer big questions. And in order to do that, we have to be able to exercise the powers that we have in order to get access to information. I commend the committee for asserting and standing on that principle firmly. And to stand up to the efforts of officials, of contractors, of lawyers, of others, to try to defy that principle. We will stand firm for democracy. We will stand against democratic decline. We will defend the role of Parliament. We will defend the supremacy of Parliament, Madam Speaker, against all challenges. And we are doing that today in this question of privilege. When questions were put to these witnesses, when these witnesses were told, you have to answer these questions by the chair, when the questions were put not only by individual members, but when the questions were put by the committee, Mr. Firth in particular said, I will not answer. He provided no clear reason. He said there might hypothetically be an RCMP investigation on this matter at some point in the future. He said that based on speculation he had read on Twitter. He thought there might be an investigation. And as such, he refused to answer the question. So in the face of such defiance, the committee, in 2 minutes, unanimously agreed to empower the chair to present a report to the House outlining the material facts of this breach of privilege. And this was, I think, an extraordinary show of unity at the committee that I hoped would be continued in this House. The committee unanimously, immediately, without debate, agreed to my motion to refer this matter to the House. Now, as a matter of process, I think it's important for Canadians to understand that parliamentary committees have these awesome powers that are necessary as part of democracy and the supremacy of Parliament. Parliamentary committees have these powers, but the enforcement process for these powers is quite circuitous. Parliamentary committees, when they feel there's a violation of their privilege, have to provide a report to the House that provides the details of that violation of privilege. The House then considers that matter, but the committee has to agree to it first. And as I've worked through cases of this before, it can be very, very difficult, as we saw in the Winnipeg Labs documents case, to actually get the committee to come together to provide the report to the House in an appropriate and fulsome way and in a timely way that actually moves this forward. But in this case, the committee was clear and unanimous in wanting to expedite this issue, and I commend the committee for it. I had hoped, and I do hope, that we will see a similar unanimous response from this House. And I encourage all members to stand up for your roles as members of Parliament. We come here initially as representatives of our constituencies, but also we come into this House as members of a deliberative assembly of one nation who speaks on behalf of the people who send us here to try to get to the bottom of serious problems facing our nation. We do so principally as individuals, not as creatures of political parties. And the rights of individual members have to endure, and protecting the rights of individual members and of this institution is necessary for making our democracy strong. So let's all push back against efforts to reduce or diminish this institution to mere spectacle. Let's defend the powers and prerogatives of Parliament, and let us bequeath to future generations a stronger Parliament, not a weaker Parliament, by moving this question of privilege forward, by defending the rights of committees to do their job, by resisting the pressures of democratic decline. Madam Speaker, I hope that you will find a prima facie case of privilege and that we will be able to take the further steps that are necessary to insist that Mr. Firth, but also that all witnesses show up when they're told to show up, answer questions forthrightly, provide the documents that are requested. And I think this will be a critical test for this House, for this Parliament, for us as leaders. Whether we defend this core principle of democracy or whether we allow it to erode. So, Madam Speaker, I hope to see a positive ruling on this, and I know at that point members will be prepared to move the appropriate motion. I do just want to say briefly that yesterday, in response to this, the member for Winnipeg North implied that the information requested was eventually provided. And that is certainly not the case. I know the member for Edmonton West emphasized that that was not the case. And the report that was tabled with the unanimous support of the committee emphasized that the information was not provided. The reason why the committee was quick and united in taking the position that it did was because the information was not provided. It has not been provided since. The chair has confirmed as much. I can confirm as much as a member of the committee. This is very much still an outstanding item. And again, we must insist on respect for our democracy. And we must, through this process, educate government officials, the legal community, and anybody who's representing those who come to Parliament about the principle of the supremacy of Parliament. Thank you, Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for his input on this point of privilege, and I know the Speaker is awaiting a few pieces of input before making his decision. I wish to inform the House that because of delay, pursuant to Standing Order 30(7), there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, the motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member.
Port Moody Coquitlam. I see the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And is my audio okay? Mr. Speaker, caregivers are stretched, burnt out, and doing their best to offer care to loved ones every day. But with the rising costs of living, they cannot wait any longer for financial support from this government. Liberals need to act now, keep their promise, and stop abandoning caregivers and the people that they support. This government promised to make the Canada Caregiver Credit refundable, but they haven't fulfilled that promise. And the lowest income people are impacted the most. This needs to stop. We are in an affordability crisis. Unpaid carers are struggling to keep up with the cost of living, and with additional costs associated with caring for others, they're finding it even more difficult to make ends meet. The caregivers this government relies on to keep people healthy and supported deserve better. And when it comes to people that unpaid carers support, many of who are adults with disabilities, they are still waiting for the Canada Disability Benefit. And like the caregiver refundable tax credit, it is still an unkept promise from this government. I'm very worried about the government's ability to deliver the Canada Disability Benefit because, as we found out during COVID, CERB payments were not able to get to persons with disabilities easily. The government does not have a way to identify people with disabilities living in poverty, and using the DTC, the Disability Tax Credit, is absolutely not acceptable. And here's why. I recently asked an order paper question asking what the average income for persons who receive the disability tax credit is. And the answer that I got back from the CRA was this, and I quote, "While the question requests data based on those in receipt of the disability tax credit, the CRA's disability tax credit income data is structured based on claimants. The one-to-one relationship between claimants and certificate holders is difficult to ascertain, with the possibility of more than one individual being a claimant on the same certificate. For this reason, CRA is unable to provide the income breakdowns of beneficiaries, and in quotes they say certificate holders, and is not in a position to respond in the manner requested." In response to my question, Mr. Speaker, the CRA is not able to identify who has a disability tax credit and is also living in poverty. This reality means that the government cannot distribute the Canada Disability Benefit to the people. They need adequate data and technical infrastructure from the public service to make the Canada Disability Benefit a reality. Almost 2 years ago, HUMA, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, called upon the government to consider the possibility of codifying all people with disabilities in order to facilitate the ease of payment of future benefits for disabled persons, codify from their provincial support programs. The government's response did not even address the solution and instead deferred this to provinces and territories again. I'm asking today that the Minister of National Revenue rectify this situation immediately. Back to the caregiver tax credit. Making this tax credit refundable immediately is an absolute necessity. And so, in the upcoming budget, will the Liberals finally live up to their promise and deliver a refundable tax credit to caregivers and show them that they matter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am quite pleased to answer the question from my honourable colleague, the Member of Parliament from Port Moody, Coquitlam, regarding the Canada Caregiver Credit. From the offset, I should clarify that the Canada Revenue Agency's responsibility is to administer tax policy once implemented, whereas the role of the Department of Finance is to actually develop that tax policy. Indeed, CRA administers the Canada Caregiver Credit on behalf of the Government of Canada. The Government of Canada understands the sacrifices that Canadians are making to care for their children, their spouses, their parents, and other family members. This is why we've improved the income tax relief provided for caregivers to recognize the impact their caregiving expenses can have on the ability to pay tax. In 2017, the government replaced multiple caregiver credits with differing criteria with a single credit, and that is the Canada Caregiver Credit. This credit is simpler. It's designed to provide better support to those that need it the most. Mr. Speaker, let's define who is eligible to claim the Canada Caregiver Benefit. Canadians may be able to claim the Canada Caregiver Credit if they support their spouse or their common law partner with a physical or mental impairment. They may also be able to claim this credit if one or more of the following individuals depend on them for support because of a physical or mental impairment: their or their spouse's or common law's child or grandchild, their or their spouse's or common law partner's parent, grandparent, brother, sister, uncle, aunt, niece, or nephew if they resided in Canada at any time in that year. For the 2023 taxation year, the Canada Caregiver Credit provides tax relief on an amount of $7,999 for expenses for the care of dependent relatives with infirmities, including those with disabilities, parents, brothers and sisters, adult children, and other specific relatives. It also provides $2,499 for expenses for the care of a dependent spouse or common law partner or a minor child with an infirmity, including those with a disability. In total, about 535,000 individuals claimed an amount for the Canada Caregiver Credit for 2020. For 2023, it's projected that about $255 million will be provided in federal tax relief under the Canada Caregiver Credit. Mr. Speaker, the CRA works to ensure that caregivers have access to the Canada Caregiver Credit if their respective situation allows it. In fact, the ultimate goal for the CRA is that everyone in Canada receives all the benefits and credits to which they are entitled. To support this goal, the CRA is proud of its Community Volunteer Income Tax Program, the CVITP, and the Income Tax Assistance Volunteer Program, the ITAVP in Quebec. Through these programs, the Government of Canada supports community organizations and their volunteers who offer free tax clinics to people with modest incomes and simple tax solutions, which included people who are caregivers. In fact, the CVITP and the ITAVP are an integral part of the CRA's efforts to ensure that vulnerable and hard-to-reach people have an easier time filing their income tax and benefit returns, and I encourage all to do the same this tax season. Thank you, Chair.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member and I share a goal, which is to make sure that all people in Canada receive easily the entitlements that they are entitled to in their income taxes. And one of the ones that is very hard for people to find and they don't know about is this Canada Caregiver Tax Credit. But I'll go back to 2 points. And one of them is that the Caregiver Tax Credit needs to be refundable because those lowest income people, those people that don't have incomes that allow for a full refund, a full allowance on their tax credit, need that refund back. They spend the money to care for their loved ones, and they really need that to be a refundable benefit. And that is a tax credit that the government promised, and they need to fulfill it. I also just wanted to address the first thing that the member said about the difference between applying a law and a bill and implementing it. And what I'm highlighting to the member is that the CRA at this point in time has no way to implement the Canada Disability Benefit to identify a DTC recipient along with their income. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for her advocacy on this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, the CRA administers a long list of benefits and credits intended for Canadians on behalf of the Government of Canada. And among these are the Canada Caregiver Benefit, but also the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, the GST, HST, just to name a few. Last year, the CRA also successfully administered new programs such as the grocery rebate, the interim Canada dental benefit, which I know that the member has been very a strong advocate on, and the one-time top-up of the Canada housing benefit. So let's be clear. To support vulnerable and hard-to-reach populations, one of CRA's flagships is definitely the CVITP, and I think it is really important for us as members of Parliament, but also as community, to make sure that people have access to filing their taxes, that people are aware that these benefits and these credits are available to them. And I think that over these next 30 to 50 days, we are going to make sure that everybody knows how to do that and have access to it as well. Thanks, Chair.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on December 14th, I raised with the Minister of International Development the numerous media reports of UNRWA employee involvement in the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack against Israel. I asked if the minister still held the view that regardless of an UNRWA employee literally holding an Israeli citizen hostage, he still regarded UNRWA as a trusted agency. Mr. Speaker, this is important because unlike the minister, several UNRWA donor countries, our allies, didn't share the same glowing view and quickly suspended funding to UNRWA pending an investigation. Mr. Speaker, how is it possible for UNRWA to be held in such high esteem by the minister and the Liberal government when evidence indicates UNRWA is joined at the fanatical hip of Hamas? Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the minister was at least able to admit allegations against UNRWA were very disturbing and that Canada's concerns had been expressed to the head of the agency. These concerns should be clearly conveyed because, Mr. Speaker, I don't think you'd be surprised to hear this, but Canadian taxpayers are not keen to be funding a listed terrorist organization. Mr. Speaker, on February 1st, in response to my question, the minister said the government was awaiting the results of the UN investigation and didn't want to jump to conclusions. But the investigation's final report is scheduled to be published on April 20th. And the Liberal government restored UNRWA funding on March 8th. Does the minister have the secret ability to time travel? Mr. Speaker, did the government know something that no one else did? It didn't wait for anyone to jump or not to jump to any conclusions. It simply made up its own. Moreover, on March 8th, the day the Liberal government reinstated funding to UNRWA, despite an ongoing UN investigation and despite the fact that the government had been briefed with additional information that very morning of that same day. So, Mr. Speaker, what led Canada to jump the gun on resuming UNRWA funding? I thought the minister had said they would wait for the results of the investigation. How would the Canadian government know what the final report has found when the investigation is not finished and the report hasn't even been published yet? Instead, Mr. Speaker, let us examine what the Liberal government did know prior to its decision to restore funding to UNRWA on March 8th. They knew that Hamas is deeply embedded in UNRWA and in key posts. They knew that Hamas members dominate UNRWA's education system. They knew that Hamas uses UNRWA facilities for military activities. And they knew that UNRWA's education system incites hatred and glorifies suicide bombers. And on that Friday afternoon, on March 8th, when the Liberal government reinstated funding, they also knew that at least 15 UNRWA employees were involved in the October 7th terror attack. And they also knew that nearly 2,000 employees of UNRWA, more than just a few bad apples, Mr. Speaker, but 1 in 6 UNRWA employees are members of a terror organization. That is the extent of what our government knew, Mr. Speaker, and yet they still decided to reinstate funding. Mr. Speaker, let's not stop there. They also knew that there are at least 6 UNRWA principals in Gaza who are Hamas members. And as well, 11%, or 1 in 9, of UNRWA's facilities contain terror infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, what kind of madness has permeated the Government of Canada to restore funding to an agency more concerned with the advancement of terror than it is with any humanitarian work on behalf of the innocent Palestinian people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We unequivocally condemn Hamas's brutal terrorist attacks on October 7th, which included the killing, maiming, and abduction of innocent civilians. Nothing can justify these abhorrent acts. Canada continues to support Israel's right to defend itself in accordance with international law. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, Canada has been deeply concerned about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and its impact on civilians. Since the start of this crisis, our position has been centered on the firm belief that more assistance is needed in Gaza, not less. Canada was the first G7 country to provide aid and is one of the largest donors, with $100 million provided for civilians so far, but much more needs to be done. And we have done airdrops, and we are now exploring ways to have a sea corridor to get this vital aid to the innocent civilians. À la suite, délégation solo.
Following allegations that some members of UNRWA were involved in the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel on October 7, 2023, the United Nations put in place a number of important processes to respond to those allegations and strengthen its zero-tolerance policy with regard to terrorism within its organization, including UNRWA. Canada examined the interim report by the United Nations Internal Control Services Office on the issue and awaits its final report with interest. Canada salutes the independent review of UNRWA, which is currently underway, headed by Catherine Colonna. Although this investigation is continuing, UNRWA has undertaken efforts to reform its organization, and the Secretary General has taken measures to strengthen oversight and responsibility within UNRWA. Canada will continue to work in close collaboration with the United Nations, UNRWA, and other donor countries to ensure that UNRWA will respect its obligations and can continue its emergency work.
Making a serious process of investigation, action, and long-term review. On March 8th, Canada announced it would resume its funding to UNRWA. Other donors have done so as well, namely Sweden, Australia, and Ireland. And the European Union has proceeded with its disbursements to the agency. We will continue to closely follow the investigation. Civilians' needs for humanitarian assistance are growing by the hour. Famine is projected at any time in Gaza. There's a need for essential supplies and services to reach Palestinian civilians. UNRWA has an important role as a provider of food assistance to over 1.1 million people and sheltering over 1 million across 150 emergency shelters, most of which are in UNRWA schools. Each day, UNRWA provides around 23,000 medical consultations, recreation activities to 11,000 children, and psychosocial support to over 9,000 people. The agency represents a lifeline to the vulnerable civilians in Gaza. We assess UNRWA to be an indispensable partner in aid delivery in Gaza at this time of profound humanitarian crisis, and we continue to support the organization's valuable provision of services in other areas of operation across the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. No one is against Canada funding any organization in Gaza or elsewhere in the region that actively seeks to provide humanitarian assistance and a better life for the Palestinian people. That's not in question. Mr. Speaker, the Palestinian people need every assistance and support they can get to live in a just and durable peace. So does Israel. But it's unconscionable, however, to fund an agency that has been so deeply infiltrated by Hamas terrorists. Unless UNRWA can clean up its Hamas infiltration, Canada cannot continue its funding and cannot continue to turn a blind eye to the militarization and ideological takeover of UNRWA by Hamas. This Liberal government needs to take its legal and moral duty to safeguard and protect Canadian taxpayer dollars seriously, ensure that we're not funding terrorism, and find the courage and political will to find a real solution to getting innocent people the humanitarian aid that they need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. La communauté internationale.
The international community must continue to provide humanitarian aid to those in desperate need in Gaza. On January 30th, Canada announced additional humanitarian aid of $40 million to help the most vulnerable Palestinian civilians.
$100 million. As is the case for all humanitarian and development funding to the Palestinians, our additional assistance will be subject to our robust, enhanced due diligence process to ensure that no funding gets into the hands of terrorist groups like Hamas. Let me be clear. We are going to continue to remain focused on getting more aid to the innocent civilians in Gaza. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I enter into debate in regards to the carbon tax. When I asked the ministers a question here last November about the impact that the carbon tax was having on Canadians, the effects have only since that time gotten worse. Mr. Speaker, we hear tragic stories each and every day of people who cannot afford to heat their homes, the crippling cost. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's become a common thing for seniors, families, young people, folks that are small business owners, farmers, and folks that are on fixed incomes, all sending their energy bills to me, where in many cases they will highlight the cost of the carbon tax on that. Mr. Speaker, I hear so many other stories of people that are facing the consequences of the increased price of food at the grocery store, the cost that it takes, and the impacts that the carbon tax has on every aspect of the cost of living of Canadians. Canadians are the ones that are feeling the pain. But since it's the first opportunity since the confidence vote that took place here only a number of hours ago, where there was a clear opportunity for folks in this House, members of Parliament from every political party, to clearly say that enough is enough. The 23% increase forthcoming in that carbon tax will take place on April 1st, even though it is abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are not in favor of it. It is abundantly clear that provinces are not in favor of it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 7 provincial premiers, including 2 Liberals, provincial Liberal premiers, have come out publicly saying that it is time to stop the hike that is coming. It is time to get things under control. So, Mr. Speaker, it is incredibly disappointing that we have MPs from all parties that were given the chance just a few short hours ago, like Conservatives have given the opportunity on many occasions, to take the simple step to reduce the skyrocketing costs that Canadians are facing at every step of the supply chain. And in this place, I've talked extensively about that, but how incredibly disappointing it was that in that vote, only a number of hours ago, Conservatives stood alone standing for Canadians. Now, we do hear often the government talk about rebates. They talk about climate plans. They talk about everything that is so fantastic and how things in this country are just moving along incredibly well. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we see the incredible pain that has been inflicted upon Canadians by an ideological Prime Minister and a government that is out of touch with the challenges that are truly being faced by regular Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it is time for change. It is time for a fresh outlook. It is time to put control back in the hands of Canadians, whether that be on scrapping the carbon tax, axing the tax, to make sure that it's Canadians that make the choice to do what's best with the dollars, the hard-earned dollars that they earn. Whether it's putting Canadians back in control of every other aspect of their life, Mr. Speaker, it is time for change in this country, and that's what Conservatives are offering. Yet, as the vote showed only a few short hours ago, it is clear that it is only Conservatives that are truly on the side of regular, hard-working Canadians, while the left-leaning parties in this place and across Canada have abandoned the people that they have for so long said that they support. The choice is clear. It's just too bad that we weren't in the midst of a carbon tax election where every Canadian could demonstrate that choice and elect a Conservative majority government to axe the tax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, you know, we can use all the buzzwords that we want in the world, you know, spike the hike or tax the axe or whatever fancy words that we can come up with. That does not lead to common sense. In fact, I'm really thinking about Brian Mulroney today, the former Prime Minister who actually was a common sense Conservative to fight climate change. He did what was necessary, and that is what we need to do today. What is necessary? And I realize that no amount of legislative action or policy is going to eliminate the hot air coming from those Conservative benches, but we do need to take action on what climate change means to Canadians. And we know that we need to fight climate change, Mr. Speaker. And we need to better protect our communities. And you yourself, Mr. Speaker, in your community would have felt and understood the realities of what climate change really is, and to know the importance of acting now. And I'm proud to be part of a government that's working to fight climate change. And we're going to do that with our pollution pricing system. And that plan is working. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that we're putting a price on pollution. It's the lowest cost way to reduce pollution causing climate change. As the member opposite is aware, our system is revenue neutral. It is well established that the cost to Canadians and the Canadian economy to achieve our emissions reductions goals by other means would be far greater. And as I alluded to earlier, while this system allows us to effectively reduce our emissions, it also makes life more affordable for Canadians by ensuring that they are receiving money back into their pockets than they pay. Every 3 months, Mr. Speaker, we're delivering hundreds of dollars back to families through the Canada Carbon Rebate, which gives 8 out of 10 families more back than they pay, while ensuring that big polluters are paying their fair share. In provinces where the federal fuel charge applies, a family of four will receive up to $1,800 in the Canada Carbon Rebate amounts for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Residents of these provinces will receive their first of 4 quarterly Canada Carbon Rebate payments starting next month in April. Our government also understands that Canadians who live in rural areas face unique challenges having to travel longer distances for school, for work, for groceries, etc. And that's why we're proposing in Bill C-59 to double the rural top-up to 20% of the base rebate amount in recognition of their higher energy needs and more limited access to cleaner transportation options. In addition, Mr. Speaker, our government is continuing to implement various financial support initiatives for Canadian households. This includes support for home retrofits, for energy-efficient heat pumps, and electric vehicles. Doing nothing to fight climate change is simply not an option anymore. The price to pay for inaction would be way too high, and that's why we're acting. Mr. Speaker, if you speak to young people in our communities, they will tell you they want us to continue to invest, to continue to make sure that we are fighting climate change, and to make sure that all of us have an opportunity to live in a safe society, a clean society in the future. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to take a moment to recognize a dear friend who passed away a number of weeks ago, Jesse Marchand, my childhood best friend, who over the last number of weeks I've had the chance, of course, to think much about the time we shared together, whether that was going to the park, swimming in sloughs, which we called going shrimping, or going to youth group. He was taken far too soon, the consequences of drugs. Mr. Speaker, it's tough to find words to share to his loved ones during this time. But all the love in the world from Danielle and I and the entire Couric family, to Ron and Louise, Jesse's sisters, his partner, Janine, and the dogs that he loves so much, Gus and Tucker. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's never easy to lose a friend, let alone under tragic circumstances like was the case. Rest in peace, Jesse, my friend. I wish we could have spent more time together. Danielle and I are praying for the entire Marchand family as they navigate this incredibly difficult time of loss. And Mr. Speaker, I just remind this place how important it is to say to our loved ones, to our friends and our family members, that we love them before it's too late. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I, through you, offer my sincerest condolences to the member opposite for his loss, and offer support to the family of Jesse as they deal with this very difficult time. It's moments like these, Mr. Speaker, that we really need to understand why austerity and cuts just don't do it. We need to save lives, and that's why we appointed a minister to deal with mental health and addictions. That's why we have a strategy to combat this really, really difficult issue that communities deal with on a daily basis, whether it's an opioid crisis, whether it is individual stress, mental health, whether it's through the Kids Helpline. There are ways that we can provide that support, and that is not by cutting funding to these services. So I encourage the member opposite to continue to support, especially through our budget, the very, very important things that need to be funded in order for us to provide support so that we can continue to save lives, so that more Jessies are not lost in this world. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Merci beaucoup à toutes et à
Thank you very much to everyone.
interventions this evening. Monsieur Portant.
Motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.